Hello, chat. We are live with day two of the Uzbekistan Chess Cup. I hope that's the full form of the event. But kya hi din tha bhai pehla wala. Within the first 15-20 minutes itself, we knew what was going to happen. And meanwhile, Erigasi Arjun is a bit late. The clocks have started and there is no clue where is Arjun. Chat, welcome to the stream. Stream like कर देना आते ही भाई लोग. And we are ready for another exciting day. The opponent is stronger. It is Samay. Param Maksudlu in with the black pieces. And today the good news is कि सारे Indian players के white pieces have. We'll have a look at the pairings later because I want to capture the moment when Arjun arrives. कहाँ है Arjun? एंड चैट क्या लग रहा है कितने मिनट लेट अर्जुन होगा आई एम गेस 2 minutes या दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग सो अर्जुन नॉट इवन अराइविंग ऑन टाइम थोड़ा मैग्नस कार्लसन इफेक्ट इनको बोला जा सकता है मे बी इवांचुक भी वहां पे मैं दिख रहे हैं पीछे लेजेंड ऑफ द गेम कौन भूल सकता है व्हेन ही मिस्ड मेट इन वन अगेंस्ट विशीज सर वो आइकॉनिक मोमेंट चेस का विद डैनियल किंग कमेंट्री क्या हाल है चैट व्हाट्स अप परम कह रहा है भाई ये क्या है यार Okay, I think he's arriving. थोड़ी भीड़ आ रही है. Okay, I don't know. भीड़ उतनी मैगज के साथ आती है, but still. 3 minutes कह रहे हैं जिया. Are you sure? I think 2 minutes यार. But 2 minutes तो होने वाले already. Okay, I don't know. The clock has not started. I see 1 hour 29 minutes. So I think already more than a minute has passed. Chat. Where is Erigasi Arjun? भाई अर्जुन तो लेफ्ट में खड़ा कैमरा खड़ा होके लग रहा है भाई. that is शायद है मैं तो वो तो खुद ही अर्जुन लग रहा था भाई. ओके अर्जुन बोर्ड पे नहीं है एंड नीदर इज प्रग है. प्रग इज बाय द वे थिंकिंग कि क्या चलना है एंड अरविंद बाय द वे हैज प्लेड D4 नाइट F6 एंड पॉन टू G3 सो शायद कैटलान में ट्रांसफर होगा बट गोइंग बैक टू द अर्जुन बोर्ड आई फर्स्ट वांट टू सी एंड देयर इट इज Erigasi Arjun arrives at the board 2 minutes late. I was again correct, but I think कब वो चलेंगे? He's still writing down the score sheet, so maybe 2.5 to 3 minutes तक वो चलेंगे. Yo चाहे what's up? पहला दिन जिसने मिस किया, कितना exciting दिन था इंडियन चेस के लिए. Arjun won, Arvind and Pragg drew, and the crazy part is today all Indian players have the white pieces, and right now Arjun की move चलते ही we will go to the standings, we'll go to the pairings, and we'll have a look कि भाई कौन कितना पानी में और कौन कितना whatever जो प्रभाव भाई फिनिश कर लेना. By the way, first move, I am guessing Arjun is gonna play 1D4. I am guessing that will be his choice. But chat, क्या लगता है? What do you think Arjun will play here on move number 1? Taking a nap. I don't think he's taking a nap. I think कुछ ना कुछ वो late हुआ होगा ट्रांसफर में. Maybe they are not like this is not a hotel यार. होटल कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम नहीं होगा. Maybe it's a separate venue. They are traveling from the hotel. जैसा हमने देखा कि blitz event से भी कई बार late हो जाता है and it's not always the player's fault. So yeah, late होना बहुत बहुत जायज है. By the way, still no moves. We are what 3-4 minutes in and E4 by Arjun. भाई परम मकसूदलू is an extremely sharp and dangerous player. उनके अगेंस्ट E4 खेलने का मतलब अर्जुन प्रॉब्ली उसकी प्रेप इतनी डीप है कि भाई वी माइट सी अनदर क्विक रिजल्ट भाई. मतलब टू प्ले E4 अगेंस्ट यू नो परम मींस कि आप बहुत तगड़ी प्रेप करके आए हो एंड भाई आते ही उठ गया बंदा. भाई आते ही उठ गया भाई. किंग E4 नहीं भाई, पॉन टू E4. किंग कैसे E4 आएगा? अरे भाई Sicilian defense on the board. This is already as sharp as it can get after move 1. Chat, I'm going to ask you a question. ठीक है? Is there any opening move for white and black which is sharper than E4 C5? I don't think so. कोई ऐसा ओपनिंग मूव आप खेल नहीं सकते. ओके मे बी यू कैन प्ले G4 एंड से कि आई एम वर्स और H4, बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्लेइंग गुड सॉलिड मूव्स देयर इज नो अदर कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ मूव्स व्हिच इज बेटर देन E4 C5 अगर आपको एक डेंजरस अटैकिंग गेम देखनी है. Sahil Tikku, you are 14 billionth and 8th best comment in the world. Thank you, bhai. I think looking at the universe, these are lucky numbers by great numbers there. Maybe aliens हमसे बहुत आगे होंगे. By the way, knight F3 played and E6, not the knight off. So very interesting opening by black. आजकल top level बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है and instantly played D4 by Arjun. Now, the fact that he's playing so quickly, maybe he expected it. And if he did expect it, इसका मतलब preparation तगड़ी होने वाली है भाई. मेरा कैम बहुत जल्दी आएगा भाई. पहले हम प्लेयर्स का कैम देखेंगे भाई, because प्लेयर्स का कैमरा यहाँ थोड़ा zoomed out है, तो we are going to go full screen ताकि हम लोग देख पाए कि क्या चल रहा है. By the way, knight comes out to C6. मारा knight C6 on the board. देखते हैं कितना जल्दी अर्जुन देखेंगे. Okay, knight c3 played very quickly. So far, no delay by Arjun in the moves, yeah. And queen c7, bhai, maja aane wala hai. Just refreshing to refresh the board. 100% accuracy so far. And now Arjun playing bishop e3. बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने, सिसिलियन की टाइमर ऑफ वेरिएशन है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स नाम से ज्यादा भाई काम में विश्वास रखना चाहिए. एंड a6 प्लेड, नाइट b5 आइडिया रोकने के लिए सारे आइडियाज. एंड ऑफ कोर्स व्हाइट कैन प्ले क्वीन d2 यहां पे. एंड स्लोली आई थिंक एट वन पॉइंट ही माइट जस्ट गो भाई फुल ऑन अटैक ऑन द किंग साइड. ब्लैक के a3 प्लेड. तो जस्ट चेकिंग कितनी मूव्स यहां पे हुई है चैट. जस्ट टू पॉइंट आउट, Queen d2 main move, Bishop d3 second most popular, Queen f3 third most popular, Bishop ed fourth most popular. So fifth most popular move in this position, Pawn to a3. So already Arjun trying to create some nuisance in the opening. He wants to out prepare Param Maksudlu. Param ने ये देखा stare दी उसको. See, this is why I feel camera थोड़ा सा zoomed out. Like जो stare है ना, वो देखने में मजा नहीं आ रहा. भाई I don't know if, okay, I think it's too much. We बोर्ड भी रखना है हमें. But I think somehow ऊपर की space waste जा रही है somehow. So I am pretty sure Maksudlu gave like a stare there to Arjun. 100%. Can you move the camera up also? Zoom in and then move it up maybe. Like ताकि थोड़ा सा वो ज़्यादा occupy कर पाए. But regardless, again a stare. You see, again a stare. So we can see all these stairs coming in. कल भी operator stairs दिए थे. वो काटने को आया था बाद में उनको. तो आज भी यही होने वाला है. Chat question for you. हमने कल देखा अराउंड आई थिंक 27 मूव लगे थे. हाउ मेनी मूव्स डू यू थिंक अर्जुन्स गेम विल लास्ट टुडे? अभी दिखाएंगे, बाकी दोनों गेम दिखाएंगे विद इन द नेक्स्ट 30 सेकंड्स. जस्ट वांट टू सी कहां पे इनकी प्रिपरेशन खत्म होती है. a3 ऑन द बोर्ड. एंड चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. लेट्स गो 2 लाइक जल्दी से. a3 इज इंडीड रेयर. हेलो 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 हेलो. a3 के बाद नॉट नाइट f6 the most popular move, but b5 second most popular move. Knight c6 main move यहां पे है. And black ने दोनों ऑप्शन से ट्राई किया है मारना, but queen c6 is the more popular move. So I am expecting परम यही खेलेंगे. देखते हैं क्या होता है. मार दिया queen से. And now bishop p2 is the most popular move. And chat, one great thing about this position, white का रिकॉर्ड बहुत ही अच्छा है यहां पे. That is amazing. White, what? There is no way he just played h4. What? What? Why? Okay, I think chat जिन्होंने तुमने जो prediction करी है, 40 moves, 57 moves, 49 moves. So maybe you want to take another prediction now and you want to reduce it by a few moves, yeah? So किसी को reduce करना है, I won't judge. I will definitely not judge you भाई लोग. You can reduce the prediction by 20 moves if you want to. But परम की शक्ल से दिख रहा है कि भाई ये तो नहीं देखा था मैंने भाई. By the way, Bishop P2 यहां पे लगभग आई थिंक 300-400 गेम्स खेली गई हैं. 160 गेम्स में बिशप P2, 100 गेम में बिशप D3 एंड सिर्फ 40 गेम में H4. एंड जस्ट टू पॉइंट आउट, व्हाइट का विन परसेंटेज यहां पे 73% है. What a spectacular win percentage for white. 73%. 10% ड्रॉ एंड 18% ब्लैक विन्स. तो वो 1% कहां गया ये मुझे पता नहीं. बट रिगार्डलेस 73% परसेंटेज व्हाइट विन एंड 10% ड्रॉ. सो ऑलरेडी अर्जुन प्लेइंग एन अमेजिंग प्रैक्टिकल मूव एंड परम मकसूदू भाई ऑलरेडी स्ट्रगलिंग. मुझे ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है प्रैक्टिकली. So crazy start to the game, chat. And final prediction कर दो कितनी मूव चलेगी. I can see 35, 15, 20. I'm going to predict like 31 moves maybe. Maybe 29 or 31, yeah? Something like that. So Param Maksudlu definitely under fire already. And ये वो पहला moment है जहां पे I think वो सोचेंगे. So it's time to see the Pragg game. Let's go to the Pragg game quickly, chat. ऐसे देखते रहेंगे सारी गेम्स. Pragg by the way playing Vokhidov Samshin जो कल हारे थे नोदिरबेक से. C4 खेला उन्होंने, knight f c3, e5, g3, bishop b4 and e4. So इस position में bishop g2 and knight f3 are more popular options. But e4 खेलते हैं and now black of course will take this knight and you take with the d pawn. And अगर यहाँ black knight e4 मारता है, you will have queen g4 and this can be a double attack. So pawn वापस मिल जाएगा. So not advisable for black. तो यहाँ black अभी सोच रहे हैं एंड ऑलरेडी प्रग ने 3 मिनट की एज बना ली है. सो थिंग्स लुकिंग ग्रेट. ही इज नॉट इवन एट द बोर्ड राइट नाउ, बट ये थोड़ी ओके d6 एंड d3 ऑन द बोर्ड. सो थोड़ा सॉलिड सेटअप है दोनों प्लेयर्स के लिए. लेट्स से क्रेजी लाइंस एंड अ लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेटेजिक गेम. एंड नॉट टू फॉरगेट चैट, आज वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग्स आर अगेन अप फॉर ग्रैब्स. इफ प्रग विंस, he will cross Gukesh today. I don't remember last time जब प्राग ने युकेश को क्रॉस किया था, was way back in 2023 I think, जब वर्ल्ड कप खेले थे. So great opportunity for Praggnanandhaa here to become India number 2, and if Arjun were to lose he would become India number 1. So Pragg could become India number 2 and world number 5 if he wins today. Jumping to the Arvind game quickly 1 second and having a look. भाई ये क्या है? D4 knight f6 G3 knight f3 knight h4. भाई बिशप पेयर के लिए भाई बिशप पेयर के लिए बंदा कुछ भी करेगा. आता है यहाँ बिशप d7 बिशप g2 c5 and apparently this is not the best move for black and already white can play c4 and because उनका bishop developed है black cannot take like this because there is bishop takes b7. So यहाँ पे already I think Arvind has confused his opponent. By the way, कौन है opponent? कल के भाई अर्जुन के opponent याकूबोव नोदिरबेक फिर से I think opening में हल्की सी गलती करते हुए मुझे लग रहा है. Ooh, this is very, very interesting. You can see Arvind vibing a little bit, chat. Question for you. How many moves do you think Arvind will also take for his game today? Jaldi se batao bhai. Let's go, chat. Let's go. And Arvind closing his eyes right now. He knows कि भाई there is something slightly erroneous about this move c5. It's a bit over ambitious. Black is not ready for this, for example, and bishop is pointing at d5. And ये knight थोड़ा offside है, but फिलहाल के लिए it can later on come to f5 and also opens the bishop for an attack on the d5 pawn. So यहाँ पे dc5 भी एक option है, c4 एक option है. So lots of options for Arvind, and I'm pretty sure he's still in his opening prep. So बड़ा मजा आएगा. Chat, how many moves do you think the game will finish in? I think आज तीनों Indian players के white pieces हैं. That is the amazing part. Nidhi bhai, can we have the bird's eye view for a second? Just want to show कि आज सारे Indian players के white pieces हैं. That is great news. And इसका मतलब कि भाई, there you see it. We have Pragg with the white pieces ahead on the clock. We have Arjun with the white pieces ahead on the clock, and we have Arvind with the white pieces ahead on the clock. So आज तीनों जीत सकते हैं. Arvind जीतेगा तो वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 में आएगा, अर्जुन जीतता है तो वर्ल्ड नंबर 3 होगा, एंड Pragg जीतता है तो वर्ल्ड नंबर 4. सो भाई बहुत कुछ दाव पे है आज. मजा आने वाला है भाई. Oof, this is going to be fantastic भाई. Fantastic होने वाला है. So going back to the board, let's have full screen and we are now going to go to the Arjun game because सबसे ज़्यादा I think वहाँ पे I would say a novelty, not a novelty exactly, but something new has happened on this board. And we can see Param already in deep thought. Yeah, same situation that Yakubov was in yesterday, Nodirbek. So let's see what happens. And chat, do like the stream. Let's go to 200 likes. Jaldi se bhai log. And Sahaj bhai, of course, will not be joining us for this event, chat. He's playing an event in Turkey right now. So kal ja rahe hain wo, to do wish him luck on social media if you can. But he'll be back for the Zagreb GCT tournament, jahan pe Gokesh versus Magnus hoga. So we'll see him there again. But for now, we can see Param Maksudlu, clenching his fists. He knows kitna important moment hai ye. He cannot make a mistake now. Because as we saw, one mistake cost Yakubov the entire game yesterday. So full pressure on Param Maksudlu right now, who's not at his peak. I think Param at his peak was around 2760 or 50 or something like that. I think बहुत खतरनाक प्लेयर है, बहुत अग्रेसिव प्लेयर है. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा. चैट जितने लोग स्ट्रीम में एक बार सबसे हाई लिख दो भाई, थोड़ा गर्मी फैलाते हैं चैट के अंदर. लेट्स गो भाई. परम स्क्रैचिंग हिज हेड ट्राइंग टू रिमेंबर कि भाई ये लाइन मैंने कहीं तो देखी है, कहीं ना कहीं तो देखी है. Pragg is like, देर आए दुरुस्त आए. भाई बिल्कुल. The point is कि भाई at the end it doesn't matter यार, पहले कौन आता है. If you remember, Arvind was the first guy to kind of strike out and shine among all these youngsters, and suddenly he got left behind. Now he's back again. So first is of course beneficial, but it doesn't mean कि भाई you are gonna be the one to reach the top at the end. So Magnus of course was not the youngest grandmaster in the world, but he did become the greatest grandmaster in the world. So वो एक important चीज है. And फिलहाल के लिए Param Maksudlu definitely under pressure. And chat idea क्या है? So for example, let's say आप black की सबसे logical चाल खेलते हो bishop e7. The idea is just to go h5, keep going. And let's say कि आप यहाँ पे खेलते हो knight to f6, developing a piece. Now the idea is apparently e5, and यहाँ पे थोड़ा knight को धक्का लगा. क्या हो गया? Bishop b7, h5, knight f6. Now e5 is possible. In fact, there is another crazy move here, chat. So e5 was played in the games, but can you find what is the best move for white in this position, which I'm pretty sure Arjun has seen? Come on, chat. What's the best move? Hello, world. Hello, world. Wow. भाई ये हेलो वर्ल्ड इकलौता कोडिंग का एक्सपेरिमेंट है जो प्रोजेक्ट है जो दुनिया में हर बंदे ने किया होगा यार, एटलीस्ट इंडिया में तो। राकेश विल ज्वाइन मोस्ट लाइकली आई थिंक आफ्टर द इन द सेकंड आवर और सो, सो ही डेफिनेटली बी देयर चैट। एंड फिलहाल के लिए वी कैन सी परम स्टिल थिंकिंग। अर्जुन अगेन 1000 स्टेप्स हो गए हैं 10,000 में से। H6 is interesting. I think that's definitely a possibility. But फिलहाल के लिए हमारा E4 pawn hanging है chat. So ये pawn hanging है. We have to do something इस pawn को बचाने के लिए. So what should we do? That's the point. इसको बचाना है. कैसे बचाए यार? क्या तरीका हो सकता है इस pawn को बचाने के लिए? बहुत तरीके हैं actually. You can play F3, you can play Bishop D3, but बिल्कुल सही बोला भाई. भाई Smiley जी, you put a smile on my face at least, because Rook to H4 is the best move, which is ridiculous. Why? you, I mean, black is gonna, potentially attack on the queen side. So queen side castle you can, but you've played a3, so b4 hook तैयार है. So अब castle करना ideally शायद ना चाहो, बेशक करना पड़े. And rook h4 defending this pawn. And if now let's say you play a move like rook to c8, then you play h6, and if g6 here, then you have queen to d4, pinning this knight. Bishop g7 nahi aa sakta, and if bishop e7, then apparently bishop g5, and you can see things are falling apart for black already. This is already close to lost. So अर्जुन ने फिर से एक लाइन ढूंढ के निकाली है, which is extremely dangerous for black if black doesn't know what he's doing. So very very interesting opening by Arjun here. मेंबरशिप मिलेगा, बिल्कुल मिलेगा भाई, आज ही मिलेगा मेंबरशिप यार. एंड चैट नॉट टू फॉरगेट अगेन, अर्जुन वर्ल्ड नंबर 3 है, गुकेश वर्ल्ड नंबर 5 है, सॉरी 4 है, 5 है, 6 है हमारे प्लेयर्स. आज उनका रैंक 3 4 और 3 5 और 6 हो चुका है. दे कैन ऑल इंक्रीज देयर रैंक्स बाय 1 पॉइंट. हाय डिको, आई एम अंडरकवर मैग्नस कार्लसन लुकिंग इंडियन प्लेयर्स प्रेप. ओ नाइस भाई, पर आपको तो प्रेप करना पसंद ही नहीं है. ठीक है, इंग्लैंड इंग्लैंड चल रहा है 26 रन ओवर में, राहुल अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा. अरे भाई, तो लेकिन अर्जुन तो अच्छा खेल रहा है ना भाई, चाहे राहुल ना खेल रहा हो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है भाई. एंड ओ टेस्ट मैच है भाई, अरे इसमें तो 5 दिन है भाई देखने के लिए. ओके, लॉट ऑफ टाइम भाई, लॉट ऑफ टाइम. आई कैन कैच अप लेटर भाई. Who is Arjun's team in digging gold in openings? Yeah, I don't know actually who's part of his team, but clearly some very very smart people who are coming up with these innovative ideas constantly. भाई हर गेम में कुछ नया निकालता है बंदा. So, but I'm still thinking, still not sure. So let's go to Pragg's game and analyze कि क्या हुआ after D3. यहाँ पे Knight C6 के खिलाफ ब्लैक ने काफी लॉजिकल चाल, आप D4 स्क्वायर कंट्रोल कर रहे हो. व्हाइट ने ये 3 पॉइंट रख दिए, उसका एक ही प्रॉब्लम है, दैट इज द D4 स्क्वायर. सो ब्लैक ऑक्यूपाइज इट, kind of threatens to occupy it. H3 आता है, preventing knight g4, bishop g4, and next he will play bishop g2, maybe even knight e2 actually, with the idea of f4 could be an idea. So काफी ये वाली गेम सबसे लंबी चलने वाली है I think, because इसमें कोई clear advantage white को है नहीं, and white is basically playing for the structure, a long term game जहां पे he will try to outplay black. And of course Pragg यहाँ पे stronger player है by more than 100 points, so I think he should be likely to win this game as white. And I think Samshin Vokidov is probably the lowest seed of this event, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about this. I'm 2641. Yes, he is the lowest seed. So you really want to beat him if you want to win the event. So ये बहुत important game Pragg के लिए. And of course Arvind, who by the way still thinking, I think c4 is the move he wants to play here. Challenge this center. You can't take here because of this. And if you take here, then I will take on d5, and next I will take on d4. And ये knight तो वापस आ ही जाएगा कभी ना कभी. So I think कहीं ना कहीं white is already better if Arvind can find pawn to c4. And maybe this is not his prep, but he is trying to calculate over the board, and he's extremely good at what he does. So he will find it. I work in Geo Sports Batman. There's constant 50 lakh viewers watching online. No, for sure, भाई. I mean, होगा क्रिकेट के लिए 50 लाख watching तो हो गया होगा. What I'm saying is भाई, ठीक है, टेस्ट मैच है तो I can check the score at the end भाई. भाई 5 दिन तो थोड़ा मुश्किल है निकालना भाई at this point. And especially with Virat Kohli not playing, तो वो एक सीन रहता है. फिलहाल के लिए भाई अरविंद भाई fully focused. I think जैसे उनका rise रहा है over the past few, I'm gonna say months, literally not even years, has been spectacular. I think कोई एक फैबी का पॉडकास्ट अगर है, अगर आपने देखा हो, वहां पे ही मेंशंस लाइक ही हैज नेवर सीन एनीथिंग लाइक दिस बिफोर. लाइक इट्स बीन सो स्पेक्टेकुलर कि एट दिस लेवल ऐसे 100-150 पॉइंट बढ़ाना इज अनहर्ड ऑफ. सो ह्यूज रिस्पेक्ट टू अरविंद फॉर डूइंग सो. आई थिंक ही वाज डेफिनेटली अंडररेटेड बाय अ ह्यूज मार्जिन. एंड वो एक उनकी प्ले में एक फ्लॉ रहा होगा, गाड़ी के 4 पहिए होते हैं, अगर एक वो टायर भी पंचर हो, यू कैन नॉट मूव फॉरवर्ड, आई थिंक वो फ्लॉ उन्होंने रिमूव कर दिया, एंड दैट्स व्हाई यू सी हिम प्लेइंग सो वेल नाउ. सो congrats to him. And meanwhile, going back to the Arjun game, by the way, नेपोकल हार गया भाई. नेपोकल हार गया. सो क्लियरली ये टूर्नामेंट इतना आसान नहीं है. हेडिंग बैक टू द अर्जुन गेम, भाई अभी भी सोच रहा है बंदा. अर्जुन तो वॉक करके बोर हो गया भाई, कह रहा है भाई कितने स्टेप्स करूंगा भाई, 10,000 गोल है, 2,000 तो हो भी गए. Does Arjun do his own opening prep? I think for sure he contributes to it. But as a player, as a top player, you have the financial resources to hire seconds who can do the majority of the work. So, for example, अगर आपको यहाँ से let's say आपको मुंबई से let's say आपको I don't know पनवेल जाना है, ठीक है? So if you know the address, then you can directly go and kind of take a car and go there. But if you don't know the address, you can tell your seconds to find the address and then you go travel yourself. So you save a lot of time. अब Google Maps है तो like second are the Google Maps of the top player era, yeah, like they really make it easy for you to find that prep, and of course last में memorize, understand, and खेलना तो आपको ही पड़ेगा. So it's very very helpful, of course, and I'm pretty sure his team has a lot to do with this. But फिलहाल के लिए H4 and Arjun is reaping the benefits, and you can see परम की शक्ल पे he is not happy by what he's seeing because pressure उनको feel हो रहा है, and he knows कि the fact that Arjun played this, मतलब उसकी प्रेप अभी 15 मूव आगे है, वो अगली 15 मूव देख के बैठा हुआ है. सो यू आर बेसिकली नोइंग यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट एन इंजन राइट नाउ. You're not playing against Anigasi Arjun, you're playing against a computer for at least the next 10 moves. And the problem is, you might find something which is, off the beat. Let's say H5, I don't know, something random. If you play these moves, then you might get punished. And by the way, Bishop E7 was the best move. Knight F6, also another good move, which, Param finds. And now look at Arjun. He plays H5 in a second. कोई टाइम वेस्ट नहीं किया, एंड नाउ H6 by Param kind of stopping that pawn in his tracks. Till how many moves can you memorize? I would say, I think it depends on every player and how much time they put into openings. I think memorizing इतना मुश्किल नहीं है भाई, हम लोगों को SST रटने की आदत है स्कूल से, so it's not really a big deal. I just feel it's more about understanding the position and how much time you can put in. So top players के लिए all the other parts of the game are so strong that they can actually put maximum focus into openings. That's the basic difference. Now Param gets up. I think he's played two moves very quickly after thinking for long. Very important from Param. He does not take 20-30 minutes here. That's the worst thing you can do, because then you are basically guaranteeing yourself a situation जहां पे time होगा ही नहीं आपके पास. So great practical play, taking 10 minutes, but then coming up with the best move as well and not taking like 20-30 minutes here. And now you can see Arjun think. That's interesting. So H6 के बाद, he's already thinking, maybe this is not exactly what he expected, but these are the best moves. By the way, after H5, the E4 pawn was hanging. But अगर परम ने मारा होता, Arjun would have taken this. Queen takes E4, and now Bishop E2 was the idea कि अगर G2 मारते हो तो Bishop F3 and I win the rook because Queen भी hanging है. So Arjun का maximum preparation might have been targeted towards this line because यहाँ पे pawn sack हो रहा है. So practical play by परम here कि भाई pawn sack दिया है Arjun ने. This is clearly his opening preparation. Let me not even think about this line. ठीक है, एक मिनट देखा होगा उसने ऐसे ऊपर ऊपर से कि भाई ठीक है, it's not worth it. Let me play H6 and now maybe I'm threatening this. But the problem for Param is he doesn't know yet कि अर्जुन की revision खत्म हुई है कि नहीं. I don't think खत्म हुई होगी because H6 is the second best move in the position. So he probably still is in prep and he's trying to remember कि क्या खेला था भाई यहाँ पे. Is rook h4 possible? Now chat, यहाँ पे बहुत important moment यार. Rook h4 is definitely an option, but it's not the best here apparently because rook h4 का idea था to allow queen d4 and वो g6 move tempt करने का ताकि हम यहाँ पे ये knight पे attack कर सके. If you remember something like this, because यहाँ पे black ने h6 खेल दिया है, bishop g5, queen d4 and pressuring this knight is not an option itself. So maybe rook h4 here doesn't have the same idea. So यहाँ पे maybe it is possible. It's not a bad move, but I think the best move here is actually e5, attacking the knight. And अब अगर आप ध्यान दो, knight के पास square ही नहीं है. Cannot come to g4 because I will eat the knight for free. Knight h7 is literally stupid. Now rook h4 by the way is brilliant. Rook d4 भी आ सकता है literally. Rook f4, rook g4. So not gonna happen. Knight d5 would really spoil your structure. This is absolutely disgusting pawn structure. I mean, bishop e2, bishop f3, castles. I will win the d5 pawn. I will even play f4 first and cement the e5 pawn. And this is completely lost, yeah? You will resign this game. So this is not going to happen. So knight के पास एक ही square है. I mean, knight g8, you can't be serious, yeah? Knight g8 cannot be the move. So knight e4. And the problem now is कि you are again in the similar structure, right? एक similar structure आ चुका है. And now Arjun has a bunch of options. First of all, he can play queen f3, knight c3, queen c6, d c6, b c3, and if bishop e7, now you play c4. And even this is better for white. Going back, he can also play knight e4, queen e4, and now also he has multiple options. He can play queen d2 and sack this pawn, by the way, on e5 and castle queenside. Then he can also play queen f3 apparently. Also very good. He can also play queen d3, by the way. He can also play bishop d3. So queen d4 bhi option hai. So the problem for Param is if Arjun has prepared this, this might be a problem. This might be a problem. So going back, this is the current position, and knight e4 ke baad, this is also an option. And other option is bishop d4, but I think that's a bit more logical. Knight takes, bishop takes, and this is kind of equalish, I think. So काफी interesting position hai, and Param will still have to think after Arjun plays his next move, which is going to be a crucial one. अब अर्जुन सोच रहा है, बिल्कुल सो नहीं रहा भाई, सोच रहा है. आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट ही इज डूइंग राइट नाउ, एंड फुल प्रेशर ऑन एरिगेसी. अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स ही हैज प्लेड अ न्यू आइडिया व्हिच हैज अ एक्सीलेंट रिकॉर्ड फॉर व्हाइट, बट कैन ही एग्जीक्यूट इट? बिकॉज हम ऑलरेडी उस टेरिटरी में आ चुके हैं जहां बेसिकली देर आर नो गेम्स अवेलेबल. सो वी आर इन कंप्लीटली अनचार्टेड टेरिटरी, नो गेम्स, नॉवेल्टी आ चुकी है. इफ यू गो बैक, आई थिंक यहां पे 5 गेमें खेली गई थी. In all 5 games, knight takes e4 was played. So this is the first time h6 was played ever, and you can see that's why Arjun is now trying to remember his prep कि क्या देखा था मैंने h6 के लिए. ठीक है, क्या लगता है अर्जुन कितनी देर तक ऊपर देखेगा? मेरे साथ सारे टाइम भाई. आई थिंक अर्जुन का ट्रेंड ही है भाई, ही डजंट नीड द बोर्ड. उस बोर्ड के सामने जगह तुम पिज्जा भी रख दोगे ना, उसको फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा भाई. ही विल ईट द पिज्जा एंड स्टिल लुक एट द वॉल्स. So that's the power Erigesi Arjun holds by. That's the power any top player holds for that matter. So Arjun thinking, meanwhile, we don't have any update in the Pragg game. I think only his opponent played a6. And Arvind game, by the way, Arvind has played c4. So he finds the best move in the position, challenging Vokhidov yet again. And Vokhidov, as Rakesh Bhai mentioned yesterday, is playing 3 Indians back to back to back. So this could turn out to be really, a horrible start for him if Arvind can pull off a victory here. So बहुत important game. And look at Arvind's body language. He's charged up. He's confident. He's motivated. You can see it from his body language itself, his posture, yeah, aggressive, moving forward. I think he senses कि कुछ ना कुछ तो मुझे यहाँ opening में मिला है. Will Hikaru play any tournaments before candidates? I don't think so. The point is कि उसकी rating already is highest in the ratings wise, highest है, world number 2 है. He knows Magnus will not play the candidates, so any tournament he plays is just a risk from his perspective. So I don't think he'll play any events unless somebody overtakes him. And I think as of now, Fabi being qualified already, I think Arjun has the best chance to qualify. But because he's so far ahead, it might not happen instantly. And in that case, it might be too late for Hikaru to gain those rating points. But definitely an option for Hikaru. He has to keep track of the world number 3 rank. क्या कौन है? कोई मेरे आसपास आ रहा है क्या? That is the point. So Arvind right now in control, going back to the Arjun game, jahan pe Arjun is still thinking, I'm going to sense कि he's going to come up with the best. And he's about to play the move. And he plays the best move, e5. Beautiful move by Arjun, attacking the knight. And now black has to find the only move, but the obvious move, I would say, knight to e4. Of course, Param ne move dekhi hogi. By the way, he's bringing some tea or coffee there. So very interesting. Chat, क्या लगता है यार? Do you think all 3 Indians could win today? Yes or no? Why? Do you think all 3 Indians could win today? That's the question. I think they can. I think they absolutely can win today. मुझे ऐसी feeling आ रही है. Like definitely. By the way, I expect him to play this very quickly and played. Arjun chooses the solid move. So he had some complicated ways to play this, but he plays bishop d4, maintaining that very logical structure. And now knight c3 might happen, bishop c3, and queen to e4. And yahan pe Arjun will have two options: either bishop e2, maintaining the queens on the board, or queen e2, heading off into some sort of equalish endgame where he's slightly better. So I don't know if Arjun wants to play an endgame. And I think Param is also a bit surprised by bishop d4. As you can see, yeah, he's thinking, why bishop d4 khela usne? Very interesting move. That's definitely not what he expected. आज के मैचअप्स क्या हैं? आज चैट वी हैव थ्री इंडियंस with white pieces. Arjun playing against Param Maksudlu, Pragg playing against Vokidov, and Arvind playing against Nodebek. So three very interesting matchups as you can see there, and all three Indians having the white pieces. So अच्छे chances हैं कि आज हम तीनों point घर लेके जा सकते हैं भाई. Let's hope so. भाई परम भाई गलती कर दो एक हल्की सी, मजा आ जाएगा भाई. लिटरली मजा आ जाएगा भाई. By the way, Arjun not still at the board, taking his steps, counting, keep, still walking around the board there. Come on, come on, come on. Bishop is logical. It is absolutely logical, Rajesh Bhai, because the thing is, you want to maintain the sanctity of your pawn structure. So if you allow knight takes c3, I think your structure will get damaged. And if you take, you kind of develop the black queen, and then the e5 pawn is hanging. So that tells me that Arjun had not gone as deep into this variation. Usko ye wali line कैलकुलेट नहीं करनी थी जहां पे ही sacks a pawn. For example, queen d2, queen a5, castles. This is probably what he was worried about, because यहाँ bishop e7 आ रहा है, and next I'm going to put the bishop on f6, and there might be queen takes b2 checkmating ideas. So शायद अर्जुन की prep इस variation में इतनी deep नहीं थी, and that's why he went for this option जहां पे he is not really risking much. उसने e5 pawn भी defend कर दिया, उसने knight भी defend कर दिया, but of course this allows Param Maksudlu to simplify the game a little bit. Why are you hoping Param makes a mistake? Bro, we want to see Indians win, yaar. I mean, of course we want to see Arjun win. Hikaru retire nahi ho raha kya? Hikaru retire, I mean, I think Hikaru ने कहा था कि he might do it, to be honest. But मेरे हिसाब से Hikaru would love to give the world championship one more try. So if he gets a chance to play the candidates, he will 100% play the candidates. And that's why I think we will see Hikaru try once more. And that's why he did not even push against Ukesh in the last round. I think Ukesh ya Arjun, he played in the last round. Somebody he played. So he wanted to basically ensure ki bhai, let me just kind of take the draw and not push. I think second last round tha, second last tha, I think. Pragg Arvind abhi dekha. No moves in the Pragg game, I think, so far. Okay, we have a move actually. So after I think we saw it till a6, and now 92 played b5, and great move by black. Yeah, so challenging this pawn on c4 instantly before white can develop and start an attack. So आता है bishop g2, rook b8, castles, bishop c5, and now of course कभी ना कभी b4 आ सकता है, pawn takes, opening the rook आ सकता है. So black is definitely also challenging the center, not allowing white to expand. And अभी भी f4 possible नहीं है because the pawn is actually pinned. That's why bishop c5. So if you want to attack, you will have to go king h2, and then you never know. Yeah, it doesn't feel like white is ready right now for an attack. But of course, Pragg will try it, but he will have to outplay his opponent. It will not be an easy. So now we go to the game of Arvind Chidambaram. Okay, no moves here. So going back to the Arjun game, you are commentator, you shouldn't favor anyone or somebody. No, yeah, I think, pata hai, dekho, that's my perspective. I think this event is broadcast by, let's say, Chess 24 Global, let's say Chess 24, let's imagine the World Championship, yeah? Gukesh versus Deng. So do we not cheer for Gukesh? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So it depends on the platform, right? So if you are commentating on Chess 24 Global, where there's a global audience, I think you cannot be biased. But if you comment on Chess 24 India, I mean, it would be rather weird if you're not kind of biased a little bit. That's my take on that anyways. So फिलहाल के लिए I think we can see somebody watching Param's game, and Param still looking a bit stressed. Definitely not something he expected. And I think he should take this. For example, एक और move यहाँ पे है bishop b7. So you want to develop your pieces. यहाँ पे chat, there will be rook h4. And suddenly there is no more queen e4 check possible. So now knight c3, bishop c3, queen e4 check is no longer possible. And after bishop e7, I am gonna play rook to g4. And suddenly attack ban raha hai. For example, how do you save this? If you play rook to g8, already bishop d3, bishop h7 ideas. And if you castle, then you can already imagine, yeah, queen d2, queen takes h6. I mean, it's already looking extremely scary. Of course, white king is also a bit open, but black के ऊपर attack पहले आ रहा है. So that gives white the advantage there. And this rook is a brilliant piece, by the way. And bishop तो भी game में आया नहीं है. So, and also no f5, f5 is always risky as well because ये bishop भी उसके लिए ready है. So कहीं ना कहीं पे bishop b7 would be a huge mistake. The logical move bishop b7 would be a huge mistake. Yeah, Tobit, exactly. I think it's simple. Yeah, where you're commenting matters. I mean, I think that's my take on it at least. And chess 24 India hai, तो we will support Indian players. उसमें कोई doubt नहीं है. टैक्टिक रेटिंग बहुत अच्छी है बट गेम में आधी है भाई. दैट्स बिकॉज वही गाड़ी के चार पहिए वाली बात है यार. बेसिकली यू हैव वर्कड ऑन योर टैक्टिक्स बट मे बी योर पोजिशनल प्ले इज द वीकनेस. Maybe your openings are a problem. Maybe the end games are an issue. So you have to figure out, analyze your games, and then figure out where you went wrong and solve that issue as well. Hikaru needs 12 matches to qualify. Really? So if that's the case, I would expect him to play 12 matches, but he will play an event jahan pe he's not really like. From his perspective, it would make sense to play an event jahan pe koi itna tough competition nahi hai. I mean, he played very well at novelties, so he can still play a strong event. But yeah, I'm not completely convinced if he will. कान वाले भैया कहाँ आ रहे हैं? नाइस भाई, कान वाले भैया अगले इवेंट में आएंगे बिकॉज कान वाले भैया खुद टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हैं. तो इस बार वो कान अपने लिए हिलाएंगे भाई, दूसरों के लिए नहीं. सो फिलहाल के लिए कान तो भाई परम मकसूद में हिला रहा है भाई. सो मे बी ही इज डूइंग द जॉब फॉर सहाज देयर. बट एज ऑफ नाउ परम अबाउट टू प्ले अ मूव. हेजिटेटेड, वहां पे थोड़ा हेजिटेशन देखिए उनके हाथों में मुझे. ही इज नॉडिंग हिज हेड, calculating, but okay, he's taking the knight. That is the best move. So Param Maksulu still saying, you know what, I don't care. Even if you're playing some good moves, so can I. And knight c3, great move. And of course, chat, ये बिशप से मारेंगे, पॉन से मारना would be ridiculous. आपने स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज कर दिया है. So bishop takes c3 will happen. And now the question is, does black play bishop b7? And again, we transpose into rook h4. The variation we saw with bishop e7, rook g4, castles, queen d2, that would be a nightmare for black. Or does black play the only move, queen to e4 check? He has to. Otherwise, I think black will be struggling. थैंक यू अंकुश भाई. चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करते चलो. लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. पहली मेंबरशिप मिलेगी 500 लाइक पे. सो डू नॉट फॉरगेट दैट. लाइक करते चलो स्ट्रीम एज वी लुक एट परम मकसूदलू, हु इज definitely still under pressure, not solved all his problems. And now I think we're going to see bishop c3 within seconds. By seconds के अंदर आएगा over the board, I think. Yeah, as expected. Bishop takes c3 on the board. And now queen e4 has to be played. And he plays it. Okay, Param showing his class, not making any mistakes whatsoever so far. So he challenges Arjun now. And now it is a critical moment, chat. Question for you. Bishop e2 or queen e2? What do you think Arjun will play? Let's have a look at both variations. So queen e2 may takes, and this is an endgame. Jahan white is tiny bit better. Maybe you can push a little bit, but I think the likely result will be a draw. But white is playing for 2 results. That's the good news. Or you play bishop e2, and after bishop b7, you can't take the pawn abhi because bishop 3 would lose the rook, right? Queen be attacked there. So you play bishop b7, now threatening queen g2, and now you have to play f3. So this is a lot more risky, of course. For example, I can play queen e3. How do you develop your pieces? It's not easy. For the bishop d4, queen g5 now attacking g2. And now you have to play king f2. So clearly, this is also the most ambitious way to play, but it's also risky for white. So Arjun has to make a critical choice here. What do you think? Bishop e2 or queen e2? Oh, Deepai, I will read that for sure. I will quickly check that for you in a second. Let me check that in 1 second quickly, भाई. कई बार ना हम एक ही चैनल की वो पढ़ते हैं तो वो छूट जाता है. Meanwhile, okay, that just I can see it now. What do you think? How will greatest chess game played look like? The game which cannot be replaced ever. What game would that look like? That's a good question, but I think as time progresses, as engines become stronger, I think it will constantly be replaced. Because as engines get stronger, that means you can come up with new ideas, you can come up with more tactical ideas. The players themselves evolve to become stronger. That's why I think if we have a debate on who's stronger, let's say Magnus or Capablanca, we say Magnus because Magnus saw साल बाद पैदा हुआ, he had engines at his disposal, and that's why he's a stronger player. Yeah, of course other reasons, but I think one of the main reasons as well. So I think kahin na kahin pe it's very hard to have a game that cannot be replayed because the engines will get stronger, humans will adapt. भाई Elon Musk न्यूरलिंक लगा देगा दिमाग के अंदर एक ना कभी हमारे अंदर, तो भाई उस टाइम पे तो of course we will have the greatest games played then. So I would say you can have the greatest game played in a decade, maybe couple of decades, yeah, 20 years, but after that it will change. And as of now I'm not sure what the greatest game ever played is. Kai log fisher की game कहते हैं, but I'm not completely sure about that. I think we've had a lot of crazy games since then, but Fisher's game is definitely one of the top three of all time maybe. But good question, yeah, I think that's an interesting question. भाई बीच में वॉशरूम जा सकते हैं बिल्कुल भाई. भाई ऐसा थोड़ी है कि 4 घंटे की गेम है तो रोक के बैठना पड़ेगा भाई. That's not really how it works. Of course you can go to the washroom. And meanwhile chat, Arjun still thinking he has to play, I think, bishop e2 or queen e2. And if he plays queen e2, the chances of him winning goes down, but of course like he can still push and he would have no chances of losing. But I'm not sure if Arjun is super happy with what he has. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है because maybe he wanted more, yeah, out of this h4 line. Maybe he wanted a bit more. He wanted a bit more aggressive. And chat, by the way, the best move here is bishop e2. A close second best is queen e2. You know what else Arjun can play? The third best move in this position is the ridiculous king to d2. Bhai. And the game is still equal, by the way. The game is still. So this can be played. बट देर इज नो चांस. आई मीन आई वुड अगर किंग d2 खेल दिया तो एक बंदे को डायमंड मेंबरशिप 1 महीने की ऐसे ही भाई, ऐसे ही हाँ तो बिना लाइक्स के भाई दे दूंगा मैं. किंग d2 एंड ऑफ कोर्स इफ यू प्ले समथिंग लाइक I don't know, queen f4 check, then king e1, and it's a draw. But I don't think this will happen, of course. I think we will see bishop e2 or queen e2. I think one of these moves. Check to rokna hi hai. Neuralink won't increase your skills, or it will, yeah. It will not. It will definitely make. Let's say if you have Neuralink, you probably have access to opening books just like engines do. So I think it will definitely improve your chess skills 100%. So as of now, chat, we can see Param Maksudlu waiting for Arjun's move, and this is going to be an important moment. जो स्क्रीन में चेस है वो आप मूव करते हो प्लेयर्स के मूव के बाद. हाँ, आई कैन मूव इट, या बट ऑफ कोर्स आई थिंक दैट्स अंडर माय कंट्रोल. बट जो एक्चुअल मूव्स है वो प्लेयर से कंट्रोल में है, थैंकफुली भाई, वरना ब्लंडर बहुत होते हैं. चैट क्वेश्चन फॉर यू, फाइनल. अर्जुन अबाउट टू प्ले. Will he play bishop e2 or queen e2? Come on, chat. Bishop or queen? What do you think would he put on queen e2? Come on, chat. Let's go. चलने वाला है, आई थिंक 1 मिनट के अंदर चलेगा. जल्दी बताओ. What is Neuralink? Bhai, if you don't know what Neuralink is, you are in for a surprise. 2 साल वेट करो भाई, 2-3 साल. Okay, Arjun about to play. I can say, I don't know, I can sense it he's about to play now. Maybe I'm wrong, but मुझे feeling आ रही है is about to play in the next minute. I have not seen anyone who doesn't look at the board as much as Arjun. I agree. I think Hikaru probably is a close second, but even Hikaru, yeah, looks at the board because he has to give those expressions, right? Shock के वो expressions देने पड़ते हैं तो board पे देखना पड़ता है मजबूरी में उसको. But Arjun, like, he has no such demands. Bishop, queen, bishop, queen. So chat तो clearly 50-50 divided है. अर्जुन भाई आप ही डिसाइड कर दो भाई क्या चलना है. न्यू लिंक इज ऑपोजिट. अरे भाई ये क्या बोल रहे हो भाई, ये नहीं पढ़ सकता मैं. Greatest game ever look like a positional masterpiece with harmonious pieces and attack. King side will suppressing, positional aggressive attacking. I agree. It will be a combination of both. Yeah, it has to be. Like you are kind of crushing your opponent, a very strong opponent, by the way, not somebody like me, of course. Positionally and tactically both. I think that would be the greatest game for sure. अर्जुन सोच रहा होता है कि खाने में क्या खाऊंगा. भाई वो तो मैं सोचता हूँ यार. आई डोंट थिंक अर्जुन और मेरा प्रोसेस सेम है. That will be a tragic, discovery, I'm gonna say. चैट बाय द वे, लेट्स डू अ चैलेंज, ठीक है, छोटू चैलेंज। अगर अर्जुन के चलने से पहले हमारे 300 लाइक्स हो गए तो मैं एक बंदे को मेंबरशिप ऐसे ही दे दूंगा भाई। लेकिन 301 लाइक होने चाहिए, जल्दी चलो भाई, 301 लाइक बिफोर अर्जुन मूव, लेट्स गो भाई। किंग डी टू कह रहे हैं कई लोग भाई। King D2 would be hilarious, why? And somebody will get a membership, but I'll be shocked. King D2 is kind of doesn't have a point, yeah, because I can always give a check and force you back. You're not going to come to D3 now because then you start losing the game. So वापस ही आना है, so it doesn't make sense to put the king on D2. If I could go to C1, maybe, but even then I'm not convinced. But it is possible. It's not losing. You can do it. That's the main thing. I think Aronian Anand is a great contender. I love That's my favorite game of all time, by the way. Like that's my favorite game. I'm not sure if everyone will agree. Like it depends on who our idols are also, right? For me, it is Vishy, Magnus. So obviously, like it's going to be one of those players. But somebody who's maybe living abroad, maybe it's like Caruana for them, and it might be different. Come on, come on, come on, come on. अर्जुन भाई, चैट के 200 लाइक हो गए हैं, 100 लाइक चल दो वरना उनको मेंबरशिप मिल जाएगी। So Arjun could think for 30 minutes here and chat. He will definitely get the membership. सिर्फ अर्जुन के हाथ में है भाई. So Arjun still scratching his head. Meanwhile, no, I think King H2 has been played in the Pragg game, so it's very obvious what he's planning. I think no points for guessing, no emphasis guessing कि भाई क्या खेलने वाला है वो. F4 incoming next. So he is gearing up for an attack here. So बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में. And time पे भी 12 मिनट आ गए हैं. So things looking amazing. And Arvind के C4 के बाद E6 was played, the best move. C takes, and now knight takes D5. But I feel kahin na kahin pe I have one point in the center still, and I have a slight lead in development because the bishop on D7 rather looks stupid, to be honest. It would rather be on C8, I think. So मुझे लग रहा है कहीं ना कहीं पे कि white is slightly better. And again, clock पे भी 8 मिनट आगे. So things looking good for the Indian players in all three games so far. And has Arjun played so far? No moves yet, chat. And there you see a chat bar लगभग बराबर है, but still कहीं ना कहीं पे there is no pressure on the Indian players. That's the good news. भाई मुझे लगता है कि गुकेश और अर्जुन अभी यंग है, वो मैग्नस से ज्यादा अच्छा खेलते हैं. पॉसिबल, इट इज पॉसिबल. दैट्स व्हाट मैग्नस सेड बाय द वे. दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ही सेड कि अभी के लिए मुझे नेक्स्ट गोट नहीं दिख रहा, बट मे बी इट कुड हैपन. मे बी गुकेश वुड डू इट, एंड दैट्स व्हाट एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ही मैग्नस सेड. थैंक यू वेद भाई. अर्जुन स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर द चैट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. पूरे अर्जुन भाई दिलदार है भाई, मेंबरशिप तुम्हें देके ही रहेगा. अर्जुन की ज्यादा एंटरटेनिंग होते हैं. आई थिंक इट्स बेसिकली लाइक अर्जुन की प्रेपरेशन ना हैज बीन शार्पर. So Pragg ki preparation, for example, what he played today is quite solid. He is planning an attack, by the way. 10 move baad, maybe this will be completely different, but his opening moves were quite solid. Same for Arvind, yeah, like G3, knight F3, like very, very solid start. But Arjun just goes like crazy by, like that's why some people call him the madman. Yeah, he's like insane, like insanely strong player, and he's done so well in the recent past, in the last couple of years, and he just keeps doing so. So India number one, by the way, do not forget, he is the India number one and world number four right now, even ahead of Gukesh. How would you rate 23 chess championship final game? 23 world championship game? I mean, you mean the one where Carlsen and Nepo played? I wouldn't rate it that high. I think like itna high to nahi hoga. Who is your favorite Indian player from Indian player among men and women? I think if you mean purely chess, I would say, yeah, it's very hard to not choose Mukesh, right? Because he became the world champion. Kahin na kahin pe, you kind of feel ki him becoming the world champion has given chess a lot of growth, which nothing else can do. But of course, I really also like Arjun's style. Like his style is so aggressive कि बड़ा मजा आता है देखने में. But of course, I also then like Pragg's play and Arvind's. I mean, it's very hard to choose, yeah. It's very, very hard to choose actually. And by the way, he plays Queen to E2 chat, so maybe you missed that like, but ठीक है 500 like तो membership मिलेगी Queen E2. So maybe he saw कि Bishop E2 के बाद After bishop e2, bishop b7, f3, queen e3, this queen is kind of preventing me from castling on both sides and it's not as comfortable. शायद मुझे queen d2 खेलना ही पड़ेगा या queen d4 खेलना ही पड़ेगा. So might as well trade the queens right now. And of course, black should trade queens. या तो मारना चाहिए या फिर bishop b7 खेलना चाहिए. He should not play something like queen f5. That would again be insanely difficult to handle, and now white will destroy black. So I think he has to trade queens, चाहे वो मारे या bishop b7 खेले. Diplomatic नहीं है भाई. It's like, somebody asking you कि which is your favorite destination in the world, yeah? So you will say, you know what यार, लास वेगस मस्त जगह है यार, क्या मस्त है भाई, ऐसे रात को भी सिटी जागती है. Then suddenly Switzerland comes to mind, यार क्या सुंदर, मैंने वीडियोस देखी स्विट्जरलैंड की, क्या जगह है भाई. And then suddenly, you remember कि भाई, जापान भी बड़ा अच्छा है. ओ जापान कितनी क्रेजी प्लेस है, planned, super fast trains. Then you know कि भाई, so you can go city wise, country by country, and you can start loving everything. It's very hard to choose, yeah? You want to go and travel to each country at one point. By the way, best move played by Param Maksudlu. Bishop b7. So far, he has been absolutely on point. And very interesting detail now, chat. Look at this. f3 is the best move. And now, if Param wants to really spice up the game, he can take this. That will be, roughly equal, but I think only white can be slightly better, right? So Param will have to defend for a while here. If he really wants complete equality, he has to play queen f4. And as you can see, that really raises the stakes because now I can play rook h3, preventing this check. I can play bishop d2, attacking your queen, and then castle. So that really makes the game much more exciting. So depends how confident now Param is feeling. Does he want to defend a slightly worse position? Or does he want to really go on the offensive attack? So f3 is the move which basically forces the question. Or Arjun could take as well, I think also a possibility. Choosing between Pragg, Arjun, and Gukesh is like choosing between Dhoni, Virat, and Rohit. You might have personal biases, but they're all our sporting heroes. Exactly, Shivam bhai. Although I think among those cricket comparisons, I think probably Virat is the top, right? So I don't know if you want to. Virat can be Gukesh, Dhoni can be Arjun, Rohit can be Pragg, yeah, whatever that conversion is. But at the end, maybe one player is more popular than the other. But at the end, choosing as a chess player, chess skills wise, it's very hard to choose. Yeah, like among all these three, and even more, by the way, Arvind coming up, Vishy sir, to bhai, always there, of course. And then, of course, you have Vidit, you have Nihal, you have Hari Krishna, you have like so many players, Ronak, and like so many players. So full pressure here, and Arjuna, of course, will have to make that choice. He will trade queens. So let's go to the game of Pragg now. And by the way, chat, Bishop G2 आया है, Rook B8, castles, Bishop C5, Rook B1, castles, and King H2. And I am not completely convinced about Black's move. Maybe H6, okay, it prevents Bishop G5, but also gives me a hook to attack you later. So H6 hai. And now chat, of course, F4. Like this is what we have been planning for. King S2 side kar diya hai. And after F4, the stakes are extremely high. For example, अगर आप ये मारते हो, that's already a slight error. I can now take with the pawn, open the G file. कल को Queen E1, Queen G3 आ सकता है. I can now take with the knight, for example, and the knight controls the D5 square. I can take with the bishop, for example, attacks X6, Queen D2, and you can imagine all havoc breaking loose. So कहीं ना कहीं पे, if I had to predict, chat, who has the best chance of winning today among Arjun, Pragg, and Arvind? As of now, it does feel like it is Pragg. Like his position now slowly gearing up for a devastating attack. आ, सागर भाई को भूल गए. भाई हम प्लेयर्स की बात कर रहे हैं ना भाई. 2700 प्लेयर. सागर भाई तो कमेंटेटर हुए ना भाई, प्लेयर थोड़ी हुए. टिकू भाई, विल यू प्ले रैपिड गेम? भाई कभी खेलेंगे ऑफ कोर्स एट सम अदर पॉइंट. अभी तो भाई थोड़ा बिजी है हम लोग इंडियन प्लेयर्स को चीयर करते हुए. लेट्स सी व्हाट दे पुल ऑफ हियर. एंड एज ऑफ नाउ Pragg. भाई साहज भाई कान से नहीं खेल रहे तो सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं भाई. देखो एवरीबडी केयर्स फॉर साहज भाई. एवरीबडी लव साहज. So no move. By the way, Arjun has traded queen. So Arjun does not want to calculate what happens after f3. Queen takes, bishop takes, and queen side castles. And Chad, I think Arjun is still slightly better. एंड वो एडवांटेज प्रिडोमिनेंटली कम्स फ्रॉम दिस पॉन. कहीं ना कहीं जाके रुक H4, रुक G4 विल पुट अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर ऑन दिस पॉन, एंड ब्लैक के लिए डिफेंड करना इतना आसान नहीं है. इफ यू प्ले G6, आई कैन फॉर एग्जाम्पल यार G6 लेट्स से, आई कैन ऑलवेज टेक एंड ये पॉन स्ट्रक्चर थोड़ा 3 पॉन आइलैंड है, इट्स अ बिट ब्रोकन. So white can potentially push a little bit, yeah. So that's why I think Arjun is still slightly better, and you're basically playing for two results. Also, your pawn, even though it's blocking the bishop, gives white a lot more space. So, for example, d5 is not possible, d6 is not possible, because I can just take this pawn and it's a free pawn. My rook defends this pawn. So, end pass में भाई लोग बहुत जरूरी, and that's why I think ये भी इसको भी लात पड़ेगी एक बार, चाहे वो rook d4 से हो, rook h4 से हो, f3 से हो. So, कहीं ना कहीं white still a little bit better in this game, and परम का जीतना almost नामुमकिन है इस पोजीशन से. Tikawai, what about Vidit Gujarati current form? I think Vidit was busy. He got married recently. That really covers up some part of your life to, some extent. He played very well qualifying for the freestyle event in Paris. And I think we'll have to see. Yeah, but like he has mentioned that he also wants to do content. He wants to stream. So I think कितना time वो देते हैं professional chess को उस पर भी बहुत depend करता है. But of course, he won the gold Olympiad at the Olympiad, right, along with the team. So I think kahin na kahin pe if he gives a lot of time, he can of course reach 2750, even higher. But of course, it depends on how much time he gives it. But as of now, Param Maksudlu giving as much time as he can to this move. He's not that much behind now. I think he's caught up on the clock. So position roughly balanced. By the way, going to the Arvind game, I think this is where we left it. Knight c3, challenge करते हुए central knight को, and of course black plays bishop c6, defending that knight. And chat, by the way, यहाँ पे very interesting. So let's say knight d5, bishop d5. Chat, what do you play? White to play. What is your move? Let's go. Because it is very interesting actually. Not something I would play. Like I would not play knight d5 here, but it is the first preference of the engine. Very, very interesting. So let's say knight d5. Even bishop d5 is a move. Wow. That's very interesting to me. So let's say knight d5, chat. Bishop. What do you play as white? White to play, chat. What is the best move? Do you think Arjun will cross 2800? Yeah, it is difficult, but it is definitely possible. I think it's not unimaginable. The thing is, यहाँ पे there are players who are weaker than Arjun, right? And Arjun is known to be pretty strong against them. Like he's known to absolutely destroy below 2700 chess players. So that means he can get a couple, 3-4 wins under his belt very quickly. So it is possible because of that reason. And his form bhi badhiya hai. He has just played Norway chess, right? And he's played Magnus, he's played Hikaru, he's played Fabi, he's played Gukesh, he's played Wei. So he's also had some tough competition, and this will definitely be slightly easier. So kahin na kahin pe he can actually cross that, I think, and Hikaru will start panicking if that happens. E4 indeed. You kick the bishop. And now if bishop c6, d5, and this is already dangerous. For example, takes, bishop d7, queen e2, and you resign. Over. Queen e7 खेला तो bishop e3, and now I think we're gonna castle. कभी d6 आएगा, and you simply cannot develop your pieces. For example, आपको bishop डेवलप करना है, कैसे करोगे? You try to go g6, I will play rook d1, bishop g7, and d6, and the game is over. It's completely over already. So यहाँ पे threats खतरनाक है. And if knight d5, bishop d5, e4, you have to play bishop c4. I think that's the only move. And now there is queen a4 check. King, bishop. फिर b5 खेलना पड़ेगा. So, and now the queen drops back. IDS b3, trapping the bishop. So बहुत complicated position actually. Even though it's like an opening position, it is extremely complicated. Even bishop d5 is a move. If you take with the bishop, again the same idea of trying to kick your bishop away, and it's equally strong. So you will have to take with the pawn now, but that's not what you want to do. But of course, यहाँ पे हमारा भी king side थोड़ा weak हो गया है. So we will have to calculate कि भाई, is it worth sacrificing the bishop pair? So I kind of like knight d5 more because my king remains safe. So Arvind calculating all these possibilities right now. I expect him to take some time here. Hikaru got better after streaming. I agree. I think he did get better. I think also pressure nahi hota na. Like he knows ki regardless of how he plays, he will get paid the same. So that is really beneficial. By the way, f4 played. So great move by Pragg, and another great move by his opponent. Opens his rook's file. Pawn takes c4. And now I think black knight to d4 खेल सकता है. And white का कोई भी pawn नहीं है जो इस नाइट को धक्का मार सके, इसका मतलब ये नाइट यहीं बैठा रहेगा. यू कुड प्ले बिशप b3 फॉर एग्जांपल, बट नाउ नाइट टेक्स c2, क्वीन टेक्स c2, एंड यूर एक्सचेंजिंग मोर एंड मोर पीसेस, एंड उससे व्हाइट के अटैक करने के चांसेस थोड़े कम हो गए फॉर एग्जांपल. एंड ऑफ कोर्स ब्लैक का रुक इज नाउ अटैकिंग b2. सो थोड़ा बहुत ब्लैक भी बढ़िया बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं अभी फिलहाल के लिए ब्लैक, बट ऑफ कोर्स टाइम पे थोड़ा 12 मिनट पीछे. एंड Pragg is asking the question. So Pragg still in the driver's seat. भाई Pragg की बॉटल ढक्का नहीं रही है भाई. That's not a good sign. Pragg's India rank is currently number 3 and world rank is number 6. If he wins today, his world rank will be number 5 and India rank will be number 2 at least. So he is playing for huge stakes today for sure. Uh, what's Pragg's current all India rank? हाँ वो तुमने बोल दिया. Okay. Your thoughts about Sagar Shah and Sautam Gautam chess current drama? Yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with Sagar Bhai's viewpoint there. I think everybody is important. Like to compare, Levy and Sagar or even anybody for that matter. Like Samay, like he's quite different to everybody else in the chess ecosystem, right? His contribution might actually be maximum, but he's quite different. So I think it's very unfair to compare people. I think it's like वो ट्विटर पे काफी टाइम से कुछ ट्वीट नहीं किया होता ना, तो यू ट्वीट दैट स्टफ, बट यूजुअली कंपैरिजन इज द रूट ऑफ ऑल इवल्स इन जनरल, चाहे खुद करो या दूसरों से करो. Pragg drank water. I know why. I know he did, and he just walked off. So now his opponent is thinking, and as he does, let's. By the way, Arvind has taken on d5. He has played that move. So now Vokhidov has to be careful. ED5 would be close to loss, by the way, because ED5 के बाद knight F5 घुस रहा है. So I'm going to castle, put the knight on F5, and this is going to be torture. By the way, E4 भी आ रहा है as white. This is going to be torture. So he has to take with the bishop, and after E4, he has to play bishop C4. Otherwise, this could be another miniature for Vokhidov. He's going to regret that very much. Who do you think is the most talented chess player of all time? Oh, Bapre. I think it's Sultan Khan and Casablanca. Your thoughts? Yeah, talent now it's very hard to measure because कोई बंदा हो सकता है जिसकी रेटिंग like 2200 हो 2186 हो and he might be the most talented. कभी खेला नहीं ढंग से, तो talent is very subjective. Like इसलिए कह रहा हूँ. So इसलिए मुझे talent measure करना is very difficult. क्या चेस फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया चेस में सैलरी पे करती है? आई डोंट थिंक सो देयर इज एनी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जैसे क्रिकेट में होता है. देयर शुड बी आइडियली एटलीस्ट फॉर द टॉप 10 players of both women and open section. I'm not aware of this, but players do have like some contracts with some government companies, oil companies and so on, so they do get paid a base amount from these companies. So ऐसा नहीं है कि they are completely on their own. Do you think somebody can become a GM without coaching? Yes, they can, but probability का खेल है ना भाई. So if let's say कि I want to become Virat Kohli, if I have Virat Kohli as a coach, then my probability goes up drastically. So same way, if you don't have a coach, your probability goes down drastically. So maybe you have a 0.001% chance of doing it. With a coach, it might be 1%. So that's the difference. Who's just a genius? पॉल मॉर्फी अपने टाइम के थे, मैग्नस आज के टाइम के हैं. उससे पहले कस्पारोव था, उससे पहले it was maybe Karpov, then it was maybe Karpov, I don't know, like maybe yes, and then it was Fischer, then it was I don't know, like there's always one guy. uh, Tiku talent is hard to measure. Yes, actually. आप भी लाइव खेला करो, हम चाहते हैं आप जीएम बनते हैं. अरे बिल्कुल भाई, हम भी जीएम कभी बनेंगे यार. आई थिंक आई एम गोना ट्राई मे बी नेक्स्ट लाइफ टाइम या समथिंग लाइक दैट सून. सो मीनवाइल सून नहीं भाई, होपफुली नॉट सून एक्चुअली, बट फिलहाल के लिए नाइट d5 मार दिया है. सो वोकिडोव जी कल के नाइटमेयर्स उनको याद आ रहे हैं, कितना स्ट्रेस हुआ था कल ओपनिंग गलती करके. सो ही बेटर टेक विद द बिशप. ऑफ कोर्स क्वीन से नहीं मार सकते, बिशप है, पॉन से मारेंगे तो व्हाइट इज लिटरली क्लोज टू विनिंग. ही हैज टू टेक with the bishop. He can also take this pawn, by the way. But usually ye chale na, like they don't work out long term. You have to be very precise. I think bishop d5 is the move he has to play. I think Sagar Shah and Levy should start the race to become GM to resolve the issue. I think Levy will do that, yaar. It's not about how strong the players are. Sagar works a lot more hours, I think, mere hisab se, than Levy. Purely because Levy is just one or two people. He makes videos, it works. Sagar does commentary for so many hours. Then he will have, he will have to manage the store which he has. Then he will have to travel. Then he'll have to record footage. Then so he has a lot more stuff to do, I feel, than Levy. So Levy will have a lot more free time. And that means Levy will do better. And also Levy plays a lot more, right? So I think Levy a content uske around hai, like how much he plays. So he has recently learned. So I think Levy will probably do it quicker. Vishy is of course a genius, bhai. I think definitely a genius. Like both, I think hard worker and genius. It's just ki I think probably during his era, like they were the greatest two players of all time, like Kasparov and Magnus playing. Maybe that's why you don't consider him the greatest of that era. Maybe like you can still I still do one of the greatest, of course, but some might not do so because of that reason. But he's definitely a genius and like hard worker. There's no doubt. By if you've seen his attacking games, by by well, Aronian game is my personal best game of all time. Like there's no doubt, not even a close second. Yeah, anything comes close to it. By the way, Vishay played. So he plays the best move, and Arvind will play pawn to e4, and black better not drop that bishop to c6. Varna bhai tehlka mat jayega bhai. So Arvind is gonna play e4, I think. Otherwise, bishop knight d5 doesn't make any sense. World Cup is in November, by the way. Is he the guy who refused? I think so. Yes, yeah. I think कल भी किसी ने पूछा था, but not so relevant for us. Arvind now should play pawn to e4. Let's go, Arvind. What do you think? Which is the best queen stack of till date? I think one where I think आपकी बंदी छोड़ के चलेगी. Sorry. I don't know actually. Even I've sacked some great queens, but I think overall. Hard to say actually, which is the best one. I think I kind of like the Magnus Queen sacrifice against. It was a Chinese player. I forgot one of his games. I think it was Qatar Masters May, but it's very hard to choose. I think Fischer's Queen sacrifice was probably one of the best, maybe. Upcoming India USA match, by that'll be crazy. But the sad part is it's a one-day event. I think that's the only sad part. कि एक ही दिन में खत्म हो जाएगा यार. लंबा होना चाहिए था. By the way, e4 played. Let's go, Arvind. Putting on the pressure, attacking the bishop. And now bishop के पास दो ही square है. And दोनों में से bishop is huge trouble after d5. Look at the bar, by the way, go up. So you better not play that. And now you have to play bishop to c4. So Yakubov still struggling in the opening, even in game number 2. That's true, भाई. भाई बस भाई educated game. मजाक कर रहा था भाई. हाउ टू इम्प्रूव मिडिल गेम. अरे भाई पहले ओपनिंग एंड गेम मिडिल गेम तीनों इंप्रूव कर लोगे तो आप भी जीएम बन जाओगे भाई. ये लोग क्या करेंगे? विजुलाइज नहीं हो पा रहा है भाई. प्ले अ गेम विद योर फ्रेंड ऑन योर फोन. सो फोन का इस्तेमाल अच्छे काम के लिए करो एक बार के लिए. कॉल योर फ्रेंड and just play a game over the phone without looking at the board. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C, bishop C4. Just play a game. That's one of the best ways, the simplest ways. So meanwhile, Yakubov struggling. He better play bishop c4. Let's have a look at the Arjun game. By the way, few updates there. So after this, bishop e7 was played, and now Arjun plays rook d4. Just हमने कहा था कि इसको लाते पड़ेंगी bishop को. The bishop has to choose now. A good move by the way by Arjun. कि आपको यहाँ जाना है कि आपको यहाँ जाना है, मुझे अभी बता दो. बाद में change नहीं हो सकता. So he's forcing the question before black can fully develop and have a clear picture of where the bishop belongs. He's forcing that question. You can't play f5 because I will take n%. Same for d5. So आपको चलना पड़ेगा. If you play bishop h7, you are putting pressure on c2 on the kings, where the king is. But if you're playing, bishop b7, that's also a good square. You defend a6, you keep the queen side defended, and you also put pressure on g2. So कहीं ना कहीं पे black wants to put the bishop on both squares. Right? ब्लैक कह रहा है वो फ्लैश की तरह एक रेमनेंट निकाल के मैं एक बिशप b7 पे रख दूं, एक बिशप h7 पे. बट दैट्स नॉट रियली पॉसिबल. Arvind queen sack. अच्छा हाँ, that is also one of the best ones. But I think Fischer's one was better though. Fischer का queen sack was definitely better than that one, I feel. वो क्वीन c3 का पैटर्न ना, इट इज वेल नोन. आई थिंक क्वीन c3 वाले की बात कर रहे हो आप लोग. दैट पैटर्न एटलीस्ट इज नोन. फिशर वाला वाज अ न्यू पैटर्न देयर, कंप्लीटली न्यू पैटर्न. By the way, still I think some pressure on Maqsoodlu. Pragg की गेम पे नजर मारे तो his opponent has played knight to d4. So फिलहाल के लिए Samshidin Wokidov making no mistakes. He's also a youngster, charged up. This is an opportunity for him to strike and get some huge victories under his belt. So Pragg has to be careful. But if I had to choose a color, white or black. I'm still gonna choose white because that's how dominant his position is. So it's just easier to play as white. My plans are simple: bishop e3, f5, bring the bishop, queen d2, take. And my plans are simple. Black की moves थोड़ी complicated है. For example, कहाँ जाएगा ये bishop? d7, e6, b7, a6. Like it's not completely clear where the bishop belongs. Queen कहाँ जाएगी? e7. रुक कहां जाएगा? F8 पे अटैक करने के लिए या E8 पे यहां पे डालने के लिए? It's not completely clear. That's why I think I would prefer to be white here, and Pragg still should be slightly better. परम has a better accuracy. Yeah, but I think accuracy doesn't matter there because white पहली चाल चलता है तो कई बार you can have a better accuracy and you can still be worse. And I think in that position, I would rather be Arjun than Maqsoodlu for sure. By the way, bishop c6 played, so he commits here. But now, for example, rook g4 is a move. So we couldn't bring this rook in time, but we brought this one. And now if you, let's say, castle, maybe bishop d3. And kahin na kahin, I still feel ki white is better, yaar. It almost feels like I'm attacking without the queens. ऐसी feeling से आ रही है देख के. And I don't know what else can you play. If you play rook g8 already, bishop d3, bishop s7 is scary. By the way, rook h3 played. भाई अर्जुन कह रहा है मेरे रुक्स आएंगे, मेरे करण अर्जुन आएंगे भाई. भाई क्लियरली रुक से खेलना अर्जुन को बहुत पसंद है भाई. लाइक ही इज नॉट गुड. बिशप भी डेवलप नहीं हुआ बाय द वे. बोथ बिशप्स आर नॉट डूइंग दैट मच राइट नाउ, बट रुक्स आर एंटरिंग द गेम. एंड इफ यू कैसल, आई थिंक हिज प्लान इज rook g3. And if you pass the move, then rook g4 and you resign. The game is over. Khatam. So that's why I think after castles, rook g3, you will have to play f5. That's the only move. And if you play rook g4, then I think f5 again. And this time it comes with tempo. So maybe rook g3 is a slightly better move. And of course, not to forget, it also prepares g4 in some cases because pehle, this pawn was pinned. So now my g pawn is free to move. And I can also bring this rook to d3 to put pressure here if required. So काफी logical move hai. I can also play rook e3, f4, g4. So काफी multi-purpose move hai Arjun ki rook h3. सिद्धार्थ गेम देखो, अफसर का टक्कर दे रहा है. रियली भाई, अब्दुल सर ऑफ नोदरबेग को टक्कर देना आसान नहीं है. एंड बाय द सिंदार ऑफ डिड विन यस्टरडे. सो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गेम है. बोथ दीस प्लेयर्स बाय द, अच्छा वी डोंट हैव, अच्छा वी हैव द कैमरास. बोथ दीस प्लेयर्स बाय द वे वन यस्टरडे. सो जो भी जीतेगा दूसरा बंदा हारने वाला है. इसका मतलब है अर्जुन विंस टुडे, ही कुड इवन हैव सो लीड if these two guys draw. So काफी important moment है. We'll keep an eye on this game. But हमारा main focus रहेगा Indian players के ऊपर, जहां पे we focus on Pragg. And by the way, f5 on the board. Hello bishop and h6. जो मैंने कहा था, ये h6 can be a target. And chat, next move g4 आने वाला है. So Pragg is about to launch an attack. Let's go, bhai log. Pragg is ready. By the way, wait. Oh, let's go to Yakubov game. So he did play bishop c6. भाई याकूबोव के सतमा खत्म नहीं हो रहा है भाई. खतरनाक टूर्नामेंट जा रहा है उनके ओपोनेंट्स के लिए. एक्चुअली he had to play bishop c4 as we discussed. Queen a4 check, b5, queen d1, and now b4. Letting the bishop out was the way to play here. But understandable, not an easy move to play this. He goes for bishop c6. Has Arvind played d5? He has. Wow. And of course, you do not want to take this. It's already lost. So finally, Yakubov finding the best move, cutting, the castling rights for Arvind's king. If I could castle here, I think I will be close to winning. And now Arvind has to continue the attack without, being able to castle. So how can he do so? He is clearly better now. +1 for Arvind. भाई याकूबोव का टूर्नामेंट अच्छा नहीं जा रहा है भाई. क्लियरली not the best event for Yakubov. Not a good start. But anyways, I think regardless, Arvind, if he wins, he will enter the world top 10 again. In fact, he will enter the world top 9 unless Nepo manages to win, because Nepo lost yesterday. So kahin na kahin pe, this is a golden opportunity for Arvind to catch up with the other Indian youngsters. Can he do so? Important moment, chat. And let's have a look. How can he continue the attack? So bishop c6 was the mistake by his opponent. यही opponent कल अर्जुन के साथ गलती करे, आज अरविंद के साथ, कल प्रग के साथ भी ऐसा कर सकते हैं. d5 bishop b5, and now he has to find bishop to d2. If black were to play, first of all, yeah, random move bishop e7, you now take on e6, and if black takes back, now queen h5 check, and the game is over. Because g6 there is knight g6. Very important. Okay? So going back, why can't I just take directly? I can't take directly because of queen d1. So bishop d2 is basically avoiding queen takes d1 and threatening d takes e6, followed by queen h5, winning the game. So it is a winning move. If black makes one more mistake, bishop d2 is a devastating attack. It looks like the most boring move in the position, but it is the most dangerous one. If black were to take this pawn, ed5 anyways, and if queen e7 check, bishop e3 now, and d6 is incoming, b7 hanging, by castle we कभी ना कभी होगा, a4 आएगा attacking the bishop as well, and this is already lost. By the way, knight f5, oh my god, this is over. So going back, I think bishop d2 is not easy though. Something else that can be really good is probably queen b3. Just getting the queen out, attacking the bishop. And now, if you play bishop a6, d6 is again winning. You can see how I win a pawn. So, आपको यहाँ खेलना पड़ेगा queen to b6. And now I take, you take, and bishop h3, and the attack goes on. So, कहीं ना कहीं, Arvind has multiple ways to get a better position, but the best move is not easy. If Arvind finds bishop d2, that would be ridiculously impressive, but very hard move to find. Like even for Magnus Carlsen to find bishop d2 would be very, very difficult. Chad, do you think he finds bishop d2? I don't think so. He finds bishop d2. Yeah, very unlikely. If he does, that will be wow. That will be a wow moment, I think. Rapport play London against Nepo. Wow, Rapport तो भाई अलग ही बंदा है भाई. उसकी ओपनिंग चॉइसेस हमेशा क्रेजी रहती है. तो आज लंदन खेला तो भाई थोड़ा बैलेंस जाएगा. Chat, come on, bishop d2, not at the same pace. India has 6-7 players above 265. Uzbek has only 3. I would say India has 7 players above 2700 already, by the way, not 2650. So इतना पावरफुल हो चुके हैं हम कि भाई खुद को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है. It's like going to the gym and expecting to lose like 3 kgs and you lost 7. You're like, wow, bro, I lost 7 kgs. I thought I lost 3. Right? Nice. He will be able to. Raga, I hope so, yeah, he can do it, but it's not an obvious move, right? Because what is the idea? The idea is to avoid queen d1. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Like you also see your king is under pressure, right? Because you can't castle. So very difficult move to play. But I think queen b3 or जो हमने देखा, and even bishop f4 I think is a more logical move. So for example, if you play bishop e7, now I can play queen g4 and start attacking you. And if you castle, for example, then I castle queenside, and that's how I solve the problem. But again, even this is not easy to castle queenside. So Arvind will have to find some extremely difficult moves, and maybe this is not as simple as it was for Arjun yesterday, because Arvind's moves are also not easy. Queen with is natural. I agree, Mr. H. I think that's the point. That's what I would play, I think. Attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. You can take first, I think, but the problem is queen d1. So that's why I think queen b3 directly attacking the pawn and attacking the bishop is a much more human idea. And Yakubov still staring at his opponent. It didn't work yesterday. Might not work today as well. Olympiad 26 में है इसी शहर में जिसमें टूर्नामेंट है. Ooh, interesting. You're right, I think. You're right, I think. Oof, come on, Arvind, you can do this. Meanwhile, chat, quick update on the Pragg game. F5, A5 खेल दिया है. So Pragg should launch with now G4 and keep the attack going. So Pragg in the driver's seat. Time पे भी 11 मिनट आगे. And of course, if we go to the game of Arjun now for a second, Rook H3 के बाद his opponent is still thinking. The fact that Maqsoodlu is still thinking means that he's feeling some pressure. For example, उनकी best move यहाँ G5 है. which is not easy to allow this damage to his structure. So kahin na kahin pe some pressure on Maqsoodlu still, and Arjun will push for a long, long while. So going back to the Arvind game, jahan pe we have a better position, will he find bishop d2 or queen b3? Let's see. Sahil, why not showing a video? Because I think यार यहाँ पे ना cameras are zoomed out a bit, so I will full screen में देखने में थोड़ा close up दिखता है players का. शक्ल दिखा सकते हैं भाई, इधर ही बैठा हूँ मैं, but I think in general याकूब भाई स्टेयर कब कर रहे हैं हमें पता नहीं लगेगा भाई. हेलो हेलो हेलो, व्हाट्स चैट, मी हियर एज यूजुअल. लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन भाई. याकूब भाई की स्टेयर्स देखना बहुत, अरे मैं फुल स्क्रीन नहीं भाई. मेरी भाई टेकिंग मजे. यो चैट, मेरी भाई भी मजे ले रहे हैं भाई. And meanwhile, chat, Arvind bhai maj lete hue, and we are still looking at the game. Still a lot of pressure, I'm gonna say, on both players because we are only 11 moves in, and kahin na kahin pe look at the clock. They have used up like 35 minutes for 10, 11 moves, which is not normal, right? And the game is still extremely complicated. So expect time pressure unless Arvind can squeeze out a win very quickly. So full pressure on both players. Come on, Arvind, come on, you can do this. You can do this. You can do this. Bishop d2 would be ridiculous, actually. Like, I wouldn't find Bishop d2 in, like, humanity will colonize the entire galaxy, and I will not find Bishop d2. That's how difficult that is. Um, Magnus, maybe if he thinks for an hour, he might find Bishop d2. So Arvind ke liye, it's going to be extremely difficult. वीडियो के लिए पे करना पड़ता है क्या? हाँ भाई, लाइक्स से. लाइक्स पे 1000 लाइक पे फेस रिवील. लेट्स गो. आज स्टिल इन पनवेल नहीं, आई एम नॉट इन पनवेल नाउ यार, आई एम बैक टू फरीदाबाद. तो वापस मैं अपने नॉर्मल शहर में आ चुका हूँ. Arvind about to play. I'm sensing he's nodding his head, yeah. So I think he has seen something. Whether it is Queen B3 or Bishop D2, I don't know. But he's definitely seen something. We saw him nodding his head. Come on, Arvind. याकूब भाई एक स्टेयर देंगे भी, देखना अगले 30 सेकंड में एक स्टेयर आएगा भाई, देख लेना तुम. Come on, Bishop D2. भाई टिक्कू गरम मसाला क्या होता है भाई? Still no moves, still no moves. Important moment है by the way. मीन्स पनवेल वॉज अब नॉर्मल. नहीं अब नॉर्मल तो नहीं था पनवेल, बट यार हर कोई पनवेल निकलता रहता है यार, पॉपुलेशन बहुत ज्यादा है वहाँ की. तो मैंने कहा छोड़ो यार, वहाँ से निकलते हैं हम लोग. हर कोई जाता है पनवेल, हम वहाँ से निकलेंगे. यू वांट बी डिफरेंट भाई, यू वांट स्टैंड आउट, जस्ट लाइक द बिशप डी टू मूव. पॉन मूव यार, पॉन मूव ना कहाँ, कौन सी पॉन, यू ना आई वांट टू टेक दिस बट आई कांट यार. क्वीन डी1 आ रहा है, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. सो यू कांट रियली मूव द पॉन, एंड डी6 पे तो वो फ्री का पॉन है. आई जस्ट टेक इट बिशप से या ना क्वीन से. पनीर टिक्कू मसाला भाई, पनीर मेरी फेवरेट डिश है भाई, सो आई डोंट रियली माइंड दैट. बट फिलहाल के लिए अरविंद, चलो 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 चलो, कम ऑन अरविंद. You see, he pulled up his chair. I think he saw something. You know, our body language sometimes gives out clues as to how we are feeling. If you're depressed, आपकी आंखें ऐसे थोड़ी थकी हुई होंगी. You know, your shoulders will be slooped down. You will be sitting in a bad posture. अगर आपका confident हो, you'll be sitting up straight. You'll pull up your chair. Like you can sense कि he has seen something. But has he seen Bishop D2 is the question. I think not. I would be shocked if he finds Bishop D2. हाँ, Bishop D2, वही idea भाई. We want to give that pawn. So if you take this pawn now, idea is ed5. ठीक है? And if you, for example, play bishop e7 and continue, I'm going to play knight f5. And next d6 आ रहा है, bishop c3 आ रहा है, queen g4 आ रहा है. For example, if you castle, queen b3 भी आ रहा है, attacking the bishop. I will castle queen side and I will launch a huge attack, by the way. खतरनाक attack है g7. Bishop c3 आएगा भाई अभी. Imagine combining the knight and the bishop here. So it's still very complicated. And if you give this check, for example, then now bishop e3, knight f5 incoming, d6 incoming, and it's very, very a4, queen b3. इतने सारे option है भाई कि it's gonna be difficult for black to calculate all the possibilities. It's not like the Arjun game कि जहाँ पे it's just completely winning and +5 हो रहा है, but it is clearly better दैट्स द थिंग एंड प्रैक्टिकल प्ले में वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू डिफेंड. सारे भाई गाजियाबाद आ जाओ भाई. गाजियाबाद आने में भाई बहुत टाइम लगता है. अरे दिल्ली का ट्रैफिक बहुत है. आई नो इट्स नॉट मुंबई बैड ट्रैफिक, बट इट्स स्टिल प्रीटी बैड यार. भाई आज तो याकूब भाई स्ट्रेचिंग कर रहे हैं भाई. लाइक आई आई डोंट थिंक ही सेंसेस की पोजीशन कितनी बेकार है आफ्टर बिशप D2. इफ ही न्यू आई थिंक ही वुड बी अ लॉट मोर वरीड. जैसे यस्टरडे यू कुड सी इट ऑन हिज फेस. Pragg chat, I think no update since then. F5 के बाद कोई update नहीं आया है. So Pragg is still thinking. And Arjun also no updates. After Rook H3, his opponent is still thinking. So no updates in those two games so far. भाई गुड़गांव में तो लिटरली 1 BH के 4-4 करोड़ के बिक रहे हैं भाई. तो अनलेस somebody has 4 crores, आई थिंक गुड़गांव तो मैं शिफ्ट नहीं हो सकता भाई. और मिलने गुड़गांव कौन जाएगा भाई, बहुत दूर है. भाई मुंबई के बाद गुड़गांव ही सबसे महंगा शहर हो गया भाई दुनिया में, इंडिया में एटलीस्ट. एक बंदा कह रहा है पाकिस्तान गोना विन दिस मैच. व्हाट? ये कहां से आया भाई? क्वीन B6 खेल सकते हैं, यू मीन एज ब्लैक? um I think I think you mean queen B3 probably. Yeah, that is one of the best moves. That is one of the best moves. आपने queen trade avoid कर लिया. You attack the pawn, then black will play queen B6, defend the bishop and the pawn, and you have a better position. Yeah, takes bishop H3. I attack this pawn. अगर आप E5 खेलते हो, that's look at the bar go up. That's so bad because now I can play bishop E3. Next I will play queen D5, attacking the. In fact, why not queen D5 directly? Actually, very strong. And you are basically lost. Yeah, you're completely lost, I think. So bishop D6 for example खेलोगे तो knight F5 and you resign. खत्म. Over. So ये गेम तो कल से भी जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगी. So that's why I think Yakubov, I think, does not sense how bad the position could be. Arvind, time glitch? No, no, I think he has. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's a slight. Let me refresh and see if the time fixes itself. आई थिंक वो टाइम का थोड़ा इशू है. इट्स नॉट द लाइव, इट्स द करंट बोर्ड. इट्स लाइक द कुछ टाइम का इशू. बट वो मूव चलेंगे तो टाइम फिक्स हो जाएगा. ही हैज 50 मिनट्स चैट. ही हैज 50 मिनट्स. मैं होता तो पॉन एक्सचेंज करके क्वीन एक्सचेंज कर लेता. या बट द थिंग इज यू आर काइंड ऑफ लूजिंग ऑल योर एडवांटेज. लाइक दिस इज जस्ट इक्वल. अगर ड्रॉ करना है तो ऐसे खेल सकते हो. बट एज वाइट यू आर बेटर बिकॉज आप पोजिशन देखो. आपका बिशप डेवलप्ड है, नाइट डेवलप्ड है, पॉन ज्यादा आगे है. ब्लैक का एक ही पीस डेवलप्ड है, वो भी ऑकवर्ड सा है, कैन बी किक्ड अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन. सो योर इंट्यूशन टेल्स यू यू शुड बी बेटर. मे बी नॉट विनिंग बट बेटर. और ये वो बेटर का फायदा उठाने का तरीका तो डेफिनेटली नहीं. आपकी कैसलिंग राइट्स भी जाएंगी. यू कांट इवन कैसल एनी मोर. नॉट, नो, नॉट रियली, नॉट रियली. इमरान खान जी कैसे हैं आप? ऑल थ्री बॉयज इन गॉड मोड, दे आर प्लेइंग विद 98% एक्यूरेसी. क्रेजी भाई. अनीशा कहाँ है? आई हैव नो क्लू वेयर अनीशा इज भाई. व्हाई वुड आई नो? शशि थरूर इज माय फेवरेट गॉड ऑफ इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज. अरे बाप रे. पॉलिटिक्स भी आ गई चैट में. Okay, Arvind still not playing. I think he also has to keep in mind the clock. Yeah. Now he better find one of these moves because the last thing you want to do is use up 20 minutes and still play like a normal move. Yeah. Then you suddenly are not even better and you have lost 20 minutes on the clock. He better find one of these best moves. Will Arvind be board number 4? I think it is totally possible. Like currently, if the Olympiad happened, yes. But of course, chess is fickle. Yeah, like Vidit could gain some rating, Nehal could gain some rating, Arvind could lose some rating. You know, you never know who's gonna come up next. Just like Arvind had a boost, like any of the other players could. But as of now, currently, looking at the ratings and the form, it does feel like Arvind will be part of the Indian Olympiad team next year. चावल लेट्स गो फाइंड लाइक जल्दी से. भाई लोग लोग कह रहे हैं अर्जुन हैज ब्लंडर्ड. हाउ इज दैट इवन पॉसिबल? भाई वो चला ही नहीं है. ब्लंडर कैसे हो गया? उसके ओपोनेंट ने कैसल खेला है बस. अच्छा मतलब चला नहीं है, दैट्स द ब्लंडर. ओके, गॉट इट, गॉट इट. ही हैज नॉट प्लेड, दैट इज द ब्लंडर. या गॉट इट, गॉट इट, गॉट इट. चैट तुम स्मार्ट हो भाई, ज्यादा ओवर स्मार्ट हो भाई तुम लोग. ठीक है भाई, आंसर नहीं कर रहे हो, मैं घर पहुंच जाऊंगा भाई, घर मेरा ढूंढने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा आपको, बट ओके, दोबारा पूछो भाई। मैं देखा नहीं आपका जब तक, बट या, अर्जुन डूइंग फाइन। आई थिंक रुक G4 नेक्स्ट या रुक G3 नेक्स्ट could happen. I think even G4, F4 ideas in the air. Bishop D3 to always, but I think there's Bishop C5. So maybe still there is Rook G4. So also possible. I think lots of options for white. Even Bishop B4, by the way, I like that move. Yeah, Bishop B4. If you take, I can even take with the pawn and just have this, control over dark squares. I fix your pawns here, or even rook takes actually. So I think lots of moves possible for Erigasi Arjun in this position, but it's only slightly better. Yeah, nothing crazy. Pragg game, by the way, F5 का C6 खेला है. He's trying to break in the center. Very logical. By the way, G4, Bishop A6, यहाँ पे B3 and C6. Very, very logical setup from, Pragg's opponent, because he wants to break in the center while he's attacking the flank. So maybe knight G3 now. Getting out the knight could be a plan. You could also play rook b2 to defend the knight here, and kal ko center खुलेगा तो knight is defended. So lots of options, but attack nahi dikh raha. For example, if you play G5 right now, pawn takes or bishop takes, that's not the best move, chat. That's a problem. What can Vokidov play here that will spoil Pragg's plan completely? So let's say you play G5, pawn takes, bishop takes. What is black's best move? Come on, chat. देखो आपकी एनएम तक की जर्नी बता दो भाई। कुछ नहीं है, बचपन में 2-3 साल चेस खेला मैंने थोड़ा बहुत। 1900 रेटिंग आई, देन आई प्लेड अगेन एज एन एडल्ट व्हेन आई वाज 23-24, देन 1800 से 1900 से पहुंचा 22 तक, एंड देन आई लेफ्ट कोविड के टाइम पे। याप, अर्जुन नॉट लुकिंग एट द बोर्ड भाई, आई थिंक वो तो नॉर्वे चेस में भी नहीं देखा। Why Nihal is not catching up? I don't know actually. I think it's probably because of how good he is at online format. He is focused more on it. That could be one of the reasons. Very hard to know actually, yeah, because you will need to analyze. I'm pretty sure even Nihal doesn't know completely. Like for me to know is very hard. Um, it's a combination of multiple elements, not just one reason though. Yep, knight g4 check, indeed. And you take with the pawn, I pick up the bishop, and whose king is actually weaker? I think it's Pragg's king. So डार्क स्क्वायर्स बहुत वीक है, बिशप भी डार्क स्क्वायर कंट्रोल कर रहा है, एक चेक आ गई तो मेल्ट हो सकती है. सो इट्स वेरी वेरी स्कैरी एक्चुअली. सो या, नो G5 पॉसिबल. So going back, chat, going back to the game, let me have a look at the Arvind game. Has he played? No move still. 44 minutes for Arvind now. He has to play, yaar. भाई, we are going below the 40 minute mark. अभी भाई 29 मूव पेंडिंग है, 30 मूव ऑलमोस्ट पेंडिंग है यार. The fact that he's thinking along, that means he senses something. That's a good sign. But he better find the best moves now, because this could go the other way. टिको 12%, 96. आपके 96 थे क्या भाई? मेरे तो यार आई थिंक 86.8 थे, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, और समथिंग लाइक दैट. 0.8 भी याद है मुझे. वाओ भाई, बंदा अपने 10-12 की परसेंटेज रफली याद रखता है भाई. इतना इंपॉर्टेंस ना आती है दुनिया उसके बारे में. यू कैन फॉरगेट योर नेम, बट यू विल नॉट फॉरगेट योर 10-12 परसेंटेज. बाप रे. Why not e5? यार e5 का पॉइंट क्या है? Black can just take this, and if you take, I mean, it's not something crazy, right? I can play knight c6 now. Even though black is slightly worse, maybe, but it's not something crazy. E5 pawn is attacked. Yeah, not the best. I want to get to the king. I think king tak jana hai. Whether Biswas web series or any chess, candidates namak na. I don't know actually. I think बिस्वा से बात हुई थी मेरी इस बारे में ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, एंड उसके कुछ टाइम बाद वी सॉ हिम शेयर अ पोस्ट आल्सो, बट आई एम नॉट एग्जैक्टली श्योर व्हेन इट्स कमिंग आउट दो. Arvind isn't looking well rested, really. I thought he's super well rested actually. I mean, could be, but I think he has to play. Oh, he rested here now. He has to play quickly now. He doesn't have much time. Who was your coach? Yeah, I had a few coaches. I think there was a coach from Faridabad. I think Devinder Singh Suri I used to work with as a kid. Then I worked with, I think, a few GMs briefly. Don't want to reveal their names and reduce their career to shreds. So probably I shouldn't say their names. बेचारों का कोचिंग लेना बंद कर देंगे लोग, तो it's best if I keep it to myself. Can Arjun, Pragg, and Arvind all play in the candies? Yes, they can. In fact, more people can play. Like it is like in an, if let's say कि there was भगवान आए, ठीक है, and तुम्हें बोले बच्चा, what's मैं तुम्हें जितने प्लेयर कैंडिडेट्स होते दे सकता हूं, बता कितने चाहिए. You can actually pick up all the 7 spots. So uh, Arjun can qualify via the rating spot. भाई फिर से स्क्रीन पे आ गया भाई, यो अपडेट चैट. So Arjun via rating spot, Pragg via the FIDE circuit spot. Then you can have Nihal and let's say that Vidit and Arvind via the Grand Swiss. Then you can have Nihal, Hari Krishna, Vishy sir will not play, of course. So I don't know who's. You could have like everybody qualify. Like it is possible. It is possible. Do you calculate in chess anyone or calculation of automatically? Of course you have to calculate. भाई दिमाग पे जोर देना पड़ता है यार. The more effort you put in during practice, the less you will have to do so during actual games. Arvind, by the way, still not playing. अरे अरविंद ने E5 खेल दिया भाई. What? Oh, he's not going to be happy when he goes back. Can we go full screen? Like, does he look like confident कि हाँ भैया मैंने best move खेले हैं, or is he like कि भाई I couldn't find anything here? That is a big miss actually. I think that's a huge miss. That's like that takes the game from close to winning to completely equal actually. And of course, Black will take on D5. Yeah, like he will not allow you to take on D6 or play Queen B3 now. He will of course take on D6. Like D5, sorry. Ooh, Wokidov getting a lucky break there. Yeah. What's the least number of Indians that have taken on the candidates this year? Zero. अब तक कोई क्वालिफाई नहीं किया है, एंड इट कुड हैपन कि कोई भी क्वालिफाई ना करे. इट इज पॉसिबल. कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन भाई एक बार? आई वांट टू सी वो की दोस रिएक्शन. यार उसकी स्टेयर्स नहीं दिख रही मुझे यहां से. यार कैमरा जूम इन करने का ऑप्शन होना चाहिए था यार. दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे कुछ भी. आई कांट सी एनीथिंग. बट एनीवेज, माँ मुझे कुछ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा. डायलॉग याद आ रहे हैं मुझे अभी. अरविंद ब्रो, यू आर स्पॉइल. Yeah, he had a couple. I think Bishop E2 was difficult though, as I mentioned. Like I didn't expect him to find that one. But Queen B3 maybe. I think what played on his mind is this. His king is stuck. And queen side castling usne seriously consider nahi kiya. I think that's why he probably couldn't come up with these moves. So he had to castle queen side in those variations. And that's why he went for E5. And that's a big mistake actually. That's a huge, huge miss. 50 रुपीज देता हूँ साहज को भी रोज बुलाओ. भाई साहज भाई टूर्नामेंट खेलने जा रहे हैं, उनकी फ्लाइट्स बुकड है. एंड सो आई एम नॉट श्योर कि 50 रुपए में वो सारा कवर अप हो पाएगा भाई. 50 रुपए का तो साहज भाई ऐसे ही भाई मतलब दिन की चैरिटी कर लेते हैं. By the going to the Arjun game, no move still from Arjun, so he is still contemplating his choices. Oh, we have a move by the way. I think we have a couple of moves. Let's see what he played. I think he played. Wait, what happened? I don't see the moves on the board yet. I don't see the bishop on e7. So I think he played my move, bishop b4. Wow. Bishop b4, takes, and then f5 was played, takes, rook takes, and now f3. Now this is close to equal, Chad. I think this is close to equal because even though you have, a pawn on the dark square on the queen side, and you have kind of fixed a weakness, you also have pawns on light squares on the king side. So I don't think this game is better for either side now. I think ये game roughly balanced है मेरे हिसाब से. So roughly equal, I think. Yeah, I think Arjun will not be super happy with what he has, but of course he can still push. But yeah, I mean, not completely convinced by this. Not completely convinced. आपका ना अबे ये क्या है भाई? Why it a blunder? I think Arvind की बात कर रहे हो, because I think he had a much better move there to attack Black's king. He missed that. So okay, going back to the Pragg game, क्या वहां पे हुआ? By the way, knight g3 played by Pragg, a great move. And chat, अब बहुत important moment है. So for example, let's say Black plays rook to e8. Now g5 is happening. Because अगर आप मारते हो और मारते हो and knight g4 खेलते हो, I can now take with the queen. So knight g3 का idea, it's not just to go to h5 or f5 and attack, it's also to reveal the queen's protection of the g4 square. So g5 is a huge threat right now. Let me show you. Let's say you play bishop a7 or whatever, the rook e8 for example. Now g5, if you take, I take, knight h5 aa raha hai, this is already lost. Look at the bar, +2 for white. So Pragg could have a winning position in just one or two moves, literally in two moves, unless Black finds something like knight to h7 here, which is possible. I think even knight e8 might work, but he needs to do something about this g5 move, or he might be under huge trouble. Come on, come on, come on. Do it, bhai. Just do it. Knight is a great move, by the way. Absolutely agree. That's a brilliant move. कि कभी ब्लैक या व्हाइट रानी को कैप्चर किया है, ऐसा क्या मतलब? ओ वेट, दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट समथिंग, या? Wait, I thought I saw them talk. Wait, is he staring at the opponent or is he talking? I thought I saw them talking almost. Did somebody offer a draw? Okay, maybe I'm wrong here, yeah? I thought I thought he said something. Maybe it was just coincidence. Yeah, he just looked, maybe, not really talked. Yeah, he just stared at Pragg, I think. नोदर बेग ब्लंडर भाई, दो नोदर बेग है भाई यहाँ पे. A5 was a slight mistake. Yeah, bishop d5. Ooh, apparently Sindarov really putting on the pressure. भाई against two top is the world भाई. क्रश कर रहा है सिंदारो. 2700 रेटिंग है सिंदारो की, by the way. So another youngster, yeah, slowly rising up the ranks for Uzbekistan. I think after India, Uzbekistan ki youngsters are doing the best. I think among the oldies, if I can call them, I think US still doing the best, but among youngsters after India, I think Uzbekistani hai. So very interesting. Going back to the game of Pragg, jahan pe still waiting for Black's move, where he has to be accurate. Arjun missed. Wait, Arjun ने क्या खेला? Arjun की तो गेम ही नहीं आ रही actually यार. There's some error here. Levi, can we see Arjun's move on the board? I don't see it, I think. To check if there is some transmission error there. Actually, even Arvind missed probably. Yeah, Arvind missed, I think. Yeah, Arvind did miss the move. Wait, I don't see a... I see a bishop on d5. So is that transmission error in all the games then? Because I see a bishop on d5 right now. And chat, question for you, by the way. Let's say Black plays bishop to c6. He wants to trade off bishops. White to play, what is the best move by for Arvind? Come on, chat. What is the best move? Arjun missed 0.6 earlier, really. I think 0.6 कोई इतनी crazy बात नहीं है. But the moves are back, moves are back. Okay, moves are back. Now I can see the moves. So chat, let's say क्या क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे? This is the position and Black ने खेला Queen D7 best move. Let's say he had played Bishop C6. What will be the best move for White? Come on, chat, let's go. Yes, absolutely. Why? Bishop takes f7 and king takes ke baad queen takes c8. Goodbye queen. And if you play king e7, that doesn't help because bishop g5 pe rani वैसे भी जाएगी. So that's why he plays queen d7, defends f7, also defends the queen, and the queen defends the bishop. And now, of course, I think white is also having some problems, right? Because he can't castle. So how does white castle? I think इतना आसान नहीं है. Maybe a4 खेल सकते हैं इसको attack करने के लिए. If you go here, then I can take and castle. And if you go here, then I have queen b3 again, and I put some pressure, and maybe also e6 could be a threat. So a4 here, I think feels like a good move for Arvind. भाई सबने निकाल दिया सेवन चेक. भाई टैक्टिक्स यार, क्लियरली सबकी पजल रेटिंग 2000-3000 है यार. नाइस, वेल डन. What's the average rating of this event? I think it's around 2710, 2720. Yeah, काफी strong event है. तीन तो इंडियंस ही हैं 2750 के ऊपर, सो दैट नोदरबेक है, नेपो है, रैपोर्ट है, सो प्रीटी स्ट्रांग. Still no move. So Arvind, 39 minutes. Why I'm genuinely scared for Arvind. Like 39 minutes is too less, to be honest. एंड बाय द वे अर्जुन की गेम में आई थिंक इस गेम में अभी मूव्स नहीं आई है, लेकिन आई एम गोना रिफ्रेश वंस एंड टेस्ट अगेन. या नो मूव्स इन द अर्जुन गेम. आई थिंक कुछ ट्रांसमिशन एरर अभी यहाँ पे है. प्रग गेम में जाएंगे तो नो मूव्स आफ्टर नाइट टू G3. ओवर द बोर्ड चेस कैसे इंप्रूव करें यार? ओवर द बोर्ड चेस आई थिंक इज सेम एज एनी चेस. आई थिंक टैक्टिक्स इंप्रूव करो, ओपनिंग्स, मिडिल गेम्स, एंड गेम्स, सब कुछ पे इंप्रूव करना पड़ेगा. एंड ग्रेजुअली यू विल इंप्रूव योर चेस ओवरऑल. इट्स ऑल अबाउट मेकिंग डिसीजंस, राइट? चेन्नई जीएम 2700 प्लस एवरेज रेटिंग होगी, आई थिंक सो. जो प्लेयर्स हमने सुने अब तक, आई थिंक निहाल वी सॉ, विदित अनीश मुझे आइडिया है खेल रहे हैं. सो जो प्लेयर्स के नाम देखे हैं दे आर अराउंड द 2700 मार्क, इवन हायर. सो होनी चाहिए. What happens when players selected for IPL? Wait, what? क्या भाई? आईपीएल कहां से आ गया भाई? ओके ओके, कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन. भाई इसका भी टाइम बहुत कम है, 39 minutes फॉर वोकीडोव. तो both Vokidov as well as Arvind are struggling on the clock today, and they better be quick because Arjun की game में क्या है? The game is quite simplified, so even if they were under time pressure, it's not a big deal. They can play quickly. That's not the case for the remainder of the two games. That, you know, there are a lot of possibilities for either player to go wrong. And Arjun की game I think बहुत आगे बढ़ चुकी है. We still don't have the moves, I think. So I'm gonna skip this for now, and I'm going. By the way, Rapport और Nepo तो draw भी करने वाले हैं भाई. They're already in an endgame. Okay, bishop against knight. Chat, by the way, in this structure, which piece would you prefer, bishop or knight? Come on, chat. वैसे equally है, but if you could have one piece, which one would you prefer? Come on, chat. Let's go. Bishop or knight? Strategic question. In most cases, in these structures, which piece should you have? Sai is my favorite cricket player. Oh, nice. दो लोगों ने नाइट बोला, इंटरेस्टिंग, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एक बंदे ने बिशप बोला. तीन लोगों ने नाइट, दो तीन लोगों ने बिशप. एक्चुअली जब पॉन्स दोनों साइड पे होते हैं ना, लाइक क्वीन साइड पे पॉन्स, किंग साइड पे पॉन्स, यू शुड प्रेफर अ बिशप. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जैसे B4, जस्ट शोइंग अ रैंडम एग्जाम्पल, या A4, ऑलरेडी बिशप E2 एंड वाइट इज क्लोज टू विनिंग. बिकॉज अब किंग को हमेशा इस पॉन को बचाने के लिए यहां बैठना पड़ेगा. You can, and I can still use the bishop. I can play F4 now, bishop D3, G4, H4, G5, and slowly break on the king side. So having the bishop in these cases is usually better, gives you more winning chances. अगर ये चारों pawn नहीं होते, then you might prefer the knight, because then the knight basically लंबी distance travel करनी नहीं है, and then having control over both color squares, like this knight can control dark squares, can control light squares, then the knight can be more useful. So clearly अभी के लिए bishop is a better piece, or rapport is the one maybe pushing, but I think ये game draw ही होगी. So going to the game, okay, Arvind game में no updates, Arjun game no updates. Going to the Pragg game, जहां पे उनके ओपोनेंट अभी भी सोचते हुए 37 minutes. I think Pragg is moving up towards his win today. Will be crazy. And if he wins this, it will be insane because he will go past Gukesh and become the world number 5 for the first time, I think. I don't think Pragg has been world number 5 before ever. मेरे हिसाब से. I don't think so. He's been world number 5 before. मेरे हिसाब से. Super chat Deep ki bhai, what do you think about old school chess? Like Sultan Khan used to play like old Indian style, play like in where people used to refrain from castling. I think वो उस era के लिए बढ़िया था, because at the end what happens is कि उस टाइम पे the engines were not strong. Players also were making more mistakes, and it was okay to make mistakes because your opponents were not as strong. But now I think that style of chess will be punished. Forget Sultan Khan. Even a player like Tal might not do as well because engines है. So उनके opening ideas engine से कोई beat करके घर पे ही धोके चले जाएगा. So he will also refrain from sacrificing those pieces. So that's why I think कि कहीं ना कहीं उस era के लिए it was amazing. बट आजकल वैसा चेस खेलना हमें कई बार पॉसिबल है, बट हमेशा इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. एंड मीनवाइल चैट, वोकिदोव हैज टू प्ले नाउ. प्रग ग्राइंडिंग आउट टू विक्ट्री हियर. बहुत बढ़िया लग रही है पोजीशन प्रग की. यू कैन ऑल्सो लुक एट द नंबर ऑफ गुड मूव्स बाय द वे एट द बॉटम राइट. प्रग ने एक गुड मूव खेली है एंड वोकिदोव ने एक भी नहीं. सो कम ऑन प्रग भाई, लेट्स गो. सावे शो मैग्नस मुकेश गेम. भाई हर दिन थोड़ी खेलेंगे वो लोग. दे विल प्ले इन द ग्रैंड चेस टूर क्रोएशिया मैच नेक्स्ट. तो वो फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ जुलाई में है. तो वहां पे देखने को मिलेगा फिर से थोड़ा टेबल बैंगिंग. बट फिलहाल के लिए नो टेबल बैंगिंग भाई. टेबल सेफ है भाई जुलाई तक. चेयर से गिर ना जाए. भाई इट कैन हैपन बाय द वे. आई नो लाइक मजाक में लिख रहे हो, बट इट कैन हैपन. लाइक प्लेयर्स हैव फॉलन ऑफ चेयर्स इन अ चेस टूर्नामेंट. बहुत बहुत फनी चीजें देखी है मैंने होती हुई. भाई वो लिटरली एक तो कैमरा में पकड़ा था यार, वर्ल्ड रैपिड ब्लिट्ज में एक बंदा कुर्सी से गिर गया था. आई एम उसकी चेकमेट हुई और कुर्सी से गिर गया भाई धूम करके. भाई ही स्टिल नॉट श्योर. प्राग इज स्लोली ग्राइंडिंग आउट अ विक्ट्री, अ ह्यूज अटैक. हिज ओपोनेंट हैज टू प्ले नाइट एच 7 और समथिंग लाइक दैट. G5 आ रहा है एंड दो डालेगा वो मूव. ही इज स्टिल नॉट श्योर. Pragg slowly but surely. Size Russian scored a duck in. अच्छा. भाई आई हैव नो क्लू अबाउट साइज रोशन ऑनेस्टली यार. आई हैव नॉट सीन हिम प्ले बिफोर. सो क्योंकि आईपीएल चल रहा था उस टाइम पे, हम कमेंट्री कर रहे थे डेली बेसिस पे, तो आई डेंट रियली सी मेनी गेम्स आईपीएल. एंड ही फाइंड्स द बेस्ट मूव. सो फिलहाल के लिए प्रग डजंट गेट G5 एंड ही कैन नॉट प्ले H4 आइदर बिकॉज क्वीन से पॉन मर रहा है एंड फिर नाइट भी मरेगा. सो दैट्स व्हाई फिलहाल के लिए अटैक रोक दिया है. एंड अ ग्रेट मूव बाय हिज ओपोनेंट. द ओनली थिंग इज उन्होंने टाइम बहुत इस्तेमाल कर दिया. सो विल दैट कॉस्ट इन द गेम लेटर, जब क्रिटिकल मोमेंट में डिसीजन लेना पड़ेगा उनके पास टाइम नहीं होगा. नाउ Pragg should keep challenging his opponent, maybe rook b2, with the idea of bringing the rook to the king's side later on and launching an attack. But a great move for black for now. भाई प्रेशर में तो आ रहे हैं उनके ओपोनेंट. यू कैन सी हिम शेकिंग हिज लेग्स यार. उनकी पूरी बॉडी हिल रही है, देख लो. यू कैन सी हिज हेड मूविंग या शेकिंग. सो ही इज फीलिंग द प्रेशर अगेंस्ट Pragg राइट नाउ. सी उसके हाथ देखो. लाइक कि टाइम प्रेशर एक ऐसी चीज है ना भाई, जिससे कोई नहीं बच सकता. अब कोई भी हो, यू कैन नॉट सर्वाइव टाइम प्रेशर. यू ऑलवेज फील द प्रेशर देयर. Pragg looks much more relaxed, calm, and composed. I would rather be in Pragg's shoes right now, 100%. Like, there's no doubt about it. Divya, can we check? I think there's some issue there कि moves update नहीं हो रही बाकी दोनों की. Very interesting, very interesting. Lots of stuff happening. प्लग नहीं भाई, प्रग. प्लग क्या होता है भाई? 30 मिनट्स बाकी है या, बट मूव देखो कितनी चलनी है यार. They have played what? 17 moves, 23 moves to be played in 34 minutes. जब opponent attack कर रहा हो, it's not comfortable at all. Chat, the thing is, we have three youngsters playing. It is Praggnanandhaa R, India number 3, world number 6. If he wins, he crosses Gukesh to become India number 2 and world number 5 for the first time ever, I think. Then we have Arvind Chidambaram, who's fighting to enter the world top 10 yet again. If he wins, he becomes world number 9, by the way, today, breaking another record. That will be his highest rank. Then we have Erigesi Arjun, who's of course fighting as usual. And if, as you can see him fully excited. If he wins, he becomes the world number three, by the way, crossing Caruana Fabiano. Caruana Fabiano, Fabiano Caruana, क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं? But anyways, so all three Indians really fighting for a lot. What are you thinking when you're low on time? Should I play a safe move or the obvious one? I think depends on the stakes, depends on the position. If the position is, winning for you, you ideally want to come up with something very crazy and clear. If it's losing for you, then you want to offer something which is tricky. It's not about the safe one. But if it's completely equal, then you could do either. But it really depends on your mood, on the position, on how much time your opponent has, like multiple factors, right? So it was human element involved होता है. जैसे टाइम प्रेशर आता है, I think your mistakes start increasing. You don't trust your calculation. Your confidence goes down. Your hands start shaking. Your legs start shaking. You lose. So suddenly, logic flows out of the window in time pressure. Hikaru said, in terms of pure chess talent, Pragg stands first. ऐसा कह रहे हैं हेमंत भाई. That could be true. I don't know. Like I personally felt, ऐसा मुझे लगता है, ठीक है, I might be wrong, completely wrong by the way. I always feel like Nihal had the most talent, like among all the youngsters. Like that's just my take. But I think talent alone does not really like work, right? I think there are multiple factors: the kind of work you put in, the kind of coaching you have, the kind of resources you have, sponsors you have, like your goals also matter a lot. But talent मेरे को निहा लगता था, but I mean it could be a different answer for everyone, of course. अर्जुन की गेम अपडेट नहीं हो रही है या रिवाई आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग देयर सो आई एम गोना स्विच गेम्स फॉर नाउ एंड आई एम गोन एक बार वो प्लीज चेक करना है रिवाई व्हाई इज इट नॉट अपडेटिंग द अर्जुन गेम सो डू चेक मीनवाइल प्रग गेम में कुछ हुआ क्या नो प्रग नो गेम्स इन दैट नो मूव्स इन दैट गेम एज वेल देखो आर यू इन जर्मनी नहीं भाई आई एम नॉट इन जर्मनी राइट नाउ अभी तो मैं फरीदाबाद में हूँ भाई ब्रो क्लॉक एग्जैक्टली भाई क्लॉक हर जगह कम हो रही है अब एवरी सिंगल गेम द क्लॉक इज गोइंग डाउन कम ऑन कैन द इंडियन यंगस्टर्स पुल ऑफ एन अपसेट एंड चैट अगर तुम्हें याद हो चाहे तुम ओलंपियाड देखो चाहे तुम कैंडिडेट्स देखो सबसे ज्यादा गलतियां टाइम प्रेशर में होती हैं सो even though the games feel equal right now doesn't mean it will end in equality there might be mistakes coming in Pragg right now thinking, and he is still 13 minutes ahead of his opponent who looks very confident, but we did see him shaking his hand. His hands were shaking, head was shaking, he was nervous. Right now, he feels a bit more relaxed, taking a yawn there. समय से जितना भागो वो आ ही जाता है बिल्कुल भाई सही बात है Pragg is a complete player, but can be any format. I think Arjun probably, if you look at Arjun, I think he's had the best record combining all formats in the last 1 year for sure. Like online chess, over the board chess, classical, blitz, rapid. I think it's pretty obvious if you combine all formats, I think Arjun has had the best results over the last year. There is no doubt about it. So maybe Arjun will fit that category better. Pragg ka 23 tha saal. That was his year when everything was flowing smoothly. But Arjun, I think, did a better job in 2024 and even 25 so far. Lots of blunders incoming, absolutely. In chat 500 लाइक कर दो भाई. Let's like the stream. Let's find like जल्दी से भाई लोग. भाई 300 लाइक क्या होते हैं भाई 300 लाइक तो भाई बड़ा गुस्सा हो जाएगा भाई देख लो जल्दी से 500 लाइक कर दो. लेट्स गो. देखा पहले लाइक 300 लाइक क्यों है क्या बात करते हो टीकू भाई भाई मैं खेलूंगा जब तक 500 लाइक होंगे भाई जल्दी लाइक कर दो चैट लेट्स गो. गुकेश खान है व्हाट अच्छा गुकेश कहाँ है मैं डर गया भाई गुकेश आई थिंक इज नॉट प्लेइंग दिस वन आई थिंक बाकी लेकिन द थिंग इज चैट इंडिया के टॉप 4 प्लेयर में से 3 लोग खेल रहे हैं so that doesn't Gukesh is not playing but very likely we have Gukesh's next challenger in this room right now it could be Pragg could be Arjun could be Oderbek so very likely like a 50% chance we have Gukesh's world championship challenger in this room right now Nepo bhi hai so more than 50% actually मेरे हिसाब से तो so very likely we have his challenger and उनका play कैसा रहता है बहुत important है The only players not here I think are Karuan and Ikaru. बाकी सारे player है. In this game, 30 seconds, I don't see any mistakes happening. Srijan Bhai, 30 seconds increment is the norm. Novices was an exception. We had 30 seconds increment even in the candidates. I mean, Gukesh blundered a game against Firuzja, I think, if I remember correctly. So we have seen horrific blunders even with a 30-second increment because it's not enough. If I drop this time from 34 and 44 minutes to 3 and 4 minutes, you will see a blunder in the next 3 minutes. It just happens. Maybe it will not be a queen blunder, yeah, but it will be a big mistake that will cost the player the game. Next World Championship match will happen in 2026 November. Usually November साल महीने में होती है. But उससे पहले ओलंपियाड होगा सितंबर में एंड उससे पहले कैंडिडेट्स होगा अप्रैल में. So I think उससे पहले बहुत कुछ देखने के लिए. By the way, knight h5 played by Pragg. As soon as his opponent gets up, he plays it. And idea is to put pressure on g7. f6 can be in the air. For example, chat, let's say you play rook b7. I am already considering f6 because you can't take. If you take chat, I can play rook takes f6. Pawn takes and now queen to d2, queen h6 and queen g7 is mate. There is no defense. There is literally no defense. It's over. So that's why I think nice move, but why is it not winning? So if I play f6, black has to find g5. Wow. Okay, I have not seen this before. So, pardon my big, huge, loud wow there. But f6 pe g5. Wow. That is a very, I would say ridiculous move to be honest. I think the idea is knight e6 and knight f4. And you basically block the, jab knight f4 pe aayega, you will try to exchange this, you will block the bishop, you will block the rook, and you will attack the bishop. So knight e6, knight f4 is a brilliant maneuver. And once this knight falls, then the pawn can also fall. So, but yeah, not easy decision, right? To kind of allow f6 as black. Not easy at all. So I think वही बात है ना, ब्लैक के लिए यहाँ पे f6 अलाउ करना डिफिकल्ट है. एंड इफ ही हिमसेल्फ प्लेज f6, दैट्स रियली बैड. आई थिंक बिशप e3, क्वीन d2, h4 g5 विल बी अ ह्यूज अटैक कमिंग. सो ब्लैक की पोजीशन बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. आई थिंक द बेस्ट मूव हियर इज a4, trying to play on the queen side, and the game is now kind of equal, but black के decisions लेना बहुत difficult and he doesn't have time on the clock. Arjun Pam equal, क्या वो moves update हुई? Because the moves are not getting updated. Yeah, it's not updated yet. Levi, I don't know if you can listen to me, but is there a way to check why the moves are not being updated? Because this is what we saw. I remember seeing this. Takes and f3. हाँ, अर्जुन की moves नहीं आ रही. Can you check if हाँ. So I think this is the current position, chat. I think there's a pawn on e5 and there's a rook on g4. I think this is the current position. The problem is the rook on h3. What's the rook doing? Wait, me, man, what the dog doing? Yeah, what's the rook doing on h3? Like, I'm not sure exactly. So maybe the position is equal. But as of now, the bishop is not developed. The rook is out of play. So maybe I'm not completely convinced about this for Arjun. Yeah, but it's still equal. I don't think Arjun is worse. Like, he's not risking much here. He's still not risking much. Chat, I think looking okay for Arjun. I don't know if he'll win this, but I think draw to hai hai. And Arvind की game पे जाए. No moves in the Arvind game also, Niribhai, I think. I don't know if he has. Oh, okay. I think it's updated. Yeah, his opponent is actually thinking. Wait, Arvind has 30 minutes. Bhai, Arvind is really taking a lot of time actually. I see. I think this is the position. And knight c6 apparently is the best move. And black is still thinking. By the way, this was the position. Queen d7, bishop e3 played. And now black, I think, has to find knight c6. And bishop c6 अगर खेलते हो, so I think I will take, of course, knight takes, queen takes, king takes, and I castle with check. And maybe that's not, ideal. I still have king e7, 6, sorry. Okay, he's about to play the knight, yeah? He's about to play knight c6, I think. Yeah, about to play the best move. ब्रदर आपका नाम क्या है? मेरा नाम है साहिल टिकिया। साहिल टिकू, सॉरी, साहिल टिकू नाम है मेरा। एंड नाइट सी सिक्स आएगा अभी, द बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन, या प्लेड बाय ब्लैक। भाई ये क्या कर दिया भाई? नहीं बताया तो करो भाई। मैं ऐसे करके बैठा हूँ भाई, वो मीना कुमारी के पोस्ट में भाई। नहीं भाई, मजे ले रहे भाई मेरे। लेट्स गो यार, फुल स्क्रीन, फुल स्क्रीन, फुल स्क्रीन चाहिए हमें भाई, फुल स्क्रीन चाहिए। भाई ही, ओके, आई सी द मूव, नाइट सी सिक्स प्लेड। And now I'm still not convinced, actually. I'm still not convinced by what Arvind has done, because now I'm threatening to even take the pawn. How do you save this pawn, actually? It's not easy to save this pawn. If you play a pawn move f4, then knight b4 is dangerous. Like Arvind is close to lost, actually. The bishop is hanging, and if you play bishop e4, bishop d3, baap re. Bhai, this is scary. This is really scary. And I think probably Arvind has gone way too far. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। टाइम कम है, पोजीशन खराब है। This will hurt a lot because he had a move which was close to winning. So we'll come back to this for sure. Going to the Pragg game. What? Bhai, I told you, it's so difficult to allow f6 as black. Just allow white to play f6, and black panics and plays g6. Chat, very interesting. Now white can play knight g3, possible, but the best move is bishop takes h6, sacking the piece. And now not taking here. If you take here, there is king h8, rook g8, and black is winning. You have to play g5 with the idea of queen takes h5 incoming with a devastating attack. For example, if king h8 now, queen h5, and I'm threatening you on this h file. Rook g8, for example, g6, khatam, resigns. Takes, knight f8, and bishop f8, checkmate. Over. So g6, bishop h6, and I think we're going to see an attack here. It is kind of forced, right? Bishop h6, and now there is only one move for black. Everything else apart from queen h4 loses on the spot. So कुछ भी खेलोगे, मान लो आप नाइट मारते हो तो g5 विंस, अगर आप रुक e8 खेलते हो तो g5 एनीवे विंस, अगर आप और क्या खेलोगे भाई, और चाल क्या है यहाँ पे? आई डोंट इवन नो व्हाट द मूव इज। अगर आप g5 खेलते हो फॉर एग्जांपल, मैं फ्री का मार दूंगा रुक, एंड माय नाइट कैन कम बैक if needed. So you have to play queen to h4. That's the idea. And इसके बाद the game is very complicated. For example, I can take on f8, you take back, and now I can, come back. I can take on g6 if I want to. Takes, rook takes, maybe knight takes, king takes. Not sure which one is better. And now you, not sure actually, not sure. Apparently, you have to find queen c1 here. Like, that is difficult. Because if you come back, there is bishop c8. And even though you have a rook, black is actually better. Wow. Knight g5 aa raha hai. So game complicated, but after bishop h6 and queen h4, Pragg will have to be a bit careful. So it's not easy. Can we go full screen EY? I'm not sure if his opponent has seen queen h4. I'm guessing he has. Otherwise, all of this makes no sense. Like after bishop h6. Chat, question for you. Okay? Do you think he has seen queen h4? Or has he underestimated after taking, I will not take, I will play g5? I am guessing it's the latter. मुझे लग रहा है उसने g5 मिस कर दिया, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. But queen h4 would be a killer move for black after bishop h6. So let's see what happens. Total prize fund, I'm not sure how much the prize fund is, chat, but in general क्या होता है, players को ना appearance fee मिलती है. So prize is separate from the appearance fee. So how much the players earn is a bit different anyways. You will not know the real number. So if you invite Magnus Carlsen to your event, he will not come without appearance fee, right? He will charge you an appearance fee. Price to alag cheez hai. Because you, regardless of the result, you do market Magnus's likability. So they do earn a lot more. I don't know how much that is though. He's seen already. He misses it clearly. The chat be divided, yeah. Pragg brilliancy by bishop h6 would be a crazy move to play. Second option is knight g3. I think that's the calm option. And then black can anyway play queen h4, for example, bishop d2, and the game goes on. But agar attack karna hai, which Pragg has been doing so far, then bishop h6 is the move. He has to go for it. That's the only way to do it, yeah? That's the only way. और कोई option नहीं है. Come on, come on, come on, let's go. And also, of course, let's say bishop h6. Um, let's say कुछ और देखते हैं. gh5 मारा, ठीक है? How is it losing? So now gh5, king h8. Let's say मैंने rook भी मार दिया, queen f8. I try to bring the queen to g4 to attack, but now queen to h6 for black, rook g8 next. फिर knight f6, knight g5. ये knight भी game में घुसा हुआ है, and bishop c8 भी आने वाला है. This is really bad. This is really bad actually. So the queen has a comfortable square and you are not in time and there is no threat on the g file. So काफी complicated position. Either side could win this. Yes, all GMs at top level, yeah, at 2700 plus will have appearance fee for sure. I cannot imagine like you can call Magnus to your tournament or Pragg to your tournament without huge appearance fee. They do have it. It will vary from player to player, of course. Yeah, if you invite Magnus, you will charge more. If you invite Noderbek, he will charge less. And I'm guessing he Pragg, Gukesh will be higher as well because he's the world champion and it depends. Nidhi, can we go full screen? Let's go full screen. By full screen players का भाई भाई बोर्ड भी गायब हो जाएगा प्लेयर भी गायब हो जाएगा तो कैसे देखेंगे meanwhile look at the Arjun game. Not much has happened. Oh, something has happened. Okay, we are still not getting the moves here for some reason. Wait, I see a lot of stuff happening. Levi, we need the moves for this game. I can't see it. तो कुछ crazy तो चल रहा है बोर्ड में मुझे दिख रहा है. I'm gonna try and predict how this happened. ठीक है? I think e4 लग रहा है मुझे. I think he played rook h g3 to threaten g7. Wait, but this and he played g5, h g6, ef3, gf3, and rook f3. Yeah, this is the position, chat. This is pretty much the position right now on the board. It's still equal, yaar. It's still equal. Black ने अच्छी move खेली g5. You do not want to allow white to capture on g7. So you kind of allow white to win a free pawn. अच्छा आ गया मूव आ गई It just came in ठीक है बढ़िया So rook f3 and यही exactly यही हुआ है. Oh, he played exactly all of this. Wow, nice. बढ़िया, correct predict. So now probably you take bishop takes, I don't know, rook f4, bishop c6, you want to go back maybe, and now bishop d3 and 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I don't know who's better actually because there is rook f8. And if I trade rooks, then I think black is probably just fine. If I don't trade rooks, rook h4, king g7, king d2. See, yeah, it's not clear at all because black ke paas bhi pass pawn hai. If you move the rook away, for example, if you play rook h4 ke badle, if you play, let's say rook d4, I'm going to play king g7, start pushing the h pawn slowly, and it can be a problem for white as well. But white structure here is better. Of course, pawn on g6, by the way, defended right now, also very strong. But the bishop is doing a great job of defending everything and also controlling the queening square. अगर h pawn दौड़ता है, तो उसको रोकना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा. By the way, he played something. He played rook to g1. He does not exchange the rooks. So Arjun is clearly playing for a win, by the way. He is playing for a win. He declines the rook trade. Meanwhile, Chad Carrier Noderbek is losing. Let's have a look at that game. क्या हो गया? So this is where we left it, right? I think हमने देखा था last. यहाँ पे bishop d5, rook d5, takes, queen c3, bishop c8, rook e1, bishop d7. यहाँ पे आया a4, knight d4, and apparently the best move was just taking on d4, queen d4, and bishop e6, something like this, trying to hold on. But Noderbek करते हैं गलती with queen to h4, and after e6, I think Noderbek is about to lose. He is simply about to lose. I think he missed this. After bishop से मारोगे तो knight hanging है. So pawn से मारना पड़ेगा. And now knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, and rook takes c6. It feels like an opposite color bishop endgame, जहां पे g7 point बहुत बहुत dangerously attack होने वाला है. I think Noderbek is about to go down, and his rating will go down. And yeah, that's not a good sign for the Uzbek youngster. Of course, a great sign for Sindarov, who must be very, very happy with his performance so far. He won the first game against Nepo. He's winning this game as well. So things looking amazing for him right now, to be honest. Wow. Chat, chess is quite complex, and it's possible to beat anyone on your day. If you do, you kind of challenge them. You do not kind of accept to draw and play it safe. You put up resistance. You keep challenging them. Anybody can make a mistake. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Bishop could be hanging. And then you can imagine, yeah, the queen joining into e5, the bishop joining in from c3, g7 will be basically just destroyed long term. So I think huge pressure on Odubek, and also time situation अगर हम देखें, I think he has less than half the time. भाई क्या chill करता हुआ अर्जुन देख रहा है गेम यार. Like he also, I think everybody understands what's happening there. So awesome there, full pressure. I think Nodebek could go. By the way, a draw between Rapport and Nepo. So as expected, both the players agree to a draw. King tak khele, and that's fair enough. And camera, of course, update hoga, I'm sure. It's not live right now. So this ended in a draw. So first result today, chat, Rapport and Ian draw their games. So meanwhile, apparently Arvind has a slightly worse position. As we thought, the position was turning out to be difficult. Bishop e4, good move. But now black can play knight to d4. And he is the one whose knights is kind of, hanging around the white king. I still cannot castle. My castling is, if my king was on g1, rook was on e1, I would be very happy as white. My bishops look fantastic. The knight can come in at any point, so it's not really stranded for long. But what do I do about my king after knight d4 if I try to play knight f3? Chat, can you find the best move for black here? It's a ridiculous move. Come on, chat. What's the best move for black? It's not an easy move to find, but it's so dangerous and so effective. And of course, black will find it. Yeah, if Arvind does make that mistake. The move is bishop to e2. Oh, and it's basically over, chat. It's just over. I think it's time to resign. So as you can see, knight d4 could be a scary move. But the Pragg's opponent has made a mistake, chat carrier, as we expected. I told you, chat. That's exactly what I told you. He has not seen queen h4. Didn't I just say that? Like the 5 minutes back, I mentioned that I think he has not seen queen h4 and he has missed कि g5 aa raha hai. That's exactly what I said. Oh my God, I prayed to the future. Bye. That's a huge blunder from Pragg's opponent, and that means g5 is the winning move. But that's the only move. Anything else and Pragg is losing or close to losing. Taking is just lost. f6 is... And he does play the best move. Let's go. Pragg is cruising right now. And he is about to win. King h8 played. But now the queen will come to h5, grabbing that pawn. And I think Praggnanandhaa is completely winning. And if he does win, if he does convert this game, he will cross Gukesh in the world rankings. That's a huge leap. Chad, for the past year, I think Pragg has had a good year, 2024, but it's not been as good as Gukesh and Arjun, who've kind of just stretched their lead over Pragg. एक time पे 50 पॉइंट का 40 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस था, and now Pragg has caught up in 2025. It's been a great year for him. He won Tata Steel ahead of Gukesh in the tiebreaks, defeated him, and he's won. I think he's played much better than Gukesh in the GCT event as well, and now he's again winning here, and he will cross Gukesh. And if he wins this game, his rating will be 2778, I think. So 2 points away from 2780. And Niribai would love to confirm, is Pragg going to get his highest rating ever today? I think he will. I don't think he's ever been 2778, chat. I don't think so. So this might be Pragg's highest rating ever. Wow. This is such a beautiful start. And by the way, he plays Yakubov tomorrow, who's also not had the first a great start to the event. Of course, he could defeat Arvind today, but he plays Yakubov tomorrow. So कल भी कुछ crazy pairings है. Nepo against Arjun है कल. By the way, that will be crazy. But फिलहाल के लिए Pragg completely winning. And let's have a look how he's winning. So Queen H5 is the move, right? So you grab the pawn. And iska idea pawn marne ka nahi hai. The idea is to put the queen and the king on the same file. That's the main goal here. So whenever you see a discover attack, it is just over, right? So for example, now what do you play as black? Let's say you play rook to g8. You want to save your rook. Simply g6 now. Kicking the knight away. You take the pawn. I take the pawn. And if you can't move this knight, if knight f6, bishop f... Okay, right now it's hanging. So first I take the knight, queen f6, and now bishop f8. And it's basically checkmate. So going back, this is the position, chat, and full pressure, and g6 is incoming. So the best try black has, let's say something like rook g8, g6, takes, is to play rook b7 here. And if you take, he takes with the rook, and now he's back. So chat, very important, ठीक है, बहुत important. White to play. What is Pragg's only move to win after rook b7? क्या तुम निकाल सकते हो, chat? Come on, let's go. Only move to win, by the way. Everything else is lost. You have to find this move right now or the game is over. इतना attack किया, सारा पानी में गया. So what can White play to win the game from here? Come on, chat, let's go. By the way, Sindarov has made a mistake. I saw that. He spoiled his advantage against Nodirbek, but of course, he's still slightly better there. Not as important for us right now, so we'll switch to that game at the end. Got it. So Pragg की अभी की rating भी उसकी आज तक की highest. That's amazing. So he's breaking records every day. Yes, chat, you are correct. Not G7. That's a blunder. I will take it. You will take it. And my king is completely safe now. And अब ये pieces आपको chess सिखाएंगे. So you do play rook f7. Absolutely correct. And of course, the threat is, just taking on h7, taking on b7. So you take this. I take with the pawn. And the rook has no squares. Every square is covered. For example, rook g2 check, king g2, and of course f8 queens aa raha hai. There is no defense. And if you play, let's say, I don't know, rook g7, then rook to f1, threatening queens again. You don't even have to take the rook. That's how strong this is. So the end result is that Pragg is winning. He is completely winning. But there are some tricks. It's not crystal clear. So Pragg को पहले h5 मारना पड़ेगा, and then he has to find g6, and then he has to find ideas like rook f7 if need be. So not over yet, just chat. Tricky position, tricky position. What's the point of switching moves based on engines? Because these are the best moves. And usually players at the top do find the best engine moves, let's say 9 out of 10 times. They are that strong. Unki accuracy 9. By the way, just to point out, you see, he played queen h5. The point is 98.6 accuracy Pragg. And he black played rook g8. As I expected, rook g8 is the human move. You don't want to make it easy for white to attack. So queen h5 played and rook g8, you save your rook. And now g6 is the only move. You can play h4 and claim that you are better, but it gives black some time to create some chances. So I think g6 is the winning move and Pragg will find it. Come on, let's go, Pragg. Find g6 and finish off the game. Can we do it? Chat, Arjun game dead equal hai, Arvind game dead equal hai. I think they've traded queens, so we'll go to the game soon. But as of now, Pragg is the one who is the one winning. Rook f8 कैसे भाई? Rook f8 कहाँ आ रहा है? कैसे आ रहा है हमारा rook f8? Rook तो already f8 पे था भाई. The rook just came to g8, so that's not a move. Not a logical move at least. Legal move at least. By the way, somebody is saying, why can't we take the pawn on f7? You can, but black will potentially take the pawn on g5. So even with the rook is actually possible. And yeah, this is not what you want to do. Now rook g8 and black is again attacking. So do not forget this bishop. You have no squares. Any check will be made. So that's why you do not want to allow these pieces to enter the game. ये pieces ना basically जब game में enter हो तो उनको हटा देना है. So if you allow the queen to come to g5, then basically black has defended the attack. And then black will start attacking. Queen को game में नहीं आने देना at all cost. ध्यान रखो. A guy later on Gotham started to analyze the game and started editing. Bhai, they don't even edit. As well as I know, again Milter and Gotham don't even edit the videos. They don't need to buy. उनका तो सीधा ही बोल बोल के ही जनता एंटरटेन हो जाती है भाई. Okay, Pragg about to play. I'm sensing he's close. I think he's made up his decision. I'm hoping it's G6 chat. As you can see, blue arrow dikha raha hai Chesscom. That means it's the only move to get a decisive advantage. Can he push that pawn? Attack that knight? Chat, just keep in mind, हमें सिर्फ ये knight हटाना है. Just to point out, let's say I don't even play G6. I play rook C1 and black बहुत सा दोस्त है मेरा, उसने voluntarily knight यहाँ खेल दिया. It's mate in one. So all I have to do is remove this knight and any check will be made. That's why you want to play g6. You want to force this knight to move or basically get captured for free. That's the idea. f6 pe kya ho raha hai? So if you play f6, that's a really bad move actually. Because now I can put the rook on g6 and you can't break through. There is no way you can break through now. The bishop is okay active, but it's stuck. You can't bring the bishop into the game. Black will take instantly. And your rook has now stopped. And now black will start attacking. Yeah, maybe queen e8, queen e6, rook g8. And suddenly, it could turn around. So not f6. You have to reach the king. King kahan hai? h8 pe. So you want to push g6. Come on, Pragg. By the way, time 23 minutes hai Pragg ke paas. And he's played. He has played the best move on the board. So Pragg clearly knows what he's doing. And the knight will have to move or one of the pieces will be lost. Either the knight or the king. By beautiful move, by the way. And now I think it's a matter of time just now. I don't think black can survive this. Of course, there are tricks. He takes the pawn. And after this, he will play rook b7. I think that's the most human move. I played. As I thought, yeah. Rook b7 is the human move. And now rook f7 is the only move. It's completely winning. Pragg, play the rook to f7. Come on, Pragg. Let's go, bhai. Let's cheer Pragg. Can he? चैट चैट रुक F7 स्पैम करो भाई. लेट्स गो. मेरा माइक चेंज हो गया इसके लिए. चैट लेट्स स्पैम रुक F7 जल्दी से भाई. रुक F7 रुकना नहीं चाहिए भाई चैट में जब तक ही प्लेज रुक F7 भाई. लोग लिटरली एज इफ हम यूनिवर्स को मूव बता रहे हैं कि प्रग के दिमाग में आ जाए भाई. कम ऑन Rook F7. Let's go. Finish him off. And chat, once the pawn is in F7, it is one square away from queening. That is such a difficult situation to be in. The king will be stuck on H8. Black will have nothing to do. Black has more time on the clock now. But what will he do with the time? कोई कह रहा है जरूर खेलेगा. कोई कह रहा है भाई not possible. I think he will find it. By the way, apparently rook f5 is also a decent move, but to me that makes no sense if I'm being honest. I think rook f7 is just a logical move. Come on, come on, come on, come on. By the way, Vokidov lost his first round game. He might lose his second round game as well. Iska matlab, I think he will not have a great start. Two losses, very hard to come back from that. But I think Pragg has kind of played logically. And there we see it, chat. Rook f7 on the board. And Iska matlab, Pragg is objectively winning now. A beautiful move played, putting pressure on that knight. That knight is the last defensive resource black has. एक बार वो हिल जाएगा तो दुनिया हिला डालेंगे भाई. Let's go. By the Pragg, by the way, right side से game देख रहा है. You see, he's looking at the game from black's perspective. Now, I have seen many players do this. जब opponent सोचता है ना, तो वो opponent के साथ game देखते हैं. They want to understand what his opponent is seeing. What is he feeling? So, उनके perspective से कई बार आप board flip करते हो ना chesscom पे. It's the same thing. You're flipping the board and trying to understand what plans is black thinking about. So that's exactly what Pragg is doing right now. Absolute right में आप देखो हल्का सा हमें Pragg दिखता हुआ है, right left हिलता हुआ, and you can see his opponent, his hands are shaking a bit. Okay, he does take. I don't think he had a choice there. And now, of course, Pragg will take the rook back with the pawn. And the attack just goes on. And abhi dusra rook, the rook which has been a silent, spectator in this game so far, will also enter the game on f1 soon. Takes. Rook g7, logical move. Yeah, very logical. Played on the board. And chat, you can take, I think. You can take, and at the end, rook f1 khelna hai. You really have to save this pawn. If you lose this pawn, the game, yeah, you lose your advantage completely. Just to show you, for example, let's say aapne khela pawn to a3, yeah? Look at this, 96, black is better. Just one move and black is better already. So you have to be absolutely on point and you have to play rook f1. And if now 96, I have queen g4 check and I pick up the knight. So let's go. Jaldi se bhai. By the way, accuracy 98.8 by Pragg. Today's game has been just a treat to watch, honestly. Pragg now thinking, should I play rook f1 directly? Should I first take the rook? Is there something else? Because there is also a move like knight a4 to remove this strong bishop जो हमारे king की तरफ नजर के बैठा है. Also some plans there. So Pragg has a lot of options, but luckily all of them looking great for him now. He found the only moves. Now it's more about how does he want to convert. Rook f1 first also works. Exactly. It's a great move. The idea, for example, let's say black passes the move. Yeah, bishop b7. I play nothing. Now I might not even take. I can even consider like queening directly. If you take with the knight, now I have many. I don't know which one do I want. Do I want to take the rook? Do I want to take the queen? Like, let's just take queen f7, king h8, and queen f8, and that's game over. So rook f1 gives you an idea of f8 queens as well. But now you can see his body language. He looks confident. I think he's about to play a move, maybe. चैट एक क्विक नजर मारते हैं बाकी दोनों इंडियन गेम्स के ऊपर. Arvind is apparently worse. What? Arvind has blundered. Chat, he played bishop b4, knight d5, queen d7, king d7, bishop b7, knight d3 check, and उनको king f1 खेलना था. Oh no! But king f1 is so difficult to play, right? Because you're walking into a discovered check. But king d2 now, and apparently rook to b8, and black is better because rook b2 check के साथ आएगा जब भी आएगा. To be honest, this is very similar to what Arjun had against Vokidov himself In fact, he did play rook b8 there as well to take on b2 with the rook and give check or something. And वहां पे भी king f1 best move थी. So Vokitov giving a taste of what he felt yesterday to Arvind. I hope Arvind can kind of hold this. This is looking difficult. So Arvind slightly worse. Meanwhile, in the Arjun game chat, King G7, this is where we left it, right? Rook G1 exchange reject किया था अर्जुन ने, बिशप ने pawn बचाया, rook E8, king D2, rook F6, rook D4, rook E7, and black is just playing it very very safe, very solid, no hanky panky, and saying कि भाई what's your plan? You don't really have a plan. I'm gonna give you a check and go back. And what's your next move? Now black wants to play H5, but you have to be careful. अभी pawn अच्छे से defended है. Once you push it, it can be attacked quite heavily. So you ideally want to wait for the right moment. Ideally at least एक rook जब exchange हो जाए, then you start pushing the H pawn. तब तक उसको यहीं पे रखो. Yes, Yakubov, sorry, Yakubov. Yeah. Yeah, naam thode similar hai. Where is Sahaj Bhai? Sahaj Bhai is playing a tournament, yaar. He's playing a tournament from tomorrow. That's why he's sort of he's busy right now, but he'll be back for the next event. Meanwhile, Arjun ne kuch khela, and that is pawn to b3. Very logical move. You also give your king a safe square on b2 now, if need be. And Kalko, you could be also planning moves like c4. So a multi-purpose move, very, very logical. Asking the question again, and Maksudlu, by the way, has less time on the clock, but they have already played 31 moves, so I don't expect कि कोई time pressure आएगा यहाँ पे. Should be pretty solid. So going to the Pragg game again, let's go chat. Has he played something? He has played Rook F1. So the best move in the position played. What? Oh, Queen F8. But that cannot be a good move. Apparently 96 was the best one. And that's another slight mistake from Vokidov now. And now it's just lost. अगर आपकी queen का काम एक प्यादे को queen बनने से रोकना है, I think the game is over. And now, very simple, very effective. Bishop takes. You can't take with the queen, by the way, because otherwise queens, knight cannot take, it's pinned. So you have to take with the king now. And this is really bad. This is really, really bad, chat. In fact, look at this. Apparently, chat, I'm going to give you a puzzle, okay? Okay? तैयार हो for a crazy move. तैयार हो? Knight A4 is the best move. Okay? Okay, I want to get the bishop. Makes sense. What is the second best move in this position? That move is insane. Absolutely insane move. Can you find the second best move in this position? Come on, chat. Who will find that? I think difficult hai. Let's go. Can we have the board as well? Because board में देखने में मजा आएगा actually. It will be nice to show this over the board. Pragg about to play the move, by the way. H4 is good, but the big board, the big board. H4 is good, but there's also another crazy move, by the way. Another crazy move. Did he play it? He played H4. He played your move, chat. So very good guess, by the way. Camera center में नहीं है भाई. So very good guess. But another move was knight to d5. Oh, the idea being nahi maroge to knight comes into the attack. And if you take, I take with the e pawn. Idea being bishop e4 and queen h7 mate. And there is no defense. There is no defense. So that would also be crazy, but h4 also very logical. You're trying to bring the pawn into the attack, and black is sare pieces फंसे हुए हैं. The queen cannot move. The king, I mean, क्या ही करेगा move करके? The knight cannot move. So basically g5 का भी control कर लिया, and white is just dominating this right now. Bishop h1 makes sense. Oh, that's also a nice move actually. I like that. I like that. That's a nice move. Idea being rook g1 check. उसमें एक problem है लेकिन. So let's say, I don't know, black can play 96. And if rook g1, I can just take now. So black can actually control the g1 square. Otherwise, it was a great idea, by the way. Bishop h1, nice move, yeah? Nice move. सो कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन, लेट्स गो। प्रग भाई खत्म कर दो, 18 मिनट है, H4 खेल दिया है, 12 मूव खेलने हैं 18 मिनट में। सो शुड बी डुएबल, आई डोंट थिंक इट्स अ ह्यूज प्रॉब्लम फॉर प्रग टू मैनेज दिस। Who said knight had cheated? Even Magnus won't play it. But Magnus could play it, yaar. Magnus ka maybe it's not completely out of the window, yaar, for him to play knight d5. Like it would be imaginable कि वो कर सकता है ऐसा कुछ. What is Arvind's position really? Oh, by the way, rook b8 के बाद bishop d5. भाई वोकीडोव ने गलती कर दी, उसने knight b2 मार दिया भाई. जल्दबाजी भाई. Prematurely he grabbed the pawn. I think उसको थोड़ा patience रखना था, and would have played bishop e7 with the idea of bishop f6 and gradually grabbing this pawn and maybe taking it to rook if allowed to at some point. But he captured it, and now Arvind is at least back in the game after rook a b1. अभी ये rook भी undefended है by the way. For example, rook a b1. If you play knight d3, rook takes b5. खत्म. Arvind wins. Rook b5, king d3. So maybe, like, I think Arvind has some chances now, even to win. चलो वापस जाते हैं. अरे भाई अटैकिंग गेम देखते हैं भाई, जहां पे सहवाग बैटिंग कर रहा है भाई. सहवाग वाली देखते हैं. अरविंद इज बैक, एब्सोल्युटली ही इज. सो फिलहाल के लिए सोच रहे हैं, प्रग के ओपोनेंट भी सोच रहे हैं अर्जुन गेम में क्या चल रहा है. बाय द वे, रुक F2 चेक दिया, किंग C3 एंड रुक F6. भाई आज तो मैं इंडियन प्लेयर्स के सारे ओपोनेंट्स के मूव्स गेस कर रहा हूं भाई. मैंने उसके प्रग के ओपोनेंट का गेस कर दिया, वो रुक B7. मैंने अर्जुन, अरे नाइस नाइस नाइस. हेलो 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 राकेश भाई, व्हाट्स अप भाई. बैकग्राउंड बड़ा सही लग रहा है भाई, ऐसे लग रहा है मतलब वो बोलते हैं ना, अंबानी के घर से सीधा कॉल कर रहे हो ज्वाइन.
नहीं नहीं भाई, मतलब मैं सोचा प्रग इज सो क्लोज टू विनिंग, तो थोड़ा कुछ तो चेंज करना पड़ेगा. एंड
हाँ.
देखो भाई, क्या क्या ही बढ़िया है. मतलब ऐसे मेरे को लगता है मैं बहुत लकी हूँ कि जब भी मैं जुड़ता हूँ, तभी इट्स अर्जुन और इट्स प्रग दैट समबडी इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग.
या या भाई, I think the game has been fabulous to watch. I think Arjun also had some chances, but Inka maybe
या
might end in a draw now. Arvind is, by the way, worse. उन्होंने दोबारा गलती कर दी भाई. So Arvind right now losing to Yakubov. That would be a shocker.
Yeah, and that's a bad start for the Indian. But Pragg, if he wins, and he knows
Yeah.
Arvind is kind of his competitor, क्योंकि वो FIDE circuit points के वजह से, so it would be a very very big win for Pragg. And do you think there is any chance for Black कि खत्म लग रहा है?
नहीं, I think chance तो रहेगा. I think Arvind कम बैक करने का. So you mean for in the Pragg game or the Arvind game?
No, 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 for Black, for Shamshidin
हाँ,
game
okay, okay, got it. So you mean
against Pragg's
the
opponent.
Pragg game? हाँ. नहीं, I think ये
हम्म.
तो over है. I think I'll give you an example, chat. Why do I think it's over? इंजन की थर्ड बेस्ट प्रेफरेंस अभी नाइट टेक्स B3 दिखा रहा था. तो दैट गिव्स यू एन आइडिया कि थोड़ा आई थिंक किस्मत थोड़ी खराब है. एंड दिस इज गोना बी एक्सट्रीमली डिफिकल्ट टू सेव ओवरऑल. सो मुझे लग रहा है कि it's not about the clock, right? At the end, the king is on g7. The queen,
हम्म.
imagine the queen. Like if the pieces were split, knight f8 hota, queen h7 hota, at least the knight is holding to the pawn. आपकी 9 पॉइंट की पीस 1 पॉइंट के pawn को रोकने के लिए इंतजार करिए. That's just a weird scenario. You cannot come out of this alive.
Yeah, yeah, it's very difficult. And uh, even the rook can sometimes, अगर rook से check आ गया, then it's pretty much game over. So
Yeah,
something like, bishop h3 करके, yeah, correct, correct, वही
yeah,
वाला है.
yeah. Bishop c8 खेला उन्होंने.
हाँ, आई थिंक यही थ्रेड बचाने के लिए बच रहा है, या कि स्टिल गो बिशप h3 शायद.
Actually, you can. In fact, it's so strong कि after bishop h3, bishop takes h3. भाई इसको
चेक.
क्या मारना है? Let's just give
हम्म.
the
हम्म.
check. And now जहां पे भी जाओ, doesn't matter. King यहां है, यहां है, यहां है. Rook to g8,
वाह.
queen f7, queen h6 check, king e7, rook g7 resigns. खत्म.
ब्यूटीफुल. आई थिंक प्राग वही सोच रहा है. I mean, I just feel it's gonna happen, देखो
Yeah,
मतलब
yeah.
प्रग ऐसा गेम मतलब ऐसा पोजीशन तो छोड़ेगा ही नहीं, चांस ही नहीं.
Yep, I think bishop h3 is such a strong weapon, and it isn't in line with what he did previously. पिछली ही चाल पे उन्होंने h4 खेला है, so that means वो सोच रहे हैं bishop h3 के बारे में, and that means he will play it, and this will be a very strong move. And as you said, रुक आ गया तो game over. And ये f7 pawn, भाई आपका एक pawn middle game में 7th rank पे पड़ा है, queen रोक रही है, king रोक रहा है, भाई that's how strong the position is. And yeah, I think what a game by Pragg, beautiful game today.
Yeah, indeed, beautiful game, and we can see Prag calculating. Can we go full screen by any chance?
Hmm.
Just
Hmm.
because I feel game is gonna end. Next तीन चार move में. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
sense it.
Yeah, I think if players had less time, we would end it in the next 2 to 5 minutes. So I think that's the thing. Game बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो सकती है. And yeah, a beautiful game. And Pragg will, by the way, with this win, he's breaking his all-time rating records every day, of course. But he
Oh
will go to
wow.
2778, and he will be ahead of the world champion Gukesh. So that means there'll be two Indians ahead of Gukesh in the ratings, Rakesh bhai. World champion hai, but दो Indian आगे है भाई. That's how strong Indian players are.
What a flex, and I think Prag about to make a point. Because you're absolutely right, and मतलब नीरी भाई जो भी दिखा रहे ग्राफ नीचे चैट, so you can see Prag का accuracy is 99. ये तो कल के
Yeah,
अर्जुन के गेम को भी बीट कर रहा है.
हाँ.
Wow.
And look at the good moves. Yeah, पांच good move opponent के two question marks. भाई मतलब it's not even close.
मतलब अपोनेंट ने क्या गुड मूवी नहीं खेला, एंड बेचारा ना ये शाम से दिन वोकिडो कल भी हारा था नोडेड बाय अब्दुल सातरों के साथ.
हाँ.
So not the best of starts. He's a very strong player. Won Olympiad gold with Uzbekistan. तो ऐसा हल्का प्लेयर तो नहीं है चैट, बट जस्ट नॉट इन फॉर्म. एंड गुड न्यूज फॉर इंडियंस इज राउंड 5 और 6 में लगातार वो खेलने वाले हैं अर्जुन और अरविंद से. So
Ooh.
that is some points that the Indians can look on. And yeah, I think ये गेम we can stick to this game, right? क्योंकि अर्जुन
Yeah,
एंड का ड्रॉ लग रहा है, अरविंद को टाइम है, तो दिस इज द
yeah, yeah,
गेम
yeah.
चैट which will finish
Yeah.
the
I think
soonest.
we'll stick here because I think यहाँ पे the thing is he might just resign, right? Bishop h3 takes Ugjivan, you might just resign after 4 5 moves. And Pragg, of course, will play quickly. Like once he has calculated, he can literally calculate till the end of the game now. It's that
Yeah,
far
yeah.
ahead. So this will end, and of course, Arjun's game is equal right now, and then we can go back to Arvind as well.
But very, very impressive and clean game है. मतलब एक 2-6-5-0 प्लेयर को पराग इज जस्ट लाइक क्रशिंग. सी आराम से नाइट्स आए, पॉन्स आए, अटैक आया. वेरी
Yeah.
फ्री फ्लोइंग गेम ओवरऑल.
वो एक मूवी का डायलॉग है ना भाई, कह के अटैक करूंगा भाई, वैसे ही कुछ था. लाइक पहले किंग h2 खेला, f4 खेला, देयर वाज नो like no hidden agenda there. It was very obvious
हाँ
what he
हाँ
was
हाँ.
trying to do, and still he did it. So beautiful game, I think. And 99 accuracy is just kind of the final
क्रेजी
cherry on
मैन.
the cake, so to speak.
मतलब वो आई थिंक टिको तेरा फेवरेट डायलॉग ना, 99 एक्यूरेसी है तो भी शायद डीयू में एडमिशन होना मुश्किल है.
भाई सही में भाई, वो जोक मैं हर 6 महीने में क्रैक कर लेता हूँ भाई. But okay, I think Pragg still calculate. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, he has played. Okay, he has played the best move, and this is about to be over. And the best part is, अब मारने के बाद बिशप भी नहीं मारना है भाई. That's just so beautiful, actually.
करेक्ट, यू जस्ट गिव अ चेक एंड it looks GG's. And also, Tiku, just nice to see मतलब Pragg so super poised and composed. He knows he's completely winning. And और एक अच्छा फ्लेक्स या इंडियन चेस के अच्छे दिन दिख रहे हैं टिको की, सीइंग द वेस्टब्रिज आनंद चेस एकेडमी, रैमको, अडानी, ऐसे लोगोस like sponsors for our chess
हाँ.
players. It's also a great
Yeah.
sign. Just shows how far we have come.
भाई सच में यार, that's a good point. Like Adani is a sponsor for Pragg. Like that's
Yeah.
such a huge thing. कि मतलब one of the biggest is businesses in the world, one of the richest people in the world. Like they're also kind of interested in investing into the game. That's amazing. And of course, I think it's only the beginning. I think अभी तो these guys are what 18, 19, 20, 21. अभी तो शुरुआत ही हुई है. I think chess players reach their peak maybe around between 25 to 30. Rakesh bhai, would you agree with that?
Yeah, yeah. This definitely also proves we are way past. the peak. But
मेरा तो
yeah,
पीक
I
आया ही
think
नहीं राकेश भाई.
25 to 30 would be, हाँ हाँ वो अलग बात है, but हाँ, I would say आजकल तो 25 to 30, Vishy sir of course proved it otherwise back in the day, मतलब uh, even winning tournaments at that age. But yeah, currently ऐसे तो लग रहा है 25-30 is like the sweet. भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन 18 साल का है, तो क्या ही बोलेंगे ना, पीक तो फिर 18-20 के आसपास ही हो रहा है फिर तो.
और जैसे ही 19 का हुआ भाई, 19 के दिन ही कार्लसन को हरा दिया, फिर हकारू को हरा दिया, फिर उसको हरा दिया, तो एवरी ईयर ही इज बिकमिंग स्ट्रॉन्गर एंड स्ट्रॉन्गर. तो
Yeah.
इट्स गोना बी क्रेजी.
Oh,
कौन कौन
Bishop
से
h3 on the
हाँ.
board.
या
Bishop h3 on the board. I think
चैट.
Pragg is going to play Rook G1.
हाँ, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू, डज ही टेक द बिशप और डज ही गिव द चेक डायरेक्टली? कम ऑन चैट, टेक द बिशप, यस और नो? आई थिंक नो. या
No, no way, man. No way.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. The accuracy is gonna, I don't know if it's possible to have 99.5 accuracy, but it's only gonna go up by. And now Rook G8, Rook G6, everything seems to be winning.
What a crush. I think, but yeah, Rook G8 is the cleanest. Pragg about to play it. His hand is hovering over the Rook.
Wow. What a game. What a game. वो की दो देख रहे हैं प्रक को कि भाई एक गलती, एक मिस्टेक दे दे बस, मैं गेम वापस ले लूंगा, बट नॉट गोना हैपन आई थिंक.
नहीं, चांस ही नहीं है. उसका हाथ भी जा रहा है. I think Rook G8 incoming. Chat.
Yeah, I think he's feeling that adrenaline right now. थोड़ा वो thrill feel होता है ना. Your first win in an event is always gonna give you some goosebumps, yeah. Rakesh bhai, like you kind of start vibing, you start feeling yourself a little bit कि यार, yeah, I'm in form now. तो वो थोड़ा सा, you become a bit extra ऐसे nervy कई बार.
Yep. Rook G8 on the board, and I think it's probably we might see resignation in the next few moves. By the Mandar raises a great point. Like, sorry, Mohan raises a great point. Pragg won Tara Steel, GCT, Romania, Rapid and Blitz, tied first in Stepan Avagan, plus 40 lead in FIDE circuit points. What a truly dream run by Pragg. And I fully agree.
मोहन भाई, ग्रेट पॉइंट. एंड गेस व्हाट, उसके फेवरेट इवेंट वर्ल्ड कप तो भी पेंडिंग है, जहां पे तो ही वाज क्रशिंग इन 2023. सो वर्ल्ड कप इज पेंडिंग, ग्रैंड इज पेंडिंग. आई मीन, I think he will be the only person to likely qualify into the candidates via like two paths. Like ऐसा कुछ होगा I think among Indians. Like he'll
Correct.
be the most
Correct.
likely to do so.
I think last time Caruana ने ऐसे किया था, like दो तीन जगह से नाम दर्ज
वो
करा लिया था.
वो इस बार भी कर लेगा भाई, वो ऑलरेडी एक से करके बैठा है.
हाँ. But yeah, I think Pragg is like a heavy favorite, I would say, candidates
Yeah.
qualification के लिए.
And now, as we saw, if you move the queen to e7, queen g6 is mate in one. So you
Mm-hmm.
have to do something about the pawn, and the logical thing is to just take it. And now queen h6 check, king ke paas square nahi hai, I think king e7 and rook g7, and that basically means you can save the bishop, for example, but I will take the knight. And this position is just completely lost. Queen for two bishops, but the main thing is I have the h pawn. So it's
Which will
not even
cost you
something.
another bishop, I think.
Yeah, lucky if it costs you a bishop, actually, Rakesh, right
Lucky
now.
actually.
Huh.
True, true.
So, yeah, without this pawn, it might take some time to win, but with the h pawn, black will just resign, actually.
Yeah, looks very tough. And I think Pragg, fabulous game, even though half the time of his opponent hai filal, but still he was never in time pressure. Very, very clean game. I mean,
Yeah.
super happy. And I think मैंने कुछ photos भी देख रहा था of the tournament Instagram में.
Hmm.
There are also the Vaibhav Suri is there with Pragg.
Yeah.
So nowadays it's Vaibhav Suri who travels with Pragg more than Ramesh sir.
Yeah, well, Surya, very strong grandmaster from Delhi, actually. And he's working with
Yeah.
Pragg right now as his second. We saw him on camera yesterday, actually, before the game. He was there in the hall. So, काफी interesting. And, I'm also very impressed by Arjun's team, Rakesh. By like, I don't know do we know the main seconds for each player? So, let's say Vaibhav Suri is one of the seconds for Pragg.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh ke liye we know, right? Like it's, I
Gaevski.
think Gaevski, and it's also, I think, other players who have worked with Vishy before, and Vishy sir guiding him as well. Like, do we know the team for Arjun?
I'm not sure actually. मतलब publicly known है या नहीं. So
है ना? It's
Of
not
course, there
known,
were
right?
like Srinath back in the day. Uske baad there were
हाँ.
like a couple of foreign GMs, but not sure if it's like publicly open.
Yeah, so Arjun ki team is the most secretive as of now. So जो
Yeah,
chat करिए Arjun game is dead equal right now. Nothing has changed. So we're gonna go to that game as soon as this finishes, and this is about to finish in the next 5 minutes. I think कुछ बचा ही नहीं है भाई. It resigns
yeah.
in the
This
next
looks.
two
I
to three
think
moves.
opponent is just thinking about that. And
Yeah.
Govin says like Namaste to Pragg from South Africa. Hello. And Mandar बोल रहे थोड़ी देर के लिए अच्छा लगा shout out. अरे yeah, गलती से. But yeah,
गलती से.
thank you for being in chat. अरे मेरे को मोहन का मैसेज पढ़ना था, but yeah, nice to have so many people मतलब in the chat. So
अरे
loving
मंदर भाई
loving
का
that.
नाम तो वैसे भी आता रहता है भाई. वो नवी मुंबई के बड़े डॉन है भाई.
Oh, okay. By the way, I think Oryx सही message था. Bunking Master बोल रहे. Tiku, let me know if you agree with Bunking Master कि
हाँ.
Pragg will go very far in his career. Maybe in 2025 itself he will reach 2800. Do
या
you
दैट्स
think?
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बिकॉज हमारे 3 प्लेयर हैं जो
Hmm,
25 पॉइंट या उससे कम दूर हैं 2800 के. सो इन एन
correct.
आइडियल सेटअप ऑल 3 ऑफ देम कुड डू इट. बट
Yeah, yeah.
प्रोबेबिलिटी कहती है कि शायद 2 लोग करेंगे. सो माय गेस इज इन तीनों में से कुकेश प्रग अर्जुन में से 2 लोग तो 2800 पहुंचेंगे इस साल के एंड तक. व्हाट्स योर गेस चैट? कितने लोग पहुंचेंगे 2800? यू कैन ऐड मोर एज वेल लाइक अरविंद एंड अदर्स. राकेश भाई व्हाट्स योर गेस? कितने इंडियन प्लेयर 2800 होंगे एट द एंड ऑफ 2025?
I think दो तो मिनिमम है क्योंकि रिमेम्बर विद दिस विन प्रग को सिर्फ 20 पॉइंट चाहिए सडनली. तो
हाँ.
प्रग तो कर ही देगा इसे.
True, true. I think Gukesh will
एंड
also play less events, right? Because he's the world champion. He
या
might not play
या
the World Cup, might not play the Grand Swiss. So, uske liye, I think it's gonna be a bit difficult. But of course, he's most likely to maintain his rating. But Baki players ke liye, they will get more opportunities. They will have to play more events. They might be more, motivated as well, right, Rakesh? Bhai? Because they have to qualify for the World Championship. So that's a huge motivating factor.
ट्रू एब्सोल्युटली. एंड आई फील या गुकेश के सिर्फ गेम्स कम होंगे. आई फील दैट इज द ओनली ड्रॉबैक. बट एंड ऑल्सो ये साल तो मे बी थोड़ा खेलेगा. अगले साल तो उसको फिर से कैंडिडेट्स के विनर के अगेंस्ट तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी फॉर द
True.
2026 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच.
True. That's very interesting. That's a good point, Rakesh. Bhai. Like, becoming a world champion kind of forces you to just play less, which is
या
weird, to be honest. है ना?
ट्रू ट्रू.
Like that's a bit weird. Like you want to see the world champion play more, not less. But anyways, I think that's just the format. कुछ कर नहीं सकते उसमें. Unless GM
And
Manish
that is
Giri
the
becomes
reason why we see Magnus playing so many tournaments on आजकल. क्योंकि
exactly.
वो प्रेशर हट गया ना. ये तो 6 6 महीने तो तैयारी करते हैं ना ये सब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप.
Exactly. Until GM Manish Giri becomes the FIDE president, I think this is here to stay. So maybe for the future, Rakesh bhai, कुछ हो सकता है change.
या ट्रू ट्रू. Chat. Uh, can we get to 500 likes before Pragg wins? So Tiku Bhai can give you one diamond membership also.
हाँ बिल्कुल भाई.
We haven't
प्रग के
reached
पास.
that yet.
हाँ. Dame Liren retired. I don't think so. He was playing or is playing, I don't know, the qualifiers for the freestyle event. So he's still trying to qualify to these big events. But I think he's not, his peak form has passed. And I'm not sure if
Hmm.
he's as motivated, Rakesh Bhai, to kind of come back, prepare to that extent and then kind of qualify again. And you have to play a bunch of events, right? It's a FIDE circuit hai. आपको पूरे साल खेलते रहना है to even have a chance to qualify at it. So it's not easy.
Correct. And matlab, shout out to Shubham Bhai because I had honestly forgotten about Ding in a way. मतलब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के
Hmm.
बाद वो खुद भी कुछ खेला ही नहीं. एंड ही इज नॉट इवन रेलेवेंट इन द न्यूज या कहीं पे भी. तो uh,
Hmm.
it's very interesting to note this honestly.
Yeah. Hoof man, बहुत बहुत I think सोच रहे हैं यहाँ पे वोकी डोव. He's trying to come up with some last trap, something. How can he drag the game the longest? I think that's the thought process in his mind. जहाँ पे resign ना करना पड़ जाए. Because जो position हमने देखी ना, Queen F7, check and Rook G7, Bishop E6, takes. This is just resigns. So he can pretty much
This
just
is game
resign. I'm gonna,
over.
yeah, he can just resign. I'm gonna push the H pawn. Maybe do I want to push it instantly or do I want to wait?
नहीं
I
pass
can.
pawn should be pushed. Go, let's go,
और
let's
क्वीन
go.
क्वीन मैं हार
भाई भाई
सकता हूँ
भाई.
राकेश भाई ये.
हाँ.
तो आई
Oh,
कैन
Queen
लूज
F7
दिस
on the
still.
board. Queen F7 on the board. Let's see.
या
I think Pragg has. I think Queen F6 is the only move, right? He has to play that. Yeah. There we see the
यस
Chesscom blue arrow, and yeah, we can expect Pragg to play this. Like, I
या
mean, literally instantly.
literally a second. Yep, and it's the only move. Prague is always on point. Check. King has to go back to e7 now. That's the only move. And now rook g7 wins the queen. Rakesh bhai, I have to be honest. There is no bigger pleasure in a game of chess than to win your
Yeah.
opponent's queen. I know winning the game feels awesome, but apart from winning the game itself, दूसरे क्वीन जीतने में जो मजा है ना भाई वो किसी में नहीं है. I don't know, it just feels so good to win the queen. लगता है कि भाई क्या ही गेम खेली है ना?
Yeah, yeah. And honestly, that I say, I mean, it's a debatable. And there we have resignation.
Yeah, yeah.
Praggnanandhaa wins, beats
Wow.
Shamsuddin Wokido. What a clean game. And Tiko, bhai, do we have the updated accuracy of Pragg's game?
Bhai,
99.1, I think.
yeah, 99.1 accuracy by
Chat, Pragg
Praggnanandhaa.
OP ho jaye. Pragg OP in the chat. What a win.
भाई स्पैम कर दो प्रग भाई लिटरली जब तक वो बोर्ड सारे पीस एडजस्ट नहीं होता तब तक तो कम से कम 5-10 सेकंड तो लिटरली ऐसे स्पैम हो जैसे मतलब समय रहना की चैट चल रही हो भाई मतलब क्या खेला है बंदा यार ब्यूटीफुल गेम आई थिंक दिस really pushes him ahead of Gukesh. So now
Big
Pragg
news.
is the new India number 2 and the new world number 5, and he will likely cross the rating of 2778. So, beautiful win and a high stakes win by Praggnanandhaa. And Rakesh Bhai, two more games to go, but we also have another result. Eric AC Arjun has drawn his game.
Oh, there we go. I think nice solid draw by both sides. Matlab,
Yeah,
nothing in it throughout the game as I was checking it out. And you know what? I was just checking 2700 chess. If Pragg wins tomorrow and Arvind
yeah,
doesn't, so Arjun doesn't win, Pragg can
yeah.
become the India number 1 as well tomorrow.
Exactly. So every tournament, your rankings completely change. And now the only Indian playing is Arvind, who's actually worse. So by the way, this was the position where we last saw it. Rook C1 was a mistake. I think Rook B1 खेलना था उनको. Bishop E7, decent move by Black. Rook K B1 अब खेला, but Black plays a brilliancy. Bishop to C4. And
Aha,
Arvind
okay.
is struggling now because if you take, I can simply take with check, and you can't take this knight because the rook hangs. So he plays bishop e4 what he can, but now black is in control. And the only problem is chat. Look at the clock. 7 minutes to play 19 moves of black. Rakesh.
That's tough. And also kudos to Yakuboev who had a like heartbreaking loss in round one. मतलब बहुत ही बुरी तरह से हारा. But he looks like he's making a good comeback today, Teku.
Yeah, but it's still not over. The problem is somehow कि time pressure में the stronger player somehow he just takes the game away. So black has
Yeah.
to be precise and rook h8. If it's the only move for a completely winning edge, it's not completely clear why to me. So in that case, like rook h d8 to me looks like the more logical, but that's not the best move.
Yeah, it is puzzling. Well, of course, we see the simple idea जो है bishop takes knight in the corner. But हाँ, why is rook h8 the only? मतलब ये एक tough चीज है.
Yeah. By the way, 6 minutes to play, 19 moves for Yakubov. It's not easy. You can see his hands shaking a little bit there. He senses he's better. His intuition is telling he's better. His calculation knows he's better, but he's not able to find the finishing blow. He knows कि भाई अगर मुझे 19 move खेलने पड़े, I might lose the edge. White's pieces are still active. The king is the only problem right now. If the king was on G2, I would say white is fine. So that's why he knows the
Correct.
temporary advantage. And temporary advantage के लिए आपको best move निकालनी पड़ती है, and he has no time.
And Tiku, I'm predicting he won't play rook h8.
Yeah, same.
I don't think so. It's a typical engine move chat, very difficult to find, and that's the beauty of human chess. ना नहीं तो engine का game कोई नहीं देखता है. This is the reason why rook h8 looks looks like the best move, but it's very difficult for a human or even a grandmaster to play it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
देखो तो एक क्वेश्चन है, अगर ब्लैक रुक नहीं लाता है वहां पे जो ब्लू एरो दिखा रहा है, इज अरविंद बैक इन द गेम?
I mean, it's plus point 0.9, point 0.8, so at least he can fight on. And plus point 0.8 feels like a evaluation which you can come back from in time pressure. Not to forget, Arvind has almost triple the time, by the way. By the way,
Oh my
5 minutes,
God.
last 4 minutes, 59 seconds for Yakubov now. He has really dragged this a lot, and this is going to hurt him now.
This is tough. I mean, I would not want to be noted by Yakuboev right now. क्योंकि भाई अरविंद ना इतना शांत है, but he's calculating everything. Huh? Don't underestimate. मतलब I am pretty sure he's going to try and put max pressure on the clock. Yeah.
Whoa, man, this is this is so exciting to watch. I think इसे time pressure देखने में इतना मजा आता है, राकेश भाई. I cannot tell you, yeah. Time pressure means mistakes. Time pressure means nerves, and time pressure means one side winning. And we want results. And ऐसी time pressure में तो completely पलटी भी हो सकती है. Arvind could potentially win. कोई कह रहा है Arvind looks tired. I think he just looks calm. राकेश भाई, what do you feel? Do you think he looks tired?
No, I don't think he looks tired. I think he knows his position is a little worse. So he's just waiting for that comeback.
Yeah. 3 minutes by the way now. What is Yakubov doing?
भाई ये तो टाइम I'm feeling Arvind can also make a total comeback and win.
Possible, possible. And just to look at the accuracy, this game doesn't feel like it's been a high accuracy game. 82 accuracy by Arvind. He will not be happy with that. Honestly, even Yakubov will not be happy with what he's done. He's missed few opportunities. So I think both players, I don't know the result, but the winner might still be satisfied. The loser will be devastated by this game. And by the way, as we
Mhm.
expected, Rakesh, by Rook h d8, that did look like the logical move. Rook h8 just felt a bit, computerish.
Absolutely, and I think this gives enough time for Arvind to make a comeback, and I think he'll take his time here.
I think king e1 is
Okay.
automatic. No, like you want to get the king out, so his at his next move is pretty obvious. I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he'll just
Next
put the
move is
wait. What?
no. What? Oh my
Bhai,
God.
bhai, accuracy नीचे जाती जा रही है भाई. This is not looking great. Both players making mistake after mistake, and now bishop a2 is a great move for black.
Yeah, that's just a free pawn, na? Bishop a2. अगर रुक कोने में आया मैं रुक a1.
हाँ, तो king e8 check
And then you
and
get
king.
bishop d5 ka square, I think.
Yeah, and the
And the
thing is now
point
if you
being, yeah, go
हाँ
ahead.
yeah, okay, go ahead भाई. मारा तो
So bishop takes, now you have knight d3 check
yeah,
intermezzo.
yeah.
But Nodirbek has only 3 minutes to go. Can he calculate everything?
I'm sure he has seen maybe this, but the thing is, kahin na kahin pe, it's like, can he really have the confidence to go for it? That's the thing, because you might see something, you
Yeah,
might feel, I'm better. Let me not go into these risks, right? Let me not allow Rook A1, Rook A7. So if that happens, then Arvind could be completely equalizing. So he needs to have the courage as well, which is not easy to play what he thinks works.
true, true. But I mean, knight f3 was looks logical, but I think I liked our move to go. King hata do wo check vex
Yeah.
se. Just, just more
Yeah.
safer.
Oh, he goes king e6 check. So, okay, still a decent move. King ko hilna padega. Oh, king e1 is losing by after bishop d3. He has to play king c2. What?
That is tough.
That is
Tiku, that
very
is
tough.
so tough. Arvind, please think. Take your time. मत हाथ नीचे रखो अरविंद. अरविंद सोचो. सोचो थोड़ा.
Chat,
हाँ, हाँ.
king
भाई
e1,
सो
bishop
टिको सुन
d3.
लिया. हाथ नीचे रख
हाँ.
लिया अरविंद ने.
सही में, सही में. सही में
Literally.
थोड़ा पीछे हो जा भाई, थोड़ा बोर्ड से दूर हो जा. भाई हो भी क्या देख सेकंड के लिए. The point is, chat, this is a fork. This is essentially a double attack. You're forced to take a knight d3 check, and the game is over. He will have to resign. So king e1 is lost. King c3 is lost because of bishop d3 as well. So he has to find king c2. Only move, which is not easy.
And
Finds it.
wow.
finds it.
Wow, amazing. Amazing by Arvind.
Wow, बच गए for now.
Wait, that was easy to miss, huh? Matlab, you always are thinking of moves like that.
Oh. Ooh.
Under 2.5 minutes, it's not easy.
Yeah,
Now
and
he
now,
can't play bishop takes pawn because your knight is hanging. Rook takes knight aa
yeah,
raha hai.
and f5 is the only move for black now, or it's equal actually.
He's going to play that. Yeah,
Yeah,
f5 on the board.
f5 played. f5 played, attacking the bishop. Bishop के पास कोई square नहीं है, chat. That's the problem. It has literally no squares. So you have to play knight g5 check now. That's the only way to continue the game, because if the bishop moves here, for example, bishop d3 check, and you are going to lose the rook and the game. So you have to play knight g5 check. That's the only move, Arvind. If rook b2 fe4 apparently loses on the spot, because knight d2, bishop d3, king yahan pe, bishop f6, and by
Ouch. That's a
goodbye.
mate. I mean,
Literally a
bishop
mate.
into d4 तो mate है.
pawn bhi mate hai bhai.
अरे हाँ, pawn भी mate है. Oh my god.
pawn bhi mate hai. So that's why f5 is dangerous. Knight g5 only move. So nice find by Yakubov.
Yeah, very good practical try, and he has only 2.5 minutes. And let me just check. Move 24 है, तो टिको अभी तक 16 मूव है. एंड मैं कमेंट्री देख रहा था, यू आर मेंशनिंग कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कैंडिडेट्स कोई भी टूर्नामेंट हो, हमेशा टाइम ट्रबल में ब्लंडर्स आते हैं. आई थिंक आप बोल रहे थे ऐसे कुछ थोड़े टाइम
Yeah.
पहले. एंड दैट इज सो ट्रू. दैट इज
And
हैपनिंग एज वी सी.
साज कह रहा है बिशप के लिए कैसे स्क्वायर निकाले टिकू भाई. अरे भाई स्क्वायर तो निकाल देंगे, लेकिन किंग के लिए स्क्वायर खत्म हो जाएगा भाई. सो अज्यूमिंग कि किंग के लिए हमें स्क्वायर चाहिए, बिशप के पास स्क्वायर नहीं है भाई. और साज भाई कब फ्लाइट पकड़ रहे हो भाई सब. साज भाई को गुड लक विश कर दो भाई, कल इवेंट है. तो कल आई वुड से कल से ही बी फोकस्ड, एंड एटलीस्ट भाई कम से कम 25-30 पॉइंट तो गिराने हैं राकेश भाई. व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
अरे बड़ा में मतलब. बट या चैट विश सहज भाई ऑल द बेस्ट. उनको भी कई बार इतना कमेंट्री करके मजा आता. नाइट जी फाइव प्लेड.
Finds it
Arvind
by the
finds it.
literally the only move Rakesh bhai, and he had nothing else. And now of course he will take the knight.
Yeah, I mean nothing else. He has to take the knight. No other possibility, I think.
The game is heating up, chat. Bishop g5 now has to be played by Arvind instantly, not wasting time. Great, not wasting time for no reason. Yeah, put black under pressure. And now, chat, the game is no longer winning for black. Already, the only move to maintain a clear advantage is knight a4, and that's really moving backwards. And I
Oh,
think maybe
no
Arvind has
way.
a chance now.
No way he's finding knight a4.
भाई
Tiku.
शुभ शुभ बोलो. अर्जुन की 2800 से पहले मुझे 2500 करनी है. भाई अभी कितनी रेटिंग है आपकी यार? जस्ट टू कंपेयर, लाइक कितने रेटिंग पॉइंट्स आपको चाहिए. एक बार रेटिंग लिख दो अभी कितने. वी कैन सब्ट्रैक्ट एंड कैलकुलेट ना कि कितने देर में हो पाएंगे.
But yeah, firstly, you can capture pawn takes bishop. Bishop के checks आ रहे हैं, आपका knight hanging है, आपका rook भी hanging है, bishop takes d8 भी आ रहा है white की तरफ से. तो there is no way in the world he finds knight a4, क्योंकि वो भी बोलता है ना कि it is very difficult to find the knight backward, like the knight coming
या
back.
या एंड
So,
very difficult when you have 1 minute on the clock bhai, with 15 moves to go.
oh my God. Yakuba is
I,
looking at the queen side. Maybe he finds knight a4, Tiku.
but कब तक भाई, कब
हाँ
तक
हाँ, टाइम
निकालेगा
भी तो
बेस्ट
चाहिए.
मूव्स? The thing, I get a feeling he might hold on for now, but at some point he will kind of make a mistake. The game will be equal, and agar Arvind can somehow maintain his two bishops, you never know, bhai. It can turn around as well. So
अरे एंड या बिफोर दे प्ले, बिग shout out to हेमंत एंड विशाल. विशाल भाई ने तो सहज की रेटिंग भी लिख दी, तो थैंक यू फॉर दैट. मतलब बढ़िया
oh,
चैट है यार,
so
बहुत ही
so
प्यारी जनता है.
so 2465 है. So that means subtract करेंगे तो it is 65 points away, right?
एंड oh, he's about to play knight a4. वाओ.
Yeah, he's
अरे
about to move.
सहज भाई खुद
Nice.
ही लिख रहा है अर्जुन इज क्लोजर, तो हार मान ली उन्होंने. 45 seconds. नोडिर बेग क्या खेल.
भाई उसको 15 चालें खेलनी है, जस्ट सेइंग.
एंड हाँ, इंक्रीमेंट मिलेगा ना उसको 30 सेकंड का.
But he's basically playing on those increment now. Like he has
या
no
करेक्ट
time.
करेक्ट. यस 30 seconds for every move now. Wow. 2600 2650 grandmaster for a reason there. Knight
Yeah,
a4, what a find.
yeah. साहज भाई मैं 2500 नहीं, मैं 2400 से कर रहा था भाई ट्रैक्ट. तो आई थिंक कैन बी डन इन वन इवेंट. इट इज पॉसिबल यार, इट इज पॉसिबल. मैंने गिराए हुए हैं. तो याकुबोव का हार्ट बीट 999 पर सेकंड होगा. नहीं नहीं भाई, इतना तो नहीं हो सकता. बट he is drinking water to calm himself down a little bit. And I think after knight a4, I think that's another brilliancy, by the way. दो brilliancy खेल चुका है Yakubov. He has played a good game, at least better than Arvind so far. Now the
या
question is, can he
kudos.
continue that in time pressure? It's not going to be easy because again, Rakesh bhai, like even though it felt like Arvind was out of trouble, practical play mein, you can't move the bishop away, right? If bishop f3, for example, bishop d3, again, you're lost.
Yeah.
So I
I was thinking,
have to
what if I
take the rook.
capture your rook?
Huh, if you capture my rook, I take with the rook. And again, you have the same issue. If you move the bishop, bishop d3 again wins.
And the problem is Discord answer check hai.
Yeah, king
Hmm?
b3, bishop b1. And if you take this, then I have rook b8 check. This is just, yeah, takes. I'm sure this is winning for black somehow.
Clear pawn up for black.
Yeah,
And
ये
also,
भी गया.
kudos. Time pressure में खेल रहा है, बढ़िया moves find कर रहा है. And he lost a very bad game in round one to Arjun. So it is tough to
Hmm.
make a comeback against these 2750 plus players. So kudos to Nodelbeck on finding that.
Yep. So the best response for white is apparently taking on d8 and then to play rook to e1. I mean, it is a good move because मारोगे तो रुक से मार के white is actually winning because it's a double attack. But not an easy move to find rook to e1 here.
But
I hope he
luckily,
does.
Arvind has time. मतलब 11
Yeah,
minute में I think he should be able to find.
yeah.
And
Let's hope
भाई
so.
shout out to नीरे भाई also जो नीचे दिखा रहा है बढ़िया से stats. Two brilliant moves for Nodelbeck. देखो भाई ऐसा हुआ है कभी आपने brilliant move भी दो किए, तीन best moves किए, तो भी आपकी accuracy 86 ही है.
Why? It just tells you यार chess कितना complicated है. Like
Yeah,
you could,
correct.
you could, it's insane. Like लेवी के thumbnail के बराबर तुमने brilliancy कर ली, but तब भी भाई accuracy कह रही है भाई 86. छोड़ तू क्या है जैसे खेलना फिर भाई, यही दिमाग में आता है उसके बाद.
True, and you see two mistakes by Arvind in the bottom right corner there. Amazing stats there, but no blunders. And वही reason है क्योंकि अरविंद गेम में है, टिका हुआ है अभी भी.
Yeah, yeah. Chat, if one blunder happens here from our way, it's over. Like one mistake, it's completely over. Like he will not come back from that. So इसलिए बहुत ध्यान से खेलना जरूरी है. He should
करेक्ट
use
करेक्ट.
that time, precisely and come up with the
आराम
best
से
moves.
सोचो भाई, आराम से.
Hmm.
अरे one good news for Indians is Arvind is while he is fighting, Pragg and Arjun in the lead, 1.5 of 2 points, and nobody is going to the sole lead क्योंकि जो दो अलग winners of day one थे, नोडिरबेक अब्दुल and सिंदारोव, दोनों का गेम अभी ड्रॉ में शायद खत्म होने वाला. So we will
Hmm.
have four players on 1.5 points and nobody in the
Hmm.
lead. So that's good.
Yeah, actually, Nodve was actually completely lost at one point. So Sindarov must have messed that up. So he will also
हाँ.
not be happy. And Sindarov कल जीते नेपो से, आज नोदरबेक को हराने वाले थे. So he's also proving to be an extremely strong player. Yeah, one of the youngsters. And you see the results there on the top left. नीरी भाई stats लगाते जा रहे हैं. नीरी भाई बॉटम राइट में समय की फोटो भी लगा दो कि व्यूअरशिप बढ़ जाए. एंड बॉटम लेफ्ट में मुकेश का भी फोटो लगा दो भाई, व्यूअरशिप बढ़ जाएगी भाई. मैं अच्छा लग रहा है, मजाक कर रहा हूं भाई. सो फिलहाल के लिए सिंदारोव इज स्टिल प्लेइंग. आई थिंक रफली बैलेंस. द गेम इज गोइंग ऑन बट लाइकली अ ड्रॉ एज राकेश भाई सेड. राकेश भाई, 26 moves have happened. Do you think
Yeah.
this game reaches the time control?
No, I don't think so. It will be decided. मतलब either it will be completely winning या completely drawn. भले गेम मूव 45-50 पे एंड हो सकता है, बट आई डोंट थिंक ज्यादा एक्शन होगा आफ्टर द 40th मूव. And yeah,
Hmm.
Neetaji Arjun has drawn his game. He is in the sole, no, joint lead with Pragg, 1.5 points out of two games. I Arvind सोच रहा है मतलब maybe he has to find. Can we show chat quickly once again, Tiku? What happens?
Hmm.
So bishop takes rook, only
Yeah.
move probably.
Yeah.
Rook takes. Now अपने को bishop, we want to move the bishop away because it's attack. But if we move it, black का bishop d3 check आ रहा है. And yet this is
Yeah.
completely. Oh, wow! Why Nodelbeck getting up with having only 54 seconds? What
भाई
a
ये क्या
flex!
कॉन्फिडेंस है भाई.
Chat,
भाई.
वो भाई aura plus 1000.
He has 54 seconds on his clock. He gets up and walks away. Do we have like a beauty cam जहां पे दिखे वो कहाँ खड़ा है? Okay, he's
Oh, he's
back,
back.
yeah.
He's back. He's back.
Wait.
But what a flex, man! What a flex! And you're doing this to a 2750 grandmaster, not to a like a random player. Wow.
Wow, that was crazy to watch actually. Okay, Arvind about to play. We can see his hand reaching towards the clock. Look at his posture, by the way. Literally stuck to the board, yeah, at the edge of his seat. He knows the stakes. He also only has 7 minutes now, less than seven. So, Rakesh, like, we've discussed how Yakubov could make a mistake and lose his edge. But if Arvind doesn't have time remaining on the clock, then if he makes a mistake, it's over. So he better find that, Bishop D8 and Rook E1 idea now and try to really clear matters before he also reaches that time pressure phase.
करेक्ट करेक्ट भाई इसके लिए तो मैं बोल रहा था 40 में उसके पहले ही खत्म होने वाला सो थिंग्स
Hmm.
विल बी वेरी क्लियर इन द नेक्स्ट 10-15 minutes और सो
आई थिंक दो मूव में पता चल जाएगा राकेश भाई, अगली तीन मूव में. लाइक वील नो एग्जैक्टली व्हाट्स गोना हैपन. या तो इक्वलाइज कर लेगा अरविंद, या फिर जाकुबो वुड गेट अ विनिंग पोजीशन. उफ, इट्स सो नर्वी यार.
सौरभ
अनदर
भाई आई
ऑप्शन बाय.
थिंक
हाँ.
bishop takes d8 looks like the only move. The another option is yeah like bishop takes f5, bishop into
या
pawn check, king takes, now I take the rook, you capture. Now I have black has two pieces for one rook, so totally black has three pieces, white has two pieces. Just mathematically it sounds bad, Tiku.
Yeah, if I could pick up all these pawns now, maybe you can make it work. The problem is कि white का king ना, it's kind of stuck in a mating net, so to speak. Like I feel like
Hmm.
अगर रुक
Hmm.
यहाँ check दे गया तो I will have to resign. So maybe that's why it's very dangerous. As white, you don't want to enter this, I feel. So that's why I think that idea of bishop d8 and rook e1 is a bit more clear. Because somehow my rook becomes active when yeah, I don't know actually. Either way it looks bad to be honest. Because mara agar aapne rook se mara rook e1, black has king f6. So it's kind of still the game just goes on, Rakesh bhai. It's not over either way. But at least my rook is on e1 maybe. That's a better version. I don't know. Slight difference.
Yeah, yeah. This looks very tough. And maybe, Arvind comes to this conclusion, जो rookie one वाला difficult हुआ है, by the method of elimination. कि ये भी नहीं
Yep.
चल रहा है, ये भी नहीं चल रहा है, तो rookie one में कैसे जिंदा तो है वो गेम में. And
Yeah.
then he goes for it.
Yeah. But Rakesh bhai, as I have a lot of experience in this, ये भी नहीं चल रहा है, ये भी नहीं चल रहा है और 4 मिनट है. I can tell you, it's very easy to just give up also. But of course, Arvind, I finds the best move. Nice. Bishop d8 played. Of course, black will take back in a second. He doesn't even. भाई वो move लिख रहा है पहले. अच्छा मार
No,
दिया
no,
उसने,
he's
मार दिया.
moving the bishop.
Oh, that's
No!
a blunder. Oh no, wait. It's not a blunder actually, Rakesh bhai. It is a decent move. It's not bad, apparently. Like it's not lost.
But it's worse than rookie one वाला. But let's stick to the game.
Yeah.
Bishop takes rook probably और rook d8 check भी है एक बार.
Yeah. Rook b8 check is the best move. King a4 is the idea, and bishop b1. So he wanted to avoid the two pieces rook endgame, Rakesh bhai, and he's gone for
Makes
this,
sense.
which might be a better practical decision when you look at it. Yeah, I don't know honestly.
Yeah, now it's, Nordenberg who has to think how can he apply max pressure on Arvind? Yeah. क्या
Yeah,
हो रहा है?
but you
Like
know
in
what?
the.
Huh.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like this will might be also easier to calculate for Yakubov also, Rakesh bhai, somehow.
हाँ
So it
हाँ.
will get easier for both. So when it gets easier for both, somehow the current evaluation, usually ends up being the result. So that's not a good sign for Arvind also. So let's see. Rook
Mhm.
b8 check being the best move here.
या उसका हाथ जा रहा है. He's going to play rook b8. There you go.
Yeah,
King
king takes the
a4.
knight. Oof. He
He
should
wants to
take with the
capture with
bishop.
the.
Usually,
I
I think
thought
rook se
he wanted
marne
to
pe.
capture with the rook.
Oh, really?
मतलब उसका उसका हाथ जा रहा था वहां पे मतलब.
Got it. But rook b1 pe maybe there is rook c5 actually. And
वो तो मैं
I
सोच रहा
just
हूँ
win.
बिशप b1 पे भी like if that pawn goes Piku, the material is absolutely equal.
Yeah, yeah.
That pawn
By
is the main difference right now.
yeah. So I think bishop se marne mein kya hai? You also attack a2. So that's the advantage, I think.
Okay.
Arvind, by the way, had that moment in the opening, jahan pe he was close to winning, missed that moment, and tab se the game has gone in black's favor. And oh, he takes with the rook.
Yeah.
That's a big mistake, actually, I feel.
Rook c5 instantly by Arvind.
He has some idea in mind. Is it rook b2? Maybe a rook b2 played. But okay. Ah, Rakesh bhai, I think from black's perspective, it feels like you're winning f2, you're winning h2. But the move to kind of hold here is only one move, bishop d5. I think he underestimated that move. So bishop d5 check. I think any of us would play king d6,
Played,
right? That's the yeah, played by
played
Arvind.
by played by Arvind. And yeah, king
And the
d6. Go ahead.
rook a5 is the move now.
And
Played.
played again.
Wow.
Arvind OP bhai. And
Wow.
let me see what happens after rook takes pawn.
Yeah. Rook takes
Rook से
pawn.
f2
And
मारा.
and now you just put the bishop anywhere. The idea is just to take this pawn and push the a pawn. So bishop g8, bishop b3. Just the idea is just to move the bishop anywhere where it's not hanging. Say bishop b3. And I want to grab this pawn and then grab one of these pawns as well. If I manage to do that, I think I might hold this endgame. You might play rook bishop against rook. Saj bhai, sorry
Yeah.
bhai, you are not here for this endgame.
आई थिंक अपन बुला लेंगे सहज भाई को अगर वो एंड गेम आया ना सहज भाई को कॉल करके बुलाते हैं.
But I think this is what I think might happen. So, फिलहाल के लिए, this is the current position. Rook a5 played. I can play a6 now. Actually, you can. That's a good question. Oh, but there's bishop b3. And if you play rook f2, rook d5.
करेक्ट.
Wow. So he will have to take the pawn actually.
सहज भाई मूव्स मत सजेस्ट करो, बोलो रुक बिशप रुक में आओगे या नहीं. रुक f2 टेकन. रुक
Yeah.
f2 टेकन.
But okay, it's still not super easy for Arvind because I think bishop b3 will be played. Yeah, on the board.
या
Very logical. You prevent any checks. You keep the pawn defended.
बट यू नो दिस समवट हेल्प्ड नोडल बैक क्योंकि ना बहुत इजी हो गए उसके मूव्स अंडर टाइम प्रेशर. So
Rakesh
he
bhai,
can easily reach there.
he only has one move in this position for an advantage. And question to you, chat. What do you think is that one move? Come on, chat. Let's go. The only move for black here to continue the game.
Oh, bishop
What is that
c2.
move? It's not gonna be easy.
Bishop c2 है क्या टिकू?
Nine. And he finds it. King e7 played.
What?
The idea is कि check के बाद king f6 and I'm holding on to my king side pawns. I'm not giving them away. Next, I will take on h2 and I will start pushing them, and that will give me the winning advantage. So,
Mm.
Yakubov really finding that only move under pressure.
And okay, takes check, king goes up as you mentioned. And I think याकूबोव का आइडिया यही है कि व्हाइट के सारे पॉन खा लो राइट साइड पे, और लेफ्ट
Hmm.
साइड में जो पॉन है ए वाला पॉन उसको मैं
Ha.
बिशप से मार दूंगा, बिशप सैक्रिफाइस कर दूंगा.
Exactly. Exactly the point. And kahin na kahin pe the king, once the king is supporting the pawns, they become very dangerous. Check, king f6 played, and full pressure now. Let's see chat what happens. Bada maza aane wala hai bhai log, because the game is becoming spicier and spicier. 5 more moves to go till the time control, Rakesh bhai. तो 5 चालों में पता लग जाएगा क्या होने वाला है. I think from Arvind's perspective, you can't save these pawns. I guess you do have this check. I think that's one option. And second is just to move the king away and start pushing the a pawn. That's what I see as two options only.
This is super tough. And I mean, I think this is tough to hold, Tiku, as white. To be very honest, really hope and pray that Arvind holds it. But I would be very uncomfortable अगर मैं white से खेल रहा हूँ ये position.
Hmm. Agreed. Absolutely agreed, by. I think this is not comfortable at all. And kahin na kahin samajhna hai ki, we have been looking at this time trouble phase for a long time for both players. तो
Yeah,
जितना
yeah.
लंबा गेम चलेगा उतना गलती करने के चांस बढ़ते रहते हैं. Arvind's eyes are lit up right now, like I say, wide open, yeah. है ना?
हाँ, सच्ची सच्ची. I agree.
He's like fully zoned in. Oof, yeah, this is not easy. Not easy at all.
You can just see him go. मतलब सब कैलकुलेट कर रहा है. मतलब कहाँ से
Yeah,
कुछ एक हल्का सा भी अगर एज मिल जाए या कुछ एक मिल जाए तो.
yeah.
एंड इट्स ऑल्सो प्रॉब्लम क्या है, अरविंद का जो पॉन है लेफ्ट साइड पे वो ढकलना भी टफ है. मतलब एक तो
Hmm.
किंग निकालना पड़ेगा आपको, फिर रुक हटाना पड़ेगा, फिर एक या दो स्क्वायर जाएगा, उसके बाद भी वो जो ए6 का स्क्वायर है, टिको इफ यू कैन शो चैट, वो
Yeah,
बिशप से कंट्रोल्ड है.
yeah.
So it is very tough for this pawn to become a queen easily.
Agreed. And black के pieces perfectly placed है. Rook भी सही जगह है, king भी सही जगह है, bishop भी सही जगह है, supporting its own pawn, stopping your own pawn. So कहीं ना कहीं पे black right now, even though it's -1, practically it might be even better. So let's see what happens. Arvind still thinking, fighting for his life, and if he loses this, उसकी बहुत rating जाएगी यार. He will lose like I think 7 points or so. He will drop to world number I think 17, Rakesh bhai.
क्या
That's
बात,
a
एक गेम की
huge
वजह से.
yeah, it's a huge dip, to be honest.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It just shows how close it is. The top.
Yeah, I've been still thinking he has more time, but he's reaching that phase jahan pe this is his last long think. कोई कह रहा है why not pawn to g4? The problem is यार, I know what you're trying
That's
to
a
do. आप मारने की कोशिश कर
yeah.
रहे हो कि मैं check दे के रुक मार दूं, but I can just give a check and take with the rook actually, or just take with the pawn, whatever. ऐसे king कहीं चला, आपने king a3, rook g4, and now I already have a pass pawn.
Yeah, like very nice trick in the blitz game actually, but
हाँ,
sadly वो उल्टा हो जाएगा. And yeah, shout out to Harsh in the chat telling us Nodelbeck Sindaro have drawn, so that's good.
yeah,
And Saurabh Bhai बोल रहे हैं, Arvind has to bank on his resource on A2, the pawn on A2, and we
yep.
fully agree.
Yep, that's a trump card for Arvind. And by the way, 3 draws today. Only Pragg winning his game with the white pieces, and we are likely to have another result unless Arvind does some magic here. He's playing with his pawn. I think काफी थोड़ा funny pose है उसका, है ना? His eyes are ये क्या है भाई?
भाई
Wait,
ये मतलब
ये क्या है?
निरी भाई ने किया, ये क्या है?
ये क्या है? ये निधि भाई ने किया क्या? भाई ये क्या था? आई थिंक वो जयशंकर एडिट्स किया था कहीं, बट वो आंखों में नहीं थी लेजर नीली भाई. यू मिस द आईज बाय अ लिटिल मार्जिन देयर.
बट
इट
गुड
वाज
एफर्ट.
क्रेजी.
मतलब वो लग भी ऐसे ही रहा था मतलब. एंड निरी ऑफ कोर्स
हाँ,
वी नो वेरी गुड फ्रेंड ऑफ अरविंद आल्सो लाइक.
या,
So
या.
I like that. I like that.
अच्छा था, वेरी क्लोज. एंड बाय द वे,
अरे यार.
he has given that check, Rakesh. But
And
what's
he
the
played
plan?
rook d7.
Okay, check, king moves, rook d7. Maybe bishop e4 now. Very logical, right? You control the queening square. You control this queening square and defend it by the pawn.
Yeah, bishop in the center looks uh, very good.
By the way, what about bishop b1?
a3 खेल सकता हूँ ना.
a3, rook h2, and then bishop c2, and this feels like a lost position. I don't know.
Oh
Maybe I'm
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. No, bishop
Okay,
e4
bishop b.
played.
Yeah, on the board.
I think the more human movement. Three more moves to go, chat. Three more moves for the time control.
I think uske baad, I think they will kind of sit down and think for a while. Yeah. So once they reach the 40th move, tab tak ke liye to it's gonna be fire.
भाई गर्व भाई मस्ती ले रहे हैं चैट.
घर भाई रिलैक्स भाई, थोड़ा थामो. एंड चैट, जितने लोग चैट में देख रहे हैं भाई, फाइनल प्रिडिक्शन कर दो इस गेम की. अरविंद के लिए विन ड्रॉ लॉस, स्पैम कर दो अपना फाइनल प्रिडिक्शन रिजल्ट. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? एंड राकेश भाई, व्हाट्स योर प्रिडिक्शन?
I think Black's gonna win.
ब्लैक्स गोना
देखो.
विन, या?
Yeah. I feel so. मतलब hunch है मेरा. Of course, I want to be proven wrong. It just feels like थोड़ा मुश्किल है. मतलब एक one mistake and you are lost. ऐसा है
हाँ.
for Arvind. So he has to be accurate for the next 20-25 moves. So
या.
what tough.
या. सो आई एम गोना गेस अ ड्रॉ प्योरली बिकॉज मुझे याकूब गलती कर देगा इन द नेक्स्ट 3 मूव्स. कितनी बार हमने देखा है कि 40 मूव पे ही गलती होती है. सो
Yeah.
मेरा लग रहा है कि ही गेव दैट स्टेयर अभी. आई थिंक ही विल मेक अ मिस्टेक ऑन द 39th और 40th और 41st मूव, समथिंग लाइक दैट मुझे लग रहा है.
Okay, let's wish that happens because Arvind, if he wants his candidates qualification chances, he has to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, he has to. And candidates and also his rating spot, कितना मेहनत से अरविंद यहाँ तक पहुंचा है, right? He doesn't want to go
Correct.
back because एक ही में, he was world number 9, right? World number 9 से world number 17 in just 2-3 games. Like, it will really hurt, to be honest. And then if you lose another, you're world number 25 suddenly, Rakesh bhai. Like, it just changed. World number 9 से world 25 in 4 games. Like, it completely changes your mindset. And then suddenly you're wondering, oh my God, like, am I going to go back down? Like, it just changes your confidence. It really hurts you psychologically. So I'm hoping he
True.
holds this one.
Yeah, not just confident, even invitations to tournaments, काफी
Yeah.
चीजें linked है उससे, sponsorship deals, so many things. And Arvind about to go below Noderbeck's time, Tiku. This is very big news.
Bhai, he
One and a
should
half
just,
minutes.
yeah, just play king b4 and push and hope for the best. I
अरे
think that's
भाग
all.
मिल्खा भाग.
सही में.
खेल यार Arvind, king b4, come on. You can do it.
I don't see anything else here. Like, there is no plan. You cannot save these pawns for long. So might as well just play your trump card and hope for the best. I don't even think he can calculate. Yeah, he plays the best move. Nice. Well done.
Nice. And even मतलब chat में भी काफी mixed ये है. Rook h2 on the board, like loss, draw, win सब predict कर रहे. Pawn to a4 quickly played. 2 moves
Yeah.
to go for Noderbeck, मतलब blunder करने के लिए
Yeah.
before the
Ra-
time.
yeah. Rakesh, you might have rook bishop against rook, or you might also have like 3 pawns versus rook at the end. I don't
That is
know.
also risky.
है ना? बहुत सारी एंड डुरेत्कीज एंड गेम मैनुअल की बहुत सारी एंड गेम टेस्ट हो सकती हैं आज.
मतलब I'm so glad कि मैं नहीं खेल रहा हूँ ये गेम.
Oh, that's a
What?
mistake. He should have grabbed that pawn. I think he wants to play bishop c2 or something, but apparently rook c7 now, and he's back in the game.
Oh,
राकेश भाई
he
39.
wants to play king c3 or king a3. Idea क्या है कि फिर then the g3 pawn मारूंगा and your bishop is pinned. But
हाँ.
rook c7 is a tough move to find, Tico.
Yeah, it
Very
comes with
tough move
check.
to find.
Yeah. Yeah. But Rakesh भाई 39th move थी ये, so अगर rook c7 आ गया so Yakubov might have spoiled it, because rook c7 के बाद if you now attack the pawn, there is rook c3.
And white can have some dreams of winning a year or there.
Exactly. Like, this can turn around. So I think this is a big mistake from Yakubov, according to me at least.
Yeah. Pragg, sorry, Arvind under 1 minute now. Tiku, things are heating up. One move
Yeah.
to go for Arvind. He has to play rook. Is rook c7 the only move, Tiku?
Yes, I think the only move, because the rook then comes back, right? और किसी भी तरीके से rook वापस नहीं आ रहा है pawn को बचाने के लिए. And then you can start pushing your pawn without risk. Because black has no passed pawns, chat. Remember, ये एक pawn अभी के लिए 3 pawn रोक के बैठा है.
Rook
Oh,
e7,
rook
but still not
e7.
bad.
Yeah,
Second best
yeah.
move in the position, not bad at all.
Second best move. And
I
now
think that,
apparently king
yeah, yeah,
f6.
yeah. Yeah, and also the elephant in the room is what after bishop d5.
Yeah.
So then I think rook e3, right?
Yes, rook e3.
Then we
Again, the
can't
same
capture
idea.
everything because the a pawn is going to win the game for white.
Yeah.
Last move on the back, king f6. Good move there again.
And I think Arvind is going to repeat once. Check king g5, rook e7, and we will reach the time control. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है because that's a very safe way to reach the
हो
time
गया ना?
control.
I think they
Arvind,
have
अच्छा हो
reached
गया,
retirement.
हाँ. Already
Yeah, yeah,
हो गया.
40th
Right,
move
right,
is
right, right,
completed.
right. Right. So they
Nobody
have
is
this time.
getting up though.
Yeah.
मतलब, I think
Do you think they will
बहुत,
still play quickly or do you think they will think now? Because body language से लग ही नहीं रहा they have realized it's 40 moves. See, now he realizes 40 moves, I think.
या he's just checking, डबल चेकिंग, अपोनेंट का भी स्कोर शीट चेक कर लो. कई बारी तुम स्क्रिबल करते हो जल्दी से.
Yeah. भाई हुआ भी है. Players have lost like this. Pragg lost like this at Tata Steel, remember. He
Yeah,
completely
yeah, yeah.
forgot about his clock, like 40 moves नहीं हुए थे. And he lost against somebody
Because
in
chat,
classical.
30 minutes मिलेंगे दोनों players को अभी. So it's like a big enough time so players can also take like a quick break or just chill out a little.
So question to you, Rakesh and chat. Now that we
Yeah.
have seen this, right? So players get 30 minutes. And then we have seen novelties as a format also. Jahan pe there is, okay, 10-second increment you can debate, but there is no increment after the 40 moves. So which format do you prefer? Is it the one jahan pe players get time after 40 moves, or is it like no extra time after 40 moves?
Oh. I think I like Norway chess more because
Ah,
in not just the time, मतलब हमने देखा काफी mistakes हो रहे थे, and it's more
ah.
exciting for the fans and everyone involved, but also the fact that ड्रॉ भी हुआ क्लासिकल गेम, तो भाई हाँ ये लो 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लो और फटाफट आके वापस खेलना आप.
Hmm.
That is what I love क्योंकि it just we have a winner at the end of the day. That is what I really like about Norway chess.
I agree. I think extra time na mile to I also prefer that scenario. It's just somehow better and we can actually just see the result and players on that nerves while the check did. Yeah, so Arvind clearly not interested in waiting too much. Maybe he feels ki bhai this is like a instant draw. Yeah,
Repetition. हाँ उसको लग रहा है but
yeah.
maybe what's the difference?
So first of
Let's
all,
let's
king
show
d5 is the only
chat.
move, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
king
king
पीछे गया
f7 pe
तो,
there is rook e4 check.
and if
Yeah,
I capture your bishop and give a reverse check,
yeah.
it's too
White
slow.
wins.
Yeah, king g5 on the board.
So
Now what if I
yeah,
play
and now
king
you
rook e7, Tiku?
yeah. And now if you play g6, then of course, okay, maybe you don't take this apparently. Taking is a
ढक लो
mistake
ना भाई, भाग
because of
मिलका
bishop
भाग.
d5.
Let's go a5.
a5. And if bishop d5, rook e3 again, yeah?
हाँ.
What? What? Oh my god, what is that move?
Just what? No
राकेश
way.
भाई नीचे देखो ब्लंडर के आगे 1 लिखा आ गया है एंड लुक एट याकुबोव ही जस्ट रेज्ड हिज आईब्रोज he just raised his eyebrows he can't believe that move chat rookie 7 was the drawing move and the idea is king x is pick check and you repeat if g6 then you kind of push the pawn and if for example bishop d5 जो हम देख रहे हैं तब से मान लो कि यहाँ पे check king e7 rook e7 bishop d5 खेलते हो तो there is rook e3 you save the bishop you save the pawn and you push the pawn but rook e5 is a problem now it's over.
It's a huge problem. You saw the reaction. Yakubev cannot believe his eyes. The biggest difference now is Tiku. Bishop आ रहा है C2 पे. You
Yeah,
have
there's no
to
bishop
control.
d5. Yeah, bishop
Yeah,
c2.
rook e3. And now the difference is because the king has come ahead. अभी will be faced by pawn to f4, and that
Oh,
is GG's.
basically chat you take this with check king takes notice how earlier black didn't have a pass pawn, now he does. And the
Two of them.
king has moved closer to the a pawn. Did you notice? It's not about moving here, it's about moving in this direction. So now
Correct,
when you
correct.
play rook c3, I take, and the a pawn is no longer winning. King e5 inside
Yeah,
the
king,
square.
exactly, inside the square. And now those two pawns will can promote on their own, and white cannot do anything. कि भाई कैमरा भी हिल रहा है. Camera is dancing.
Bye. Bishop c2 is over. If Bishop c2 is played, I think Arvind can resign because that means black has seen everything.
And Tiku, again the infamous 40th, 41st move, 42nd move blunder by Arvind. He had 30 minutes.
I wait. He's not playing the bishop. I think though.
He
By the way,
is.
King
Bishop.
g4 also wins. King g4 also wins. So that's the second option. But oh man, that's gonna hurt Arvind so much
So
because
sad, man. I think he does
yeah,
not realize it. But maybe he does. Like, maybe after
no, he does.
F4,
He
Arvind
does.
will see.
Only move, by the way. Chat, again, the idea is, first of all, not to kind of exchange the pawns. The idea is to get the king one square closer to the a8 square. That's the main idea. Of course, you get a passed pawn, but black would have killed
And
that anyways because he had
yeah,
three
you
against one.
see, Noderberg is about to play it. And the point was, the king is coming towards the Itzgar with tempo. मतलब रुक को attack
Yeah,
करके आ रहा है. So
yeah.
that is that one move that black needed. Oh my, नहीं यार टिक्कू, बहुत बुरा लग रहा है यार.
And he gave a stare to Arvind just now. देखा क्या? एक ऐसे
Yeah,
stare
yeah,
दिया कि
yeah.
भाई, you know what's happening, yeah? Man, this will hurt. This will hurt Arvind a lot. Chad B he recently lost to a 2300 and now he's losing to um, Yakubo, who's a very strong player, of course. But this just means, Rakesh Bhai, ki he's lost a bunch of rating in just 3 games. And uh, he even had a F4 on the board. And I think it is over. It's completely over now. Yeah,
And
he realizes now it's over.
so sad, man. He wouldn't have felt this bad अगर वो पहले ही middle game में हार जाता तो. He made an
Yeah,
epic comeback from that minus position, and now you see Arvind
yeah.
realizes that the king is in the square and he's totally busted. What a heartbreaking loss for Arvind Chidambaram.
And not to forget, this will hurt even more when he goes back and checks कि भाई 10 move बाद ही मेरी almost winning थी.
ओ अरे भाई वो तो लग रहा है कि ऐसे 10 दिन पहले का बात है मतलब. That is
हाँ,
just like
yeah, yeah. And chat, it's just like there's no defense. Like Arvind can literally just resign. Like there is no defense, absolutely no trick because forcing moves से सब कुछ हो रहा है. Rook is attacked. You can't move it. In. You can if you give a check, I will simply play King G4, King F6. कुछ भी खेल सकता हूँ मैं attacking the rook again. Your bishop is falling. So it's just over.
and कुछ कोई ट्रिक भी कुछ भी नहीं है टिको. It's just like one move, like one line of
Yeah.
calculation, and it's over.
You know
भाई
my
सहज
childhood
भाई
coach. हाँ.
स्माइलिंग इन द कॉर्नर. रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक में आना नहीं पड़ा उसको.
uh, my childhood coach used to say, कि, "Bhai, chess is hard. Like whenever something would happen like this, and it is indeed hard." And the thing is, as VD mentioned in that stream,
Yeah.
when you are in this moment, right, when you know things have gone south, you just have yourself. You see how he moved the rook, right? See how he moved the rook. So rook c3 khela with the idea ki bhai, theek hai, if you take the pawn, I'm gonna take with check. Maybe I can fight on by winning these two pawns. But yeah, black will not allow you that. He will just take on b3 first, actually. So it's just over. And in these moments, you just kind of blame yourself. You question your understanding of the game. Like chess ties your self worth to the play, how well you can play, and it's just heartbreaking, yeah, to sit there and handle this moment.
True, true. There is like you either win because of your good moves or you lose because of your mistakes. ऐसा नहीं कि अरे
Yeah.
टीम ने अच्छा नहीं खेला है, किसी और ने बैटिंग नहीं किया, बॉलिंग नहीं किया. इट्स ऑलवेज you who are to be
Huh.
blamed in chess. So that's what I think VD was
Yeah.
mentioning.
Yeah. And also, by the way, chat, now tomorrow he plays black with Para Maksudlu. So Arvind better try to hold on and not, enter a tilt, because then this can, one event, as we know, can really change your life completely and it can really push you back. So
King
it's gonna be
f4,
tough
king b3
tomorrow.
on the board. Now king e5 only move, right?
King
And he
e4
plays
remaining,
it.
yeah. But yeah, King e5
Oh
played.
yeah. And I think resignations.
Yeah,
There we go.
yeah. The Black King didn't even have to move for to set up the score. Yeah, already e5 pe tha, a boss move, and at the end, I think Arvind is gonna be really, really mad about this result, because not only was he winning in the close to winning in the opening, he was also, completely equal. Yakubov missed a bunch of opportunities, Rakesh Bhai, where he could have just won or gotten a winning position, but he didn't take advantage of it. And then Arvind kind of gave him those chances again and again and again. And the accuracy kind of sums it up, right? Arvind with an accuracy of 83, one blunder, two mistakes, three inaccuracies. It just doesn't feel like Arvind playing, right?
No, no way, no way. And I think, like you mentioned, his position was bad from the start. Like not after 10 moves, but after 20 odd moves. But he would not have felt that bad. He made a comeback. It was so
Hmm.
close to being drawn, and then he played that one move with over 30 minutes on the clock. He played better in
Yeah.
time pressure Deco than after the time control.
Yep, yep. It's heartbreaking, of course. And chat, इसका मतलब आज के final results Indian players के, it's a draw for Arjun against Maksudlu. It's a
Yeah.
loss for Arvind against Yakubov, and it's a win for Pragg against Vokidov. And कल की pairing बहुत interesting होगी. So today all Indian players had the white pieces. Tomorrow all of them will have the black pieces. It will be Yakubov now with a crushing victory against Arvind playing Pragg, and Pragg will have the black pieces. It will be Maksudlu against Arvind. That's going to be a tough one for Arvind. He will also have the black pieces. And Rakesh Bhai, Nepo against Arjun. Arjun having black.
That's a spicy contest always. मतलब नेपो
Yeah.
कुछ ना कुछ तो मजे कराता ही है.
Ah. I think he'll be getting for a win there, and it's gonna be exciting, of course. So heartbreak for Arvind, who now I think drops down significantly. Um, I think
Yeah.
he will lose like 7 points, maybe more. By the way, Pragg is ahead of Gukesh, so he's 2777.2. That is one update. He's world number 5, India number 2. Arjun is world number 4, India number 1. And Arvind drops to world number 16 and has a rating of 2741.3, as we saw. 5 ranks he dropped. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. And of course, hoping he wins tomorrow, that will really kind of catch him up with everything, because Param also has a good rating.
True, true. And Chad also very much on top of this random thing saying, finally, law of averages catching up with Arvind. Not easy to remain at the top. I fully agree that it's so difficult what he was doing in the last 6 months. Naruto saying Arvind is not ready to, not is not in the top 10 right now. And yeah, he is not there in the top 10. He drops to 16th place, as Tiku Bhai just mentioned. And why Synergistic makes a great point that Yakubo finally stopped losing to Indian players. बिकॉज वी रिमेम्बर वैशाली के साथ भी हारा था याकूब टाटा स्टील में फिर वो नमस्ते करके वो वीडियो डाली थी तो
हाँ,
अपोलॉजी वाली तो
Sagar Bhai ne. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, at the end, he still plays one more Indian tomorrow, and it's Pragg this time, and he Pragg won today. So that's maybe Pragg will get that revenge, but I think at the end, this was not the ideal ending to the day. But yeah, chat. So आई थिंक जो एक मेंबरशिप हम कल करेंगे, अभी थोड़ा मूड खराब हो गया, अभी चैलेंज करने का मन नहीं कर रहा. सो कल मुझे याद लाना, वील डू दैट चैलेंज टुमारो. एक्स्ट्रा चैलेंज ये कल करेंगे. बट राकेश भाई, आई थिंक ओवरऑल डिसेंट डे. वन विन, वन ड्रॉ, वन लॉस. एंड कल का दिन अब सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट होगा. राइट नाउ बोथ Pragg as well as Arjun in the lead, along with Nodirbek and Sindarov. So 4 players in the lead, 1.5 out of 2 points.
yeah, and if we could, Nirve, do we have the standings by any chance just before we
Yeah.
wrap up? It would be nice also, would be nice to show Tiku Bhai uh, and my faces as well if possible before we wrap it up and just say bye to chat. भाई चैट का भी ये मतलब दिख रहा है यार लाइक they are also gutted क्योंकि पूरे टाइम सपोर्ट कर रहे थे and now this feels bad.
Yep. And the thing is, कहीं ना कहीं पे, I think the tournament feels a bit normal than Norway chess, for example. The competition isn't as strong, right? There's no Magnus or Hikaru, but the stakes, like, they could be even higher. Of course, you want to beat Magnus, but like candidate spot dav pe, yaar, that is a life changing event. Like for Arvind, as Anish tweeted I think a week back, Arvind is a likely one to catch up with him. So Arvind is really missing out on a candidate spot here. Like it's important, and
Correct,
there is
correct.
the results there. So two results and standings में दो Indian आगे हैं, and Arvind of course will need to catch up. And Vokidov not having a great event, and yeah, we'll see what happens. So राकेश भाई मजा आया कमेंट्री करके भाई एंड कल हम फिर से आएंगे आई थिंक विद सेम फेसेस सेम प्लेयर्स डिफरेंट ओपोनेंट्स एंड होपफुली वी कैन हैव लाइक 3 wins tomorrow मजा आएगा
Yeah, yeah. This was sad end to which started on a good note with Pragg winning, but yeah, there we saw the results as well. But round three, important games coming up because Canada's qualification on the line. Chat. Thank you so much, Shukriya, Namaste, and we'll be back tomorrow.
बाय बाय चैट सी यू टुमारो एंड होप फॉर द इंडियन प्लेयर्स टू विन टुमारो ये इवेंट जीतना है फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड इंडिया जी ताकि सब लोग कैंडिडेट्स क्वालिफाई करें भाई सो एंड बाय द वे कांग्रेट्स टू प्रग फॉर गेटिंग हिज
Yeah,
पीक रेटिंग एवर 2777.2 he's one win away from India number 1 by the way if Arjun
yeah.
draws tomorrow Pragg wins he could be India number 1 and this time he'll be world number what 4 now and gearing up for world number 3
Crazy.
and
And he plays
that's
Arjun later on in the tournament, so he can
yeah.
literally become world number three.
Yeah, so that's crazy. So कल प्रग का दिन हो सकता है. It's going to be exciting. And of course, he'll be playing Yakubov, जिन्होंने आज इनको हराया. So बड़ा मजा आएगा. देखते हैं कल chat. Bye bye chat. Thank you Rakesh bhai, Niri bhai for having broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow chat with some exciting games. Bye bye. Good night.